HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day. Great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. You can say that with truthfulness and veracity today. It is a happy Monday. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Seth, it's good to see you. Good to talk to you as always. Have you heard the good news, my friend?
Yes. The Astros are looking every bit like the Astros team that you and I had long predicted would emerge.
You and I were the two voices in the woods late last week preaching patience with all of this, saying, hey, slow down, everybody. I know it's a 10-game deficit, but it's a 162-game season. It's a long season.
Yeah.
That whole thing where we compared players on the Astros to various upscale slabs of meat in a steakhouse, that was a fever dream. We didn't do that last week. That wasn't us. Yeah.
No. Well, even the ones that we did, let's remember that it was all steak that we were comparing
It's true.
them to.
Yeah, it is true.
It was, we just, all anybody needs to remember is that we compared various guys like Pena and others to cuts of steak.
Yeah.
We don't have to talk about which cuts of steak they were, whether or not some of them were shrimp cocktails.
Right.
It was
calamari.
Yeah.
Some of them were calamari at the end. I'm told.
What'd you say? Veracity and tenacity?
Veracity
I like that.
And something. I'm coming in feeling it today, man. Just like the Astros were over the weekend.
We'll honor them with loquacity for the next 4 hours.
Indeed.
We will, as we sing the praises of what we had long predicted would be a team that, hey, had this explosion in them offensively. They lead the league in batting average, for whatever the hell that matters anymore. They were up there in the top 5, 6, or 7 in OPS. It was just a matter of time until they started doing it when it really mattered versus the second best team in the AL. Damn it!
Yeah, I was going to say they picked in all seriousness, in all candor, they picked a really good time to do it. This was a great weekend for the Astros, man. In practically every way. Like I like doing, Seth, on Sunday night once the Astros are done doing whatever it is they do from Friday through Sunday. I like to net it all out in the good and the bad, and then there's other things off to the side we need to talk about. Then we do that. But there was There was way more good than bad this weekend, man. And the good is obvious. They are back. They've crawled back into this thing a little bit. They were down 10 games in the division middle of last week, with this series looming on the horizon, which looked pretty daunting. Now they're 6 games down. They're 6 games back of Seattle. They're 2 games under 500. So they are a 2-game sweep against Colorado Tuesday and Wednesday this week, away from being back to where Dana Brown has said, man, let's just get back to 500, and then we'll kind of figure this thing out. They're in a great spot right now. And then they go to New York to play the Mets, who are going to be, for the second straight year, probably going to be selling off parts again at the trade deadline.
They there's so much to be positive about from this weekend. Well, also, I think everybody understands just how precarious their position is on the pitching staff, if that indeed exists. They've now used, I can't keep track, is it 26, 27 pitchers?
It's 20, it's at least 26.
It's at least 26 now. Jake Bloss comes in and fought his way through 3 innings, but had 36 pitches in the third inning. Comes out in the 4th inning of Friday night's game. And not a single person on the staff had ever actually watched him pitch in person. So I'll excuse them for perhaps not getting the body language or what have you of Jake Bloss. But that was, I'm not to be a dark cloud on anything, but my God, this is where if I believe the baseball god smiled on the Astros this weekend, and but also at the same time, you have 4 starting pitchers on a team that doesn't need a 5th pitcher until the July 1st series versus Toronto. And man, it's dicey right now. Like, the offense just has to keep doing what they did this weekend.
Yeah, the offense has to keep doing what they did. You got to hope that if Fromber, Hunter Brown, and Ronel Blanco keep doing what they do.
Yeah.
Those are the 3, and then you just kind of muck it together. Spencer Arrighetti is going to keep getting starts. He's going to keep getting spots in the rotation here for a while. And now, with this week coming up, I don't want to sit here and just pencil them in for a 4-1 record in these next 5 games or a 5-0 record in these next 5 games, because this is, I think what we've learned about this team is just when you expect something to zig, they zag. Like, I didn't expect them to sweep I certainly didn't expect them to outscore the Orioles 27-13 in a sweep this weekend. Hell, if they were just paying attention in the 8th inning on Friday night, they would have outscored them 27-6 or something like that. They dominated the Orioles this weekend. So I wasn't expecting this. So I'm certainly not going to. The flip side of that is I'm not going to go into this Colorado and this Mets series coming up thinking, well, here they are, they're back. But yeah, that's probably the only blemish on the weekend was Jake Bloss in his first start suffering some sort of shoulder pain, I guess. And the good news is it sounds like, according to Espada yesterday, or it might have been Dana Brown on the pregame on the flagship, said no structural damage, and it looks like it's just some soreness, and they expect him back at some point here.
Bloss didn't seem all that concerned about it after the game himself, and I feel like he hasn't been around the team long enough to be fully indoctrinated into calling everything no big deal. So I feel like he, just a young guy plus he's got an MBA in finance, Sean, and nobody with an MBA in finance would ever lie to us about the state of our investment.
Right.
Never.
Right.
So,
that's good.
No guy that intentionally went into the cult of people who drug us. We're good.
Right. So here's Joe Espada. This was Joe Espada yesterday after the Astros capped off the series with an 8-1 win over the Orioles.
That's Astros baseball right there, man. That's Astros baseball. That's what we expect from our team. From the energy, attention to details, playing the game on the bases, on the defensive side, pitching, setting the tone. Altuve from pitch number 1, home run, situational hitting. We did so many things so well that that was a series that we needed as a club going into the off day. Just huge series.
Yeah, I don't want an off day, man. The off day is going to kill the momentum. I want to play today, man.
You know what, though? I'll say this. I believe Espada, who, just like every manager who ever lived, especially trying to manage this roster, we've got questions about his in-game management at times. I think that making Pena take an off day on Friday where he didn't want to, and he could work on settling down all that extra motion that he said had crept back into to his swing a little bit, and not chasing sliders because he'd collapse back into that old problem of chasing sliders. He ends up with 4 hits on Friday and Saturday and Sunday, and looked a lot more like the Pena that we saw earlier in the season. So good job by Espada there and forcing Pena to take a day off.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I'll point out here, too, because a lot of people pointed this out yesterday after sweeping the Orioles. And, again, if you're just waking up, 27-13, the Astros outscored the Orioles in these 3 games. The Astros are 21-12. Without Jose Abreu on the roster this year.
Yeah.
They are 17-28 when he was on the roster. I don't, there's certain stats where you go, okay, what's coincidence, or, hey, he's just one guy. And he is just one guy. Like his being on the roster during that time doesn't absolve all the underperformance from other guys. Look, Bregman's bat start plays a lot into 17-28. The pitching early in the season, having seemingly every pitcher give up a 9-run inning at some point, it felt like that plays a lot into the 17-28. There is some reality to that, though. I do think there is some reality to just, and it's not even Jose Abreu individually. Like it's not like he had this negative attitude about him that was dragging everybody down. It was just the bewilderment that the team would keep trotting a guy out there with a 110 batting average and putting him in the lineup every day.
You look at Friday's game where who was a huge part of making Bloss's outing better than it could have been. Loperfido. Loperfido makes that incredible catch, sliding towards the left field wall as the insane, stupid, nonsensical pitch probability calculator put that as a 30% catch at a catch. I hate that stat so much. But like Loperfido been bounced up and down partly early on because they had this situation at first base that they just couldn't figure out how to manage this huge drain on the roster.
Yeah.
So I'd like however that all, whether it's mojo or what have you, Abreu, who is obviously very well liked and respected in the clubhouse, it was just, I think, a huge drain somehow on a team that, remember, can't sit here and just rely on the greatness of the Astros. Or, hey, look, we've got these metal pennants in the outfield. Like, no, none of that matters. It's like, can you be scrappy? Can you recapture some of those things that got you to all those ALCSs? And it feels a lot more like that right now. They feel like a scrappier baseball.
Well, they do. And what the roster ends up looking like after Kyle Tucker comes back, after they maybe make a pickup or two. I mean, they're veering back into buyer mode now, right?
Yeah.
And so I think there's some guys who have played a lot of innings for this team right now that there's a good chance are not on this team for the home stretch. Like John Singleton is on notice right now with Loperfido up and with them being seemingly comfortable at playing Mauricio Dubon at first base, although I felt bad for Dubon a few times. I don't know what it was with Pena this weekend. I'm with you, Seth. I'm glad he had the day off on Friday. For whatever reason, it felt like every other throw over to first base was an adventure with Pena this weekend.
With Bregman, too. Bregman, as of late, even though he's really gotten together at the plate, man, he's just not been as consistent on his accuracy at first. And I don't know if there's.
And Dubon's small. Dubon's
I know.
They're making him stretch. Poor little fella.
Dubon made that nice play on Friday night where he tagged the runner right on the errant. There was an errant throw.
Yeah, I don't remember which night it was. I remember
really
seeing
nice
it.
tag. Yeah. I think look, they've got a bunch of guys that can play first. I mean, Bryce Matthews has played all over the field. If they choose to call him up, Dana Brown made a point when he was on the broadcast that when they're in Atlanta, they bypass AAA a good amount.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot different when you're bypassing AAA for a guy that just got drafted a year ago.
Yeah.
But as it was with Bloss. But I think you're going to potentially see an expedited elevation of not a bunch of guys, but Bloss probably isn't going to be the last guy that comes up way before you expect.
Well, pitching-wise, that's just some of it. They even said with Bloss, he wouldn't be up unless there were all these injuries right now. You know, so some of it is just the the situation. But yeah, man, it's a good weekend.
I don't think that Dana Brown necessarily dreads it as much as other GMs.
Oh, no. That's that's very evident. You're right about that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we'll circle back to the Astros in headlines, but good weekend to be an Astro. What's your appetite for buying and selling? It's funny, I put up a poll late last week. 7 o'clock, we'll get to the results. If you want to get in and vote, at Sean T. Pendergast, are you cool with the Astros selling? A lot of you were last week. Not as many this week. All right, up next. This was funny. We got to start off with a little bit of humor. Matthew Stafford, in the story last week with his wife, a very prominent podcaster said that this was a show of perseverance by Matthew Stafford, that he's able to muscle through the jealousy tactics employed by his wife, and some other stuff coming out NFL-wise that we will get into from over the weekend. That is coming up next.
Nico Collins wants to be a 1,500-yard receiver.
accountant. I don't care about the tax implications. This is found money.
23.5% chance of winning the division. 20.7% chance of getting in as a wild card. Do you want to know what their World Series chances are, Seth?
Is it like 79%?
No, it's not. That would be the Mariners' chances of making the playoffs. 3.7% chance to win the World Series.
We've beat greater odds than that in the past.
Dude, the Yankees are 14.5, but the Yankees are so far out in front of everybody right now in the American League.
Yankees are so far out in front of everybody. Apparently they can't hit the. Remember the Yankees. I got to look up the stats on how they've done versus good pitching this year. Yeah. They've been a team that in recent years has feasted on bad pitching, but they struggled against the Orioles, and we'll see. We'll see about the Yankees in a second. Yankees fans themselves know this. Look, this is a team that typically wilts to pass the midpoint of the season and on into the playoffs. We'll see. And
when I say they're so far out in front of everybody, I know they're only a game and a half in front of the Orioles in the AL East. I'm talking about the percentage chance of winning the World Series. They're 14.5%. The next closest one is like half that in the American League. So the computers really like the Yankees. Right
Kyle Tucker's fallen far behind Juan Soto and Aaron Judge in the MVP race.
That ship has sailed. Yeah,
it is. It's funny though. He's like a little quarter that I keep forgetting is in my pocket.
Yeah.
You know, and all of a sudden I reach down and I'm like, oh, I've got a Kyle Tucker in my pocket.
Yep.
It's badly contused, but maybe if I accidentally, if I leave that quarter in my pocket while I run my jeans through the wash, it might come out shiny and glistening.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason, Yordan Alvarez is the one when he's not in the lineup, you just feel it. You just, and I know that they're statistically, and they're kind of similar. I mean, they both hit for good power. Yordan's just a better overall hitter than Kyle Tucker. On base percent, Yordan is going to be a 300 hitter forever. Kyle Tucker's going to be a 270 hitter forever, but hit for a lot of power, steal a lot of bases, play Gold Glove defense in right field. There's great things about both guys, but man, just having Yordan back there since Thursday of last week, since this winning streak started, there's no player on the team whose performance offensively is more tied to the welfare of this team than Yordan Alvarez. You go look at his OPS. I haven't looked it up recently, but there was a point this season where you can go look up on Baseball Reference what a guy's OPS is in wins and what his OPS is in losses. And the delta for most of the guys on the team is like 200 points. Altuve in wins, his OPS is like 900, and in losses it's like 652. Yordan Alvarez's OPS when the Astros are winning is damn near like 1,200, and when they lose, it's in the 600s.
This is the difference, Sean. My advanced stat is sphincter tightening. I feel like Tucker tightens the sphincter of pitchers, whereas Yordan tightens the sphincters of everybody in the ballpark.
Yes,
every defensive player is on alert, and they end up making. That's where Yordan can barrel a ball at 25 miles per hour and still get on base because everybody in the infield is terrified of him.
Yep.
Yordan's the one most likely to actually literally take somebody's head off in a game. He might one day go all Dave Winfield on a pigeon, except he's doing it to an infielder's head. And boop, lops right off like a Pez dispenser.
Did Dave Winfield?
That'd be so beautiful.
I remember Randy Johnson getting a pigeon. I don't remember Dave Winfield getting a pigeon
Didn't
somewhere.
Dave Winfield get a pigeon too?
He may have. I don't know. I just don't. You bringing up Dave Winfield is weird. I watched that.
Dave Winfield once accidentally killed a seagull. Apologies to the ornithologist crew out there. Yes, it was a seagull, not a pigeon.
Get it right, man. Come on. We're going to be talking about this show, and they're going to put that evil on me that I had the wrong
They're
bird.
all dime a dozen birds.
They are.
A seagull, a pigeon, a starling. Go die by baseball.
I'm gonna get to this Pivot podcast stuff here in a second. It was really funny, but I watched that documentary Amy and I did last night. 3-part documentary on Prime about the Yankees back in 1990. Bronx Zoo. Holy crap! I forgot about Mel Hall, the pedophile that played left field for the Yankees. I did not forget about George Steinbrenner paying a gambler to follow Dave Winfield around to get dirt on him. Can you imagine an owner these days paying a known gambler to get dirt on his right fielder?
How if it was, if it was a director of football operations or whatever the hell?
Yeah, okay, which was the most bizarre time in the
position was, right?
Yeah, right. And they wrote a billion articles about it.
That was alleged by players who felt like they might be being watched or whatever. That's not a. Nobody knows exactly what happened with the Texans back in those days.
What a crazy time. A thumbs up, by the way. It's a quick watch. It's 3 episodes. Each one's like 45 minutes.
What's it called?
The Bronx. I think it's Bronx Zoo. It's on Prime.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about the 1990 Yankees. The only part I didn't like is the 3rd episode was them kind of coming out of the darkness into the dynasty.
Yeah.
I didn't need to see that. I was cool just watching all the Yankee dysfunction. When Derek Jeter showed up, I'm like, all right, I'm done with this. I don't need to see this anymore.
Kids would be really surprised. Really, anybody probably like aged 35 or younger, not kids, might not realize just how decrepit an organization the Yankees were for a long time.
It was so bad. It was crazy.
The Packers and the Yankees are kind of the two blue blood franchises that went through a really dark period in the 80s and 90s where it just seemed like they just could not get out of their own way.
Yep, it's true. I have really grown to like the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark and Channing Crowder and your former teammate, Fred Taylor. Yes. They're a really good mix. And they were giving their opinion on the Matthew Stafford-Kelly Stafford dynamic from last week. If you missed it, Kelly Stafford, the wife of Matthew Stafford, anybody in a relationship should take a listen to this audio right here. If you missed it last week, she was on the Off the Vine podcast and talked about her tactics of trying to basically come away with Matthew Stafford back in college.
Wait, so was he trying to casually date and you were all in?
Oh, yeah, girl.
Anyways, long story short, it wasn't that cute of a relationship at first. I hated him. I loved him. I dated the backup to piss him off, which worked.
Oh, yes.
He was like,
that'll do it.
He was the bad boy, too. Like, Matthew's so sweet and Southern gentleman and all that stuff. And the backup was the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Ooh, and it upset him. So they lived in the same dorm because athletes lived in the same dorm, and he would see my car there. And so at one point, he, like, waited and followed me out and got in my car and wouldn't get out.
Stop.
And he was like,
this is so hot.
I was like, this is amazing. Working.
Yeah.
I was get out of my car, and he was like, he's not right for you. And I was like, what? You can't tell me that.
The host liked that tactic. I didn't notice that the first time. She's like, wow, that's so hot.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford cornering her in her car.
But it's got all the makings of a good movie where, and she's going through the wild phase with the bad boy.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that, look, it happens. I don't think Kelly Stafford's a hoe bag or anything for doing it, but you don't always have to talk about it to the world.
Right.
It's just, nobody needs to know about the wild stretch that their wife or girlfriend had back in college. Things happen.
Yeah.
But you don't have to broadcast it to the world, damn it. That's what I'm thinking. I'm putting myself in Matt Stafford's shoes. Sean, I once had, there was a player on the team who I liked a lot. And him and his wife were awesome. This was the Texans. But this guy's wife was hilarious. She was really funny. But one day we're sitting, one early morning, early Saturday morning, we're sitting around my kitchen table having drinks. And she starts telling this story about something she did at a fraternity once.
Jeez.
And it was an hilarious story. But my poor teammate, I just felt for him. He's sitting there and he's just kind of like, Yep, she wears the pants in this family. She's just telling this hilarious story about her experience with multiple frat boys at a party, and I felt so bad for her. Oh. That's what I kept thinking when I was listening to that Kelly, poor Matt Stafford out there, just because people's minds are going to go where they go, and what Kelly Stafford was doing with the bad boy, right? To try to basically to manipulate Matt Stafford.
Yeah, it wasn't even
she cuckolded him. Basically,
turned him into a pile of mush in the in the passenger seat of her car. An unlikely defender of Matthew Stafford, especially when you consider this guy's a Florida guy and Stafford is a Georgia guy. But off the top rope comes Channing Crowder.
What's the point of it? When I first saw that, bro, what's the point of that? I don't know if she's, and it did get viral and everybody wants to go viral and all that. But listen, Mrs. Stafford, what's the point of telling that story at this venture? Y'all married with kids. It just makes Matt look bad. Don't say things that make your spouse look bad. And there's things I've said and the stories I've told and everybody, the Kevin Hart stuff, where I had to go home and Asia was like, damn, you didn't run that past me first. You know what I'm saying? But that's not, I don't even think that's anywhere close to what she's talking about, going and giving the cakes up to a backup to make you jealous, and then now you come back around, so you done knocked it down, and your buddy done knocked it down, and you done came back around and jumped in the car. Man, that was unacceptable for me. And if I say it's unacceptable, you know it's crazy.
Yeah, Channing Crowder. So Channing Crowder, what he was referring to was when they were on with Kevin Hart, he just started telling Kevin Hart about how he goes to nudist colonies nudist retreats with his wife, and it just paints I think he's whatever their lifestyle is. It's some things that his wife would have preferred maybe he kept private.
Maybe.
I'm in that same boat. Now maybe Matt Stafford. We don't know if Matt Stafford just doesn't give a single damn about her telling the story or not. But we put ourselves in his shoes, and it feels like, man, that was a time where basically I got manipulated by a conniving woman who ended up being my wife.
Yeah. She's told the story before. That's what I learned. Is that when I went and Googled it, because I wanted to find out who the quarterback was, the backup quarterback, and there was a story that came up from 2022 where she said it wasn't Joe Cox. Everybody was guessing that. It was not. And so that was from like 2 years ago. So the story's been out there before. But I guess rehashing it on a podcast, I'm guessing that Stafford himself, Matthew Stafford, is probably cool with it. But this was the funny part. The area where Fred Taylor veered with this story and the guy started to razz him a little bit about it was pretty funny.
We actually think that Matthew thinks is a bad thing, though. Or is it somewhat of a story of I went and got what I wanted? Like, I had to make right. And now I got my baby, and this is my baby for life. Like, we don't know what Matthew's thinking.
Fred, this story to you.
Do we?
This story to you is overcoming adversity.
This story to me.
This is a story of perseverance.
I'm trying to clean it up. I'm trying to clean it up.
Hey, it's not
Because
Super
he's
Bowl.
talking about the backup getting the cake and all this other stuff.
Eat the cake. This is a story of overcoming adversity?
Honestly, though,
It's not. It ain't even close. But we don't know what Matthew's thinking.
you know
That's
what,
what I'm saying.
I want to
That's
say
all.
this.
It is, you know what it is? It's funny, though, too, because the part of it, too, is everybody throws their own assumptions into it, and you assume whatever you want out of what dating means and what it might have meant for Kelly Stafford versus. It's not like she went into graphic detail about how deeply she was dating the guy or anything else like that. And at the end of the day, it just ends up being the classic either love triangle plot to a movie or book or whatever it is. It's a young woman's dating multiple suitors, and one of them wins out.
Yeah.
And that's all. This could have been done in Victorian times, where nobody ever even got within 3 feet of each other because it would be inappropriate.
The internet twisted it into her basically going on a one-night stand with this guy to make him jealous.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Which is just that's your own assumption that you put into it.
Yep.
But that's where it goes back into, and this is both the beauty and the evil of podcasts. It's stuff that you might share normally only in a private conversation.
Yeah.
It feels when you're on a podcast where you might be having a 1, 2, 3 hour conversation with somebody, because I've been there before. You just kind of lose touch with the fact that you are on a public platform.
Yeah.
And you're just having a conversation with a friendly person, and you end up disclosing things that you might not want to be out there for the public consumption.
Dude, that podcast, the Pivot podcast, not the Off the Vine podcast, the Pivot, that's growing on me. I really like those guys. Channing Crowder's hilarious.
Yeah. It's a good mix because, Fred Taylor has the notoriety as a player, but also he is not a classic media personality at all. He's very understated and quiet and kind of serious about his questions. You can tell he puts a lot of thought into it. Ryan Clark is the seasoned professional media member by this point.
Yep.
And Channing Crowder just throws curveballs all over the place. Framber Valdez on a bad night.
Right. An unbehaving, bad behaving curveball. I need their thoughts on Belichick's relationship, and I need their thoughts on Hawk Tua Girl. That's what I need from the Pivot podcast. Fellas, if you're listening, I need your thoughts on both of those things.
We are a society that is both glorifying Hawk Tua Girl, yet denigrating and condemning Kelly Stafford,
We're a very complex species, for sure.
Yes, we are. Yes,
for sure.
We are.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, off and running with you here on a Monday. Let's get back to headlines. Good weekend for the Astros. Is there turmoil in Dallas? And our university here locally, an AD search underway. What are they looking for over at the University of Houston? Good article this weekend from Joseph Duarte about that. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
Ability Trees is who you want on your side.
why.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, the big headline today, the Astros take 2 out of 3 from the Orioles, including an 8-1 win yesterday. Everything clicking this weekend for the Astros. Other than the 8th inning on Friday where they gave up 7 runs, everything clicking this weekend for the Astros. Offensively, defensively, pitching. It was great. And they're off today. Here was Joe Espada, the manager, yesterday following the 8-1 win over the Orioles.
That's Astros baseball's right there, man. That's Astros baseball. That's what we expect from our team. From the energy, attention to details, playing the game on the bases, on the defensive side, pitching, setting the tone. All 2 from pitch number 1, home run, situational hitting. We did so many things so well that that was a series that we needed as a club going into the off day.
Yeah.
Just huge series.
Yeah. They checked a lot of boxes this weekend in what looks like classic Astros baseball for sure.
Classic Astros baseball, and relying on the bats on Friday night to preserve a huge lead. I mean, that could have been disastrous, I suppose. Other than, it was a little bit. It could have been disastrous in something that overflowed into Saturday and Sunday, just because Brian Abreu's pitched more innings than any other pitcher, any other reliever in baseball right now. But yeah, the bats have shown up huge, and yet you still got great pitching on Saturday and Sunday out of your starters. It was everything that you were looking at from your marquee players looking like marquee players, and then the scrappiness of some of your non-marquee players like Mauricio Dubon becoming more of a fixture at first base, Loper Fido making a hell of a play, some really nice plays in the outfield this weekend. And in a lot of ways, when I went back, I was just going back through to refresh my memory early this morning on the highlights. I felt like in this series there were a lot of moments where, all right, just like in the previous series versus a much lesser foe than the Orioles, the Astros looked like a cleaner baseball team. Yeah. They were just the Orioles this weekend were the team making not even errors necessarily, but just not making the plays in the infield that ended up yielding extra bases. It was a lot of really, really good baseball by the Astros.
The text page, a billion corrections. My bad. I said they took 2 out of 3. They swept the Orioles this weekend. They didn't take
Why'd
2
you
out of 3.
say that?
Because they take 2. Anytime they win a series, it's been 2 out of 3. They haven't swept anybody in forever.
We spent like 20 minutes at the beginning of the show, Sean, talking about.
I got it. You see who's correcting me on this, Ben?
Yeah.
You watching this right now?
Sean, look, we reaffirmed my rule of not looking up stats during the segment anymore because I'm so bad at it and it distracts me. I couldn't go to my computer to fact check you that the Astros did indeed sweep this series the way I thought
We're living in a new world where you can't fact check me on this. Yeah, they swept them. I'm sorry, text page. It's early, man. It's Monday, It's a little euphoric weekend.
Look, we're not the Astros. We're the Orioles, okay? We can't come up big in these big situations.
They swept the Orioles this week. I will tell you this. The one area where they've got very little wiggle room right now is in the starting pitching. They have to keep getting the versions of Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, and Framber Valdez that they got in these last starts for each of them. Yeah. That's essential. As long as they're on a 4-man rotation right now, and Spencer Arrighetti is the 4th starter. These 3 guys, Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, and Framber Valdez, have been pitching by and large pretty well this year. Blanco should be an all-star. Hunter Brown's not been pitching well all year, but he's been incredible lately. So all 3 have been really anywhere from pretty good to incredibly good over the last, say, 3 or 4 weeks. That has to continue. You got you got two starts over the last week against unquestioned ace pitchers for your opponent, with the Hunter Brown win over Skubal early last week, and with Ronel Blanco's win over Corbin Burns on Saturday. That's heady stuff, man. Good job by the Astros, who I will mention again swept the Orioles this week.
Framber wearing all white and with his extensions that he was holding off on putting in until after the All-Star break. This feels more real, Sean, than remember early in the season the bandana the bandana surge. That was almost a thing.
For Bregman, yeah.
Bregman, you're right, and Dubon started wearing his headband. We were worried at the time that Bregman was going to get sidetracked by his latest business venture, which was probably going to be custom headbands or something. Yeah. He managed to dig himself out of that temptation, and now he's just been brilliant over the last month.
Been great. He's been great. Yeah. He's going to show up.
Go ahead.
He's going to show up and acknowledge me with his kid next segment.
Framber, even after that last start in San Francisco, over his last 5 games, he's got a 2.73 ERA.
Yeah, he's been good lately too. The three of them, that has to continue. They're still 6 games back. As good as this feels from the Astros sweeping the Orioles this weekend.
It's just a lot of what we've been waiting for and hoping for as the Astros have the league-leading batting average and they're fine in terms of OPS and what have you, is just for their all-star and previous MVP candidates to start playing that way. And over the last month, it started to feel that way more so.
Headlines, couple ones real quick here. Good luck to the Aggies tonight, trying to win the College World Series. Tennessee beat them yesterday. The Aggies won the first game. So tonight, they go for it here and try to win a championship. The Aggies do. Good luck to them. Stanley Cup Finals tonight. If you're into a Game 7 of a Stanley Cup Finals in which the team with the jersey boob-flashing fan is trying to come back from down 0-3, Edmonton, the Oilers, against the Florida Panthers, that's tonight. So you got a couple things to watch. 2 other things here in headlines. Tyler Dunn, friend of the show, golongtd.com, Seth, in a piece over the weekend said that Mike McCarthy is getting fed up with Jerry Jones. Now, this is the ultimate, heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who with Tyler Dunn here. Yeah. This is not Tyler Dunn interviewing Mike McCarthy saying he's fed up. This was other GMs, other people with ties to the Cowboys hearing from a friend that Mike McCarthy may be getting fed up with Jerry Jones.
Oh, no, I'm shaking in my boots. Oh, no. I'm sure that Jerry Jones will take that as a warning and start conducting himself differently in his 98th year of life.
Yeah. Mike McCarthy's a guy I have a hard – not that he seems like a bad guy or anything, but he does seem like somebody who's stumbled into a couple good jobs. He doesn't strike me as Mike McCarthy's got some boob qualities to him. I'm just going to put it.
He didn't stumble his way into it. He admittedly lied about getting that job. He lied to Jerry. In his opening press conference, he said he lied to Jerry Jones when he said he had watched every game. Every snap of every game of the Cowboys' previous season.
So I feel even stronger when I say I have a hard time feeling sympathy for Mike McCarthy if he's fed up over how things are going with the Cowboys right now. Sorry, Mike McCarthy.
That's like volunteering for a war and all of a sudden being shocked that people are shooting at you.
Right.
I didn't know I was going to face this. Yeah.
Good article in the Chronicle this weekend by Joseph Duarte about the University of Houston AD search. If you're just getting caught up on that, Chris Pesman, the now former AD, was let go late last week on Thursday, I believe, because we talked about it on Friday on the show. But a really good article kind of outlining what it is they're looking for. Give some names to keep an eye on in this. My big takeaways from the article, Seth, is one, they're definitely looking for an experienced AD, it would sound like.
Yeah.
And two, if the source that he has is being truthful about their approach to the search, I'd be a little bit nervous in that maybe they're playing coy on it, but it's the tone of the article is okay, well, we're going to kind of lay back and take a look at things, and we'll get started pretty soon on this thing.
The quote is, "We're not at any direction right now. We're just going to look and see what's out there."
That's a little scary to me.
It's scary because it reminds me of when LSU tried to fire Les Miles back in 2015, and it turned out that they just didn't have when you fire a head football coach, a big-time head football coach, you got to have 10 candidates lined up.
Yes.
And one of them's got to accept the job. And that's not what happened, and it ended up being a really awkward situation for another year. Now that's just a head football coach at a very big-time school. But still, in this NIL environment, man, operating without an AD for any amount of time is terrifying. With NIL and the transfer portal and all of the disarray that's going on in college football right now with conference realignment and what have you. It sounds terrifying.
You got to have a list even when you have a good AD who you think is going nowhere. Who you think is staying with you, you need to have a list. That's business 101. always have a depth chart built because you never know what's going to happen with a guy leaving or a guy, whatever. Something bad happens. You always have to have that list. That quote to me, if I'm a Coug, scared me a little bit. Maybe they're just, maybe they've got their ducks in a row and they're just kind of, they're not wanting to put all that out there. But that quote, if we just take it for what it is a little scary to me. A few of the names mentioned in the article, Jeremiah Dickey, who used to be in the athletic department when Mac Rhodes was the AD. He's the AD at Boise State now. Was a big key to a lot of the fundraising that went on in the early 2010s. Scott, I just thought this was interesting that the Oregon State AD, Scott Barnes, is mentioned. And you go, wow, with Oregon State, that's a Pac-12. Oh, no, wait a second. Oh, isn't U of H in the – oh, that's right. U of H is in a power conference, and Oregon State is an orphan right now. Like, it's just weird, like the shifting. And then the familiar name, certainly for people in our business, and I think probably people that follow the Texans, David Fletcher's name is mentioned in the article. He is the current GM of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. You hear David's name typically when there's big-time college football or big-time soccer being played at NRG Stadium.
And the thing with David would be that he's negotiated a lot of the Texans' major corporate sponsorships. So when it comes to the NIL side of things, being aligned with and having contacts with a lot of the business people in Houston, I think that could be huge. But that willingness and ability to actually reach out and form these relationships with businesses and business people is just way more important than it ever was before. It's just a whole new dynamic.
Yeah, and it feels like that may have been a part of what cost Chris Pesman his job. So that would make some sense for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines. Circling back to the Astros, they sweep the Orioles this weekend, 3 out of 3 at Minute Maid Park. I put up a poll last week, and 70% of you were ready to just start the fire sale with the Houston Astros. So a sweep of the Orioles, what does that do to your seller appetite? You people are so whimsical. I love this. We'll talk. I put up a poll. We'll talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
What do we call it? The malaise.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Astros sweep the Orioles this weekend, and in a big way. They outscored them 27-13. Pitching was great. Starting pitching was great, especially Saturday and Sunday. Really, really good. Good to see the bats come alive. So now the Astros are sitting at 2 games under 500 for the first time since early in the season. They are 2 games under 500. They're 6 games back of the Mariners. I believe 4.5 back of the wild card. So they're in this thing. I mean, you still got a week left in June here, and they're playing pretty well. The starting pitching is kind of on skates right now just because you've only got, I don't even, Seth, I want to say 4 reliable starters. I don't know that Spencer Arrighetti qualifies as reliable at this point. It's just
4 guys that are nominally starters at least.
Yeah, there you
right?
go. There you go, yeah.
And Verlander's not going to likely be back by the time they start that Blue Jays series on July 1st when they'll need 5 pitchers going into that series. And I don't want to push Verlander back at this point.
God, no.
So you just need to this offensive resurgence that we've seen as of late. I mean, the bottom of the 6th on Friday was 5 doubles in that inning, 9 runs scored.
Crazy, man.
You know, it was a breath of fresh air in a lot of ways. But then by the same token, in the 7th inning, you see them start to squander a 14-3 lead.
Yeah.
And at one point, I think it was on Friday, the Orioles announcer said, "Houston, you've got a problem." It was
Did he? This is the first I'm hearing of this. Oh.
Yeah. It was. Somebody sent it to me early this morning. It was pretty original by them. They've got World Series caliber announcers.
Pretty bold to do it too in a game where the closest you got was 3 runs. It's not like they cut a 14-3 deficit to 14-11. Okay. First time in a while they've been back in the race these last couple of years. I'm going to cut them some slack.
It was actually refreshing watching a good team play the Astros that I didn't really have any hatred in my heart for.
Yeah.
It wasn't, It's like when they're playing the Yankees and the Yankees are doing something good, you get so angry. Well, I never felt that way with the Orioles.
Give it time. They burst back on the scene last year and they won 100 games, but they were a disappointment in the postseason. But if there's a postseason series between these two, gets a little heated, you get a few more Houston, you have a problem or whatever it is.
Well, how do you go back to 2017 versus the Yankees? I remember thinking, like, you know what? I got to give it to them. The Yankees have a lot of likable guys on that team. I didn't really feel that way, but yeah, it did. Within a couple of years, I wanted them blotted off the earth.
The being better than everybody else scandal amped things up with a lot of teams, I think, for the Astros the last couple of years and kind of the way
Plus, Yankees fans throwing a beer bottle at that Astros fan's head while he was just trying to take a whiz. That was part of it, too.
That was not good. So it's funny, people literally last Friday, we put up a poll about the Astros fans and were they up for selling off good players for high-level prospects? Are you in seller mode with the Astros? I think we did it. I think I put it up on Twitter when the deficit hit 10 games against the Mariners. And I said, all right, this is rock bottom. So where are you right now? Are you okay with the Astros trading off big names for good prospects? And in the end, I believe it was 68% of the people said, yes, we are cool with that. 22% said no. 10% said need more time. You were in the need more time crew. Need more time, and I think that's a reasonable answer. Even 10 games back is. I mean, obviously now they're only 6 back now. They've made a lot of headway. Man, they got favors from the Marlins this weekend against the Mariners of all teams. One good weekend of baseball has flipped things around for a lot of people. We go from 68% saying yes, sell, to 23% saying yes, sell. We go from 22% saying no, do not, to more than double, 47% saying no, do not. And then the need more time crew, which this is the most logical one to me, has tripled. It's gone from 10% to 30%. Now people saying, all right, well, now I'm willing to sit back and kind of see how this thing plays out a little bit.
Yeah, and this is, what we'd said all along was, all right, when they were on this stretch of a relatively easy schedule, except you've got the Orioles sitting there right there in the middle of it. What do they do versus the Orioles? It'd be one thing if you came out of that soft schedule with a winning record but got swept by the Orioles or something. That wouldn't feel like a team that was worth making a push for. I feel like the Astros showing up magnificently in a 3-game series versus the Orioles, it's a good reminder that, all right, yeah, on paper, even with all the pitching woes and what have you, on paper, this is a team that should turn it around at some point.
Yeah.
And this very much felt like a team that potentially could have turned the corner. This might be the series you look back to. Like in 2022, it was the series versus the White Sox and the Yankees in the middle of the summer, where you're like, oh, okay, this is where maybe the tide starts to turn. This very much could be that series, which started 2 games prior with Cesar Salazar Day. But still.
Yeah.
And, yesterday,
who, by the way, is going to be in our lives for a while here. Caratini's going on the IL.
Yeah.
He's going to be out for at least 4 weeks, it sounds like, with the leg injury. Probably a contusion.
Cesar Salazar, I don't know if it was before the game was out of hand yesterday. Salazar literally took one on the chin and shook it off. Ball bounced up into his chin underneath his mask. And nope. First start, he's not leaving.
That ain't knocking out Cesar Salazar. You got to do better
Cesar
than that.
Salazar.
Baseball
guy
gods.
that turned everything around for the Astros.
That's it, man. That's it. So yeah, man, it's good to see Bregman with 4 hits yesterday. That was nice.
Pena with 4 hits on Saturday and Sunday combined. After taking the day off on Friday was, for me, one of the more encouraging signs of a potential Astros.
Yeah, he's been terrible at the plate for the last 3 or 4 weeks. A
lot of the old habits were creeping in.
Yeah.
He'd calmed down his swing with less movement, but some of that movement had started to creep back in. But he was chasing sliders like the bad Pena of old. So just that one day off where he could recollect himself seems to have done a world of good.
This probably would have been a better question last week when a majority of Astro fans were ready to start trading off pieces.
Yeah.
Fewer fans are willing to do that now, but it's relevant. There's an article in the New York Post from Joel Sherman, who has covered the Yankees for years. He was actually a prominent part of the documentary I was just talking about earlier, that Bronx Zoo, which, by the way, I'm reminded by a listener, Amy in Upper Kirby, that who I'm married to. Peacock, not Prime. If you want to watch that Yankee documentary, it's on Peacock, not Prime. I said Prime earlier. I'm a mess today. Have I told you the Orioles got swept by the Astros? But this Joel Sherman of the New York Post, he's got one of these articles where he's got his greasy mitts all over Astro assets from over the weekend. Like, hey, Yankee fans, this is why you need to keep rooting against the Astros, because here are the guys that would be great for the Yankees to get their greasy mitts on. And he lists Bregman and Presley are the most prominent too, which I think is hilarious that the writer for a fan base that I'm assuming they boo Bregman a lot because he was such a cheater back in 2017 that now all of a sudden, you know who they could use? Cheater Alex Bregman. They would love to have him on their team.
They would love to have Bregman, one of the guys that's still most lustily booed. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So that's another reason the Astros need to keep winning, just so the Yankees can't get in on some of this stuff.
If they continue this surge where they've been playing at a plus 600 win percentage clip since May 8th, then there's no way in hell they trade away Bregman, regardless of you think back to various whether it's Springer, Correa, Garrett Cole, anybody that's left on an expiring contract. The Astros are not in that business if they think they got a shot at it.
Yeah, again, I guess my question was going to be, for those of you, granted a dwindling number of people after the sweep over the weekend, but are you cool with the Astros being a seller just unilaterally, or does it matter to whom they sell?
Yeah.
Like, I would imagine, like, there's probably a lot of people out there that are going that within the last few weeks have said, nope, you got to move on from Bregman. You got to trade Bregman for pieces. Okay, the Yankees are on the phone. Do you still want to trade Bregman? Do you want to watch Alex Bregman in Yankee pinstripes? And again, this is a more relevant question probably last week than this week because the Astros have made a ton of headway in 4 days. But for me, there is a little bit of that. Like, okay, I am a little choosy as to who they do business with. I don't want to watch Alex. There's certain teams I can stomach watching guys on the Astros play for in October that aren't the Astros. The Yankees ain't one of them, man. The Yankees ain't one of them.
No, that would be that feels like one of those ones that's just bad mojo. No matter what happened, the Astros could lose every game between now and the trade deadline, but to trade away to the Yankees, it just feels feels dirty.
No,
feels icky.
don't do it. Don't do it. Someone asking, is it time to reconsider Trevor Bauer?
Oh gosh, I was just going to ask that, Sean.
Yeah.
That's okay. So listen, Trevor Bauer got a lot of traction this weekend because he had a really good outing in the Mexican League, which a Mexican league where various other former Major League Baseball players who should not be playing Major League Baseball do really, really, really well.
He set a record.
Yeah.
He set a record this weekend.
Yeah.
19 Ks. Do you want to hear what it sounded like? Here's what it sounded like.
Lanzamiento al plato, swing! ¡Lo consiguió Bauer! ¡Trevor Bauer!
Yeah, that's what it sounded like on the broadcast. It is. That was the play-by-play.
The thing about Trevor Bauer is that he's like almost universally despised.
Yeah.
And a lot of the things with his recent legal troubles, it's very, very easy for me to lump that into the category of, okay, it's still very ugly, and you can call it whatever you want. Like, in my mind, he has not been exonerated from being a dirtbag, like, whatsoever, as a teammate or as a person or through like various legal maneuverings, like not one bit. When you talk about mojo and just like Jose Abreu, who is resoundingly an awesome dude, like universally regarded as an awesome dude. He was still it brought something into that clubhouse that was just affecting the entire team. So now take a guy who's universally regarded as not an awesome dude and bring him into your clubhouse. Not to mention where he's publicly lambasted the Astros at various times during his career. No. I've got no appetite for
They're not going to do it. Like, this team has never been more desperate for starting pitching than right now. And Brad Bauer's a guy who said he would play for the minimum. So, it's not a financial thing. It's not as though Bauer has all these options that are getting ready to pay him $30 million a year. No, by the way, Major League Baseball has spoken on Bauer. He's pitching in the freaking Mexican League. It's not like he's took a minimum salary with a bad team and he's pitching well, and now they're just looking to flip him like an asset, like he's already in MLB. He's not in MLB. Like, he's not. He's like
right.
Baseball. The Astros. If you're frustrated that the Astros are not going after Trevor Bauer, and Texter, I'm not saying you are. You're just asking the question. But I've seen people that are like, hey man, you got to bury your pride and you need pitching and you got to win and blah blah blah. You know who else isn't signing him right now? The other 29 teams in baseball. Like, the Astros are not an outlier here.
It was like when Earl Thomas was out there at the end of his career after the Ravens as a team had voted to eject him from the team.
Yes.
People were mad at the Texans that they weren't signing Earl Thomas. And my response was always like, okay, you're mad at the Texans for not being like every single other team in the league.
Right.
At that point, we were disgusted with the Texans were trying like hell to not be like every other team in the league, and they couldn't do anything right. But somehow signing Earl Thomas, whose life was in disarray at that moment, likewise, Trevor Bauer's life is in disarray. And you can try to, if you're a sucker for his victim card, good for you, I guess. But you're a sucker. Like, you're a sucker for Trevor Bauer's victimhood card.
Yeah.
Like, of all the guys that don't deserve a victimhood card, it's Trevor Bauer. That's just the flat-out fact of the matter, and there's not another team in baseball right now that's falling for it, so don't be a sucker yourself.
We're late. This is a text message. We're late, we being the Astros, I guess, are late on Trevor Bauer, just like we were late on getting rid of Abreu.
Late on Trevor Bauer?
None of you, you're going to love the rest of this. None of you talking heads have a moral high ground. Bring him in. I hope he sues the league. He should be in the league. He's blacklisted.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I feel awful for him. Yeah, that's just how horrible for poor Trevor Bauer, who's like basically divorced himself from humanity long before any of the legal allegations.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
A text, follow-up text, not from the same texter, but here's another text. Doesn't Bregman hate Bauer? Yes. Everybody hates Bauer.
Everybody hates Bauer.
Everybody hates him. Yeah.
It's not even a matter of moral high ground.
No.
No, he's flat out despised.
Yeah.
He is despised. Late to the late to what? Nobody is signing him. Like, how are the Astros late? If they're in second place, they're still right on time for Trevor Bauer.
Yeah.
Late to the party. Yeah. He's in Mexico.
The text message.
How are you allowing yourself to be a little slut for Trevor Bauer?
Right.
You know?
Yes. Yes. Astros have a big 10-game road trip coming up, 6-game homestand before the All-Star break. They need to go 10-6.
Late to the party for Trevor Bauer. What the hell does that mean? He's in Mexico.
I don't know. Should have signed him a month ago, I guess. I don't know.
I guess, yeah.
Everybody's late to this party because there
the
is
Trevor
no
Bauer
party.
party is empty.
Yeah.
Nobody's late to the party.
There is
You'll
no
be
party.
the first person there.
There is no party. The first team there is looking around going, I thought there was a party here. The text I just read about they need to go 10-6 over that stretch when the next homestand starts. I'm kind of taking this thing in bite-sized pieces. I'm looking at the next. I think the next 5 games this week is what to look at here because you got 2 against the Rockies and 3 coming up against the Mets. Those are 2 of the worst teams in baseball, right? Like I know the Mets have come on a little bit. The Mets have surged back a little bit. They're not one of the worst teams in baseball anymore, but they're not a good baseball team. The Rockies are awful, and you destroyed them in Mexico City. Whatever it was, 2 months ago, something like that. You need to do the same thing again, man. They are. It's a big opportunity this week, man. They've done a good job, the Astros, of setting themselves up for something nice here.
They're late to the party if they don't sign Deshaun Watson.
That's
get
right.
him in here.
That's
that was
right.
Look at the Browns. They did it. They went out on a limb and they signed Deshaun Watson, and it's worked out brilliantly for them.
Yep.
They were not late to the party on Deshaun Watson.
No,
were they? Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do some acknowledgement. We got a lot of acknowledgments to get to this week. We acknowledge big performances from over the weekend. We acknowledge big news from over the weekend. We got some Astros mixed in here, so this is an easy segue. Let's start with, let's explain the segment for those that are new. We're going to read names here. After each of these names, Ben plays Roman Reigns.
Acknowledge me.
Seth Payne's possible former teammate with the Jacksonville Jaguars, Roman Reigns, back in 2007. Screaming, acknowledge me. And then we'll lay out why exactly they're being acknowledged. Ronel Blanco. Ben,
acknowledge me.
Respect Ronel Blanco.
Respect him, Ben.
Respect him. You will respect Ronel Blanco. He should be in the All-Star game. And they were making a big deal out of that on the broadcast over the weekend, as they should. It's the Astros broadcast. But he is in the top 3 right now in ERA in the American League.
Yeah.
In the end, I honestly think, like, if we're just doing if we're doing the sort of the story of Ronel Blanco's season so far, in a weird way, the suspension to me for the sticky stuff inside his glove actually becomes a bit of a validator for me because he's come back from it and he's pitched practically every bit as good as he pitched before he got suspended for the sticky stuff. It was kind of proof like, okay, here's this guy who all of a sudden is this amazing starting pitcher. It's almost kind of like proof like, hey, man, they suspended him for that, but he's come back from that, and he gets checked out every time, and he sweats his ass off, and he's still out there tossing 7 innings of 1-run ball against the best offensive team in baseball.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody in baseball, and remember the pitchers are selected by the managers of the All-Star team, that I don't think anybody in baseball probably batted an eyelash at that whole scenario or situation. So it was kind of refreshing that it didn't become some kind of big controversy around baseball itself because it was the Astros that it happened to. It was just the unfortunate situation. That's all it was. Yeah, I don't think that'll harm him one bit.
The main thing for him is he doesn't have a reputation yet. As far as like All-Star, like he doesn't have the pelts on the wall, like when they pick the All-Star staff, it's probably going to go to guys who've been brand names a little longer, and maybe there's a spot for him. Even with that, he deserves to be there. And I love the fact that in the last week, 2 of these guys, Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco, have been in, I'll call them playoff type matchups. I'm not saying the Tigers are a playoff team, but Tarek Skubal is an ace level pitcher, no doubt about that. He's the favorite for the Cy Young right now in the American League. I think it's really cool that you have two of your least experienced guys, Blanco against Corbin Burns being the other one on Saturday, in these pitchers' duels, and they came out not just on top, but noticeably on top. They were clearly the better pitcher in both of these games.
Yeah,
it was cool.
It's Bloss. I wonder what'll happen with Bloss. So Bloss didn't seem to think his issue was much at all. It was just a little bit of soreness or what have you. And we know with the Astros, when you hear discomfort or soreness, that it can sometimes blossom into much, much more. This one seems to be real, that it's not necessarily a big deal. And I would say Bloss too. Bloss had bad luck on his first two hits he allowed in that first inning. First one just caromed off his own glove when he tried to swipe up at it. So he just allowed soft contact the entire time. It'll be interesting to see. I'm saying interesting. It's kind of deathly important that that perhaps he comes back quickly and healthy and is some kind of prodigy.
Yep. Okay. Alex Bregman had a good weekend, but right here I'm going to acknowledge Knox Bregman.
Acknowledge me.
That is Alex Bregman's almost 2-year-old son, who is well on his way to being a prodigy. Take a listen. Got a couple Bregman cuts here. You're going to hear a little voice in the background at the beginning of this answer to the question, was the energy a little bit different today? This is following yesterday's game.
Joe talked about a different energy, attention to detail. How do those things sort of manifest themselves?
No, it was great attention to detail all series long. I thought the guys showed up every single day. And when we compete like that, we know what we're capable of. And just super proud of the guys.
So you heard at the beginning of that cut. I mean, it's just a generic answer. Good answer, Alex. You heard, Dada, Dada. So kind of milling around next to Bregman's leg there, walking around in the media session, was Knox Bregman, Alex's son, who's almost 2 years old. On the next question, Knox Bregman goes into full hijack mode, and he is on brand for being a Bregman.
What can you say about that first inning, the way y'all just kind of attacked and were able to jump on them early?
Well, I think it starts with Framber coming out and giving us a 0, and then Altuve. It starts with Framber. What?
The gate.
Yeah, we're going to go to the cage. Framber started it for us big time today, and then after that, Altuve set the tone with the homer, and then everybody else just passed the torch all game long. It was really good, and thought we swung the bat really well.
When's the last time that somebody else pushed you to go to the cage?
Now he's been begging all weekend. He wants to go to the cage and the dugout, so we're going to take him to the dugout and the cage. Dugout? Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Knox Bregman still hasn't said mom yet. Those are his first words.
Cage
Dada, cage, and dugout.
Dude,
yeah.
I mean, this, somewhere Marv Marinovich is smiling right now.
Earl Woods is
parenting
looking down.
Right Earl Woods. Absolutely. Oh, that's funny. That is funny, yeah.
I could see this being more of a Earl Woods type of scenario where it's the son is hungry for it. It's not like some Marinovich was a father forcing himself on his son and making him do all this stuff. Where with Earl and Tiger Woods, it was very much Tiger was eager for it.
Yeah.
And, it was the interpersonal side of everything, whatever. But as far as actually cultivating somebody who's passionate about it, I feel like Alex... Knox was probably born into the right family. He's going to have a very good resource for him as he's hungry to get to the cage.
He's not making him bring his own birthday cake to parties. Remember Marv Marinovich did that? Todd Marinovich had to bring his own, but he wasn't allowed to eat Big Macs. Come on, man. Let the kid be a kid. I'm talking to Marinovich, not you, Alex Bregman. I think you're doing a hell of a job. Cage, dugout, and Dada. Points over at Reagan, his wife. Who's that? Cage, dugout, Dada. Nope.
I do feel like not allowing your kid to eat bad food, in general, shouldn't be looked at as the biggest thing that did you see that? I wouldn't let him supersize his meals.
I say that, but let him try a Big Mac once, okay? Let him try and don't bring his own cake to a party. That's then just tell your kid eat a bite of the cake, don't eat the whole cake. If you're going to be that way, But good job, Knox, man. Keep an eye on him. Knox Bregman. Alex Bregman's a free agent. Knox Bregman's still under team control for the next 22 years, okay? Kate the Edmonton Oilers flashing fan.
Acknowledge me.
We will acknowledge her. You remember her back earlier in the playoffs, getting all excited about an Edmonton Oilers win, doing what people do, lifting their hockey sweaters up and showing off the puppies. If we recall, here was her message to all the haters a week ago. Now, keep in mind, she's giving this message while standing in what looks like a swamp under a bridge somewhere. And I'm not exaggerating. But it's where she goes to get her thinking done. Here you go.
Oilers girl. Actually, my name's Kate, but here we are. So I've thought long and hard about what I wanted to say to everybody. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm at one of my favorite places right now. Come here to do some thinking, we'll call it. But I just wanted to say, you could be the most perfect, godly person in the world. You could save kittens from a river if they were drowning. Someone's still gonna hate you. So you know what? At the end of the day, I got drunk and whipped my out at an Oilers game and they went viral. You if you don't like it.
Yeah.
Woo! Go Oilers!
Yeah.
I'm still intrigued by the way she verbally did air quotes with thinking. Like,
Yeah.
this is where I come to do some thinking, if that's what you want to call it. Where she was standing, it looked like that's where she goes to turn tricks.
Yes.
That's where I come to do my financial planning, if that's what you want to call it.
There's definitely no good meetings that go on where she was standing. Nothing good is happening down there.
Who's that? I do like to take it very literally. Are there people who don't like people who save kittens from rivers?
There's people out there
the person that tried to drown the kitten, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe.
They're like, oh crap! I had the perfect scheme for getting rid of those kittens, and then that bastard do-gooder had to go rescue those kittens.
I feel like I'm a good person to ask this question to because I'm not a cat person at all.
Yeah.
And I would never think of doing that nor cheer people on to do it. You know what I mean? Like let cats be cats. Just I just don't need a cat in my life. That's all.
So you would boo the person that was saving the cat from the?
No.
the
I
river.
would just no. I wouldn't. I'm neutral. I'm saying. I wouldn't boo. No. I wouldn't boo.
Okay.
I wouldn't boo them.
So the Oilers are trying to come back from being down 3-0 in this series.
They are. That would make history. Be the first time in 80 years it's been done in the NHL. But the big story here, Seth, is that Kate, the Oilers flasher, has signed a deal with Playboy. With Playboy Club. They're still an online entity with Playboy.
Oh,
yeah, they don't. The
okay.
magazine doesn't exist anymore.
They've been trying like hell to I see the branding deals everywhere. There was one of the games this weekend. No, it was I was watching a baseball game and Playboy had some kind of liquor they're selling
like
or
a
something.
billboard or something.
On a placard. Yeah.
Yeah. She signed a deal. Did a photo shoot. Some of the pictures wound up on Instagram. Not bad. Yeah. She's in a white workout T-shirt with some tight white workout shorts, looking all, looking like she may be ready to go, do some thinking under the bridge, if you will. But good for Kate, the Oilers flash. I like seeing anybody turn their 15 minutes of fame into revenue. Strike while the iron's hot.
Used to be a bigger deal when somebody somebody from outside that world would do a Playboy shoot. I guess it's not as big a deal these days.
Yeah, obviously not. A random fan at a hockey game. Want to deal with
Katrina Witt. She was back then. It was a big deal. Katrina Witt did something in Playboy.
Katarina Witt. The skater, the ice skater.
Her too.
Yeah.
But Katrina was her stepsister.
I was wondering.
She also did one. Yes.
Oh, did she? Okay. Yeah.
Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah, there've been a few. Those are
it used to be a big deal when somebody like that did.
Legitimately
did a
famous people. This is a person who got excited in an Oilers game and lifted her jersey up, Mm-hmm. There you go. Here's your contract.
There was a girl I remember in college, one of the women that worked in the weight room did the girls of the, they used to do girls of the Big Ten, girls of the whatever. They did girls of the Ivy League.
I'm vaguely familiar. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And it was weird because she was a super quiet, very nice young lady. And then all of a sudden she pops up in Playboy and it was very awkward. Yeah. It was awkward. I felt weird. I couldn't make eye contact with her. I felt like a jerk.
Let's. After seeing her, really?
Well, I just felt, I feel like she probably had to deal with. Yeah. After that, it was probably I feel like for her, she was very quiet and timid, and I feel like she probably got leer after leer after leer after that, and I didn't want to. to the point where maybe she wasn't ready for it. So I didn't know how to conduct myself. It almost sabotaged my NFL career.
I've never met somebody who's been in one of those magazines before. Well, actually, I take that back. I mean, I think
other than when you've paid like $300 to go to a super exclusive VIP autograph signing,
or when,
Sean, is that what you mean?
Well, or when Lisa Ann came to our wedding, I guess she's been in a few of those magazines. So, I mean, like a person, like a regular person who's been in one. You know, like the shoots you're talking about.
One time, we had a preseason game against the Giants. This is when I was with the Jaguars, and we were staying at the hotel at the Meadowlands. And so Tom Coughlin was the coach, ultimate control freak. And it turned out that in the next ballroom over, they were doing an autograph signing of Playboy Playmates. And there was just the heavy velvet curtain separating the event from our meeting area, and Coughlin was livid.
Really?
Like somebody might have gotten fired over it. That some poor director, the vice president of traveling secretaries or whatever, didn't realize that there was going to be this potential distraction for a preseason game against the Giants.
How was it a distraction? Were you guys as players like peeking in, or were you?
I think there were guys that were. I think some guys were. Yeah, some guys were just ducking under to go over and check it out. And Coughlin was furious about it.
I love that.
He was like searching the CBA to be sure to see if he could find anybody for doing that.
That's
or not.
funny. That is funny. All right, last one. Kevin Costner.
Acknowledge me.
He's done with Yellowstone. Here's Costner on social media over the weekend saying that the back and forth that's happened here. We've heard on again, off again. Kevin Costner back with Yellowstone. He's saying he's done with the franchise.
Hi, everyone. I just want to reach out and let you know that after this long year and a half of working on Horizon and doing all the things that's required and thinking about Yellowstone, that beloved series that I love, that I know you love, I just realized that I'm not going to be able to continue season 5B or into the future. It was something that really changed me. I loved it, and I know you loved it. And I just wanted to let you know that I won't be returning. And I love the relationship we've been able to develop, and I'll see you at the movies.
Okay, so that was Costner. The Horizon that he refers to there is a project that he's been working on for a while. The last season of Yellowstone, I think this is supposed to be the last season. He says season 5B, so they're doing one of those split season things. 5A feels like it happened like 5 years ago. It was a couple of years ago. November 10th is when it's supposed to kick off on Paramount, Seth. I don't know if they filmed any of this yet. I don't know if they filmed part of it. Like for something that's supposed to start actually on TV November 10th, you would think a lot of it, I mean, it's almost July. You would think a lot of it is in the can already or pretty close to it. I don't know. I just know this. I think you and I are on the same wavelength with Yellowstone. Like, I liked it a lot the first few seasons, and then last season did what a lot of shows do, and it got, like, way off of what put it on the map. Like, it turned into way more about, spoiler alert, Kevin Costner and his character, John Dutton. It went way more from a lot of killing on the ranch to him being the governor of Montana.
It turned into C-SPAN Montana.
Yeah, C-SPAN.
It was like there were long stretches of episodes devoted to, like, arcane property ownership and mineral rights rules and stuff. It was weird, man. I also don't like that Taylor Sheridan, who's created that franchise, it seems like it's become more about the business of Yellowstone spinoffs and characters that you didn't like to begin with. That I lost interest. I can't keep up.
Have you enjoyed any of the spinoffs?
No, I haven't tried to say. I hate every single one of the people that, like, the character. They're like, oh, who's my least favorite character on this show? That spindly, whiny cowboy wannabe meth head? No, I don't want to watch a series about him.
Well, the first one was like back like 150 years ago. You know, the ancestors of John Dutton.
I like the one. I would like the one that's set in. No. I didn't like the one from 1866 or whatever it was.
1883.
1883, because the woman was so annoying.
Faith
the
Hill.
lead character.
Yeah.
I could not wait for her to
the
die.
daughter. The daughter.
The
We
daughter.
hated her,
I could not wait for her. I've never wanted the lead hero of a series to die more than I did in that moment.
Yeah.
I was so happy when she died.
Right.
Except that it was a peaceful death.
Right.
But for which she was still being a whiny, demanding little spoiled brat.
Yeah.
Even as she died,
Yeah.
she was basically being an imposition on her father.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
But no, the one with Harrison Ford I liked, but I lost track of it.
I did too. Yeah, it was all right. Someone said Yellowstone jumped the shark. I tend to agree. Like, this would be like if Tony Soprano did this in the middle of the last season of The Sopranos, this would have been like the biggest story in Hollywood, because that show was still kind of on its crescendo at the end. You know, like, well, if Bryan Cranston says, nope, not doing the second half of Breaking Bad, like, you kind of need him to tell the story. Walter White. I'm anxious to, do they just kill off John Dutton? I'm anxious to see what they do. He is, you know, for as annoying as the series has gotten, he is pretty crucial to the fabric of the show.
Yeah, I could see for Kevin Costner, though, too. He's just like, spent his entire career doing movies, and these days it's, it used to be frowned upon for movie actors to do TV shows, and now that's just gotten flipped on its head because there's so many great cable series out there.
Yeah.
But he probably just he likes making movies.
Yeah.
And just signing on for a year after year gig isn't necessarily what he probably enjoys about the business.
He was going through a divorce too. He's through his divorce now, so he probably maybe wants a different type of schedule now that he's doesn't have all that marital angst. And he's probably doing Yellowstone as a distraction from his horrible marriage that he was in.
He's only 69.
Yeah.
So he's probably got 20 more years of good work.
He looks good.
Clint Eastwood's still out there making movies in his 90s.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and Costner looks good, man. He looks good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those were your acknowledgments for the weekend in Acknowledge Me. So I did the Utopia podcast on Friday with John Harris, and we dug into the Texans schedule a little bit, and now that I've done some digging, I got 3 schedule concerns that have nothing to do with, hey, the opponents are harder, hey, they've got to play on Christmas. 3 schedule concerns that I found for the Houston Texans. Maybe it affects your handicapping of the season. We'll have that for you coming up next. West Point, Lincoln, the Poulos family, Chris Poulos.
stop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast.
Just real quick note, Sean. You and I were talking during the break. I said there's about 3 things I need to take care of before I die.
Yeah,
Where I'd feel like on my deathbed I won't be like, oh, crap. So just a note to self. I got to take care of that this afternoon.
Were you going to tell us what they were, or you just?
A couple people I need to call, and then just pay my taxes.
Okay.
Then we're good. Yeah.
Are you,
I don't want to leave my family with a tax bill, Sean.
Are you planning on dying sometime soon, or do you just have that short a list of things you need to do? Like it's just
sometime in the next 50 years, likely.
Okay.
So odds are that it will be sometime in the next 50 years.
Okay.
But you never know. You know?
Yeah, no, you do. You're right. You're right. I just finished Sons of Anarchy yesterday. That's why you got me thinking about that. And again, I don't want to spoil another show for people here, but the last episode of Sons of Anarchy for the main character was kind of like taking care of a lot of stuff before he died. Like he knew it was coming.
Like, did he know it was? Oh, okay. So he
knew it
was
was
tying
coming.
up loose ends and everything,
which was largely killing other people. Yes, yeah. Those are the things he knew. Yours sound a lot more benevolent and far less bloody than his.
Yeah, just interpersonal stuff.
Right.
Yeah, like if I were to die today, I don't. All right.
At least I got.
I'll
this
let
stuff
bygones be bygones with this.
Those are the phone calls. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, just want you to know, if I die tomorrow, I don't hate you as much as I used to.
I forgive you.
Okay.
So I'm struggling right now with my prediction on the Texans this year, and I'm still going to let some of training camp play out and whatnot, obviously, before we got to see what the team looks like heading into the season before making final predictions. If you had to go right now, the Vegas win total for them is 9.5.
Yeah.
If you had to go over under 9.5, what are you going?
I would go over on it.
How great would you feel about that?
I would feel pretty good about it.
Really?
They face a really tough schedule, and some of my lingering concerns, about the defensive tackle position in general, the cornerbacks, center and left guard. I feel like those are things that can be overcome by other strengths on the roster. And I think, if anything, there's a little bit of an underestimation of the offense, even by people who are very excited about CJ Stroud and the receiving core and everything. I think I think people hold back a little bit when looking at a young quarterback going into his second season, and they want to see the proof in the pudding that he can actually sustain this, not have a sophomore slump, all of that. So I feel like that's baked into the odds a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm admittedly too close to the situation. I've drank the Kool-Aid when it comes to C.J. Stroud, but I do think that this is going to be – C.J. Stroud's going to have a very, very good year that people aren't comfortable. When it comes time to put money into Vegas, they're not quite comfortable. They're not as confident that he's not going to have a sophomore slump.
John Harris and I kind of did a little dissection of the schedule. And not like the obvious stuff like, oh, my God, look at this Christmas game. They've got to play 4 games after the Chiefs. Like, everybody knows these things already. There's a few things on the schedule here that are concerning that aren't getting as much attention as the rest of it, because it's a pretty remarkable schedule for a good reason. The 3 games on here that I think maybe are a little harder than they might look on paper. And I asked Johnny this. I said, what's your sneaky game on the schedule? Like, what's the game you think, hey, this is a bad team, but they might sneak up? And he said New England in Week 6. Now, part of Johnny's point was that's the first outdoor game the Texans will have played since the playoffs the year before. Their first 5 games are all indoors. Now you're outdoors. Now, granted, it's October in New England. It's not December in New England.
Be pretty, yeah.
But a different dynamic. My concern with that Patriots game is where it is on the schedule. It's right after the Buffalo game, which is going to have all kinds of heat and emotion around it surrounding the Stephon Diggs stuff. And then it's the week before going to Green Bay. And I think that Green Bay-Houston game is one that a lot of people have circled as sort of a dark horse, hey, possible fun, young quarterback Super Bowl matchup kind of thing. Bottom line is those are 2 of the better teams the Texans play, Buffalo and Green Bay. And then here sits this meatball in between with no offensive weapons. I get the vibe I get off of it, Seth, especially because the Patriots have a really hard schedule to start the season. there's a good chance the Patriots are 1-4 or 0-5 going into that game. They open with Cincy, Seattle, the Jets, the Niners, and the Dolphins. That has 1-4 or 0-5 written all over it. My fear is I saw the Panthers game last year, and is this a team yet that's ready to handle the ebbs and flows of a schedule like that?
Well, not to mention, I don't like facing a rookie quarterback in his first game. Go back to Will Levis last year in his first game where it looked like, oh boy, C.J. Stroud might have – well, at that point, people weren't as bullish on C.J. Stroud yet. No, they were by the time Will Levis played. But Will Levis came out like gangbusters and then fell back down to earth. But when you have that ambush quality, there's a very good chance that if the Patriots are struggling at that point with Jacoby Brissett as their quarterback, that all of a sudden Drake May pops in there against the Texans. And you're right. Yeah, the Texans' defense last year was at its worst against bad quarterbacks or bad rookie quarterbacks. That part of it, that dynamic, and then not to mention the fact that against different coaches and different schemes or whatever, Jacoby Brissett has been a Texans killer.
Yes.
Every bit of my irrational bone in my body still fears Jacoby Brissett a little bit.
A little bit.
And now he's back with the Patriots. His original Texans killing came when he was playing for the Patriots versus the Texans.
We were his first. That Patriot, that was his first kill of the Texans, was that Patriots game in 2016 in Week 3. So the Patriots game is a little more worrisome after we had a chance to dig into it a little bit. The other two, Week 12, home game against Tennessee. Now, I think Tennessee is going to be one of the worst teams in football, much the same way I think the Patriots will be one of the worst teams in football. But that's the first game after that 3-game primetime gauntlet. Texans play 3 primetime games in a row. Jets on the road, the Lions at home on Sunday night, and then the Cowboys on the road on Monday night. So you got a short week coming off a Monday night road game in Dallas. So you're getting home at 5 in the morning or whatever from Dallas on Tuesday morning. So your week is already super truncated and weird. And I would imagine there's going to have been a lot invested in games against the Jets, the Lions, and the Cowboys especially. Man, you hardly ever play the Cowboys. That's a big emotional game. So Tennessee, I think Tennessee's catching a break from the schedule makers here a little bit, going against the Texans. That one scares me. So far, I feel like the emotional letdown is a big theme for you. It is. The other thing is the Texans will not have had a bye week yet, and this plays into the next one. Week 12 against Tennessee, Week 13 against Jacksonville. The Texans don't have a bye until Week 14. So you're talking about a team in those two games that will have played 12 weeks and 13 weeks in a row of football without a break, and going against 2 divisional opponents at the end of that gauntlet, I think is a big deal. And by the way, Jacksonville's bye is the week before that Texans game in Week 13. So they have the week off before, whereas the Texans will have played 13 consecutive weeks or 12 consecutive weeks of football leading up to that.
When it comes to former Eagles coaches, the week after a bye week, I don't fear Doug Peterson as much as I do Andy Reid.
That's fair.
I don't think Doug Peterson quite has that same reputation as a master game planner the same way Andy Reid in the first game of the season or Andy Reid after a bye just seems to be almost unbeatable. I don't think Doug Peterson's that same guy.
I don't think so.
I feel like by week 13 for the if you're following suit ever since I think that we'll know what Trevor Lawrence is by that point. I mean, this is the big year for Trevor Lawrence where he's got that contract. They are married to him for at least the next several years, and they've had to make some excuses for him. Some of them very valid excuses, but in giving him that contract, it's not like this is the dream scenario for the Jaguars.
Yeah.
So, that Week 13 game, you're either going to know if, oh, wow, yep, they nailed it with Trevor Lawrence, or, oh, boy, they really screwed themselves with Trevor Lawrence.
Did you ever play in an NFL season where your bye week was in Week 14? Week 14?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know. I don't put as much thought into it because every year is individual for every team.
Yeah.
You know, D'Amico had said he'd prefer to have it right smack dab in the middle of the season. And that's great going into it, but it's kind of like pitching for the Astros. Like, at which point is it going to be most dire and important for you to have reinforcements? I don't know. You can't ever predict it.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, like for you, was there a certain point in the season where Like it kicked in. Like, man, I could use a bye week right about now.
Right at the end of the training camp. That's what
Okay.
I used to feel.
Okay.
It was at the end of training camp, like because football used to be the dumbest sport in the history of sports, where they would. They would physically tax you and grind you down as much as possible right before the season begins.
Mm-hmm.
So I always actually liked having it early in the season. I felt like the way training camps used to be done, guys were physically depleted at the end of training camp, and it was so stupid. It's not that way anymore. But I always felt I did always feel like the earlier the better, because I think teams are more the beginning of football is like when your body is still adjusting to getting physically beaten down every week. And I think the break early on, just my gut feeling would be that more guys would benefit from it than later on.
I never played in the NFL, but 13 weeks in a row of football feels extreme to me. Without a break, feels extreme. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So make a note, 3 harder games than I thought there would be in examining the schedule. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Look, we are a city that is on the good end now of a couple of rebuilds, and I think we can look, and especially when you look at other cities going through rebuilds, the big reason why we are really, really, really fortunate here in Houston right now. I'll tell you what that is next. I'll tell you one right now. You're in the same city with 5 locations of the men's.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We'll get back to the Astros here in just a little bit. Although the Astros kind of play into this a little bit. We've now, Seth, I would say in the last, we'll call it like 10 years, 10-ish years, maybe a little more. Each of the three teams here have had to go through one classic rebuild where you tear it down to the studs and you get cheap, you get young, and then hopefully you get good. And we know the Astros were successful in theirs. The Astros tore it down when Jim Crane bought the team, and they drafted really well. They made some savvy signings. They made some good trades, and yada, yada, yada. They've been the most successful team in their sport for the last 8 years, thereabouts, right? The other two teams are more recent, and what jogged this was an article I saw this weekend by Kevin Pelton of ESPN.com that was talking about the Rockets and how they've drafted. And the Rockets, I would say the Rockets are a notch behind the Texans right now. Like those two rebuilds have gone in strikingly similar arcs, from being triggered by a marquee player wanting to get traded out to the realization that, we're not that good a roster even with that guy on the team, to accumulating draft picks, to then hitting on a lot of those draft picks. The Texans are a little bit ahead right now only because they made the playoffs and won a playoff game in their sport. The Rockets probably would have made the playoffs if they were an Eastern Conference team, not a Western Conference team. They finished 41-41 last year. But my whole thing when teams tank, and I'm not saying they tanked the Texans and the Rockets, but they did do things that teams who are rebuilding do. They strip things down and just don't really care about what the record is. The record on the court or on the field is secondary to, we got to find some guys that can get us back to where we want to be or get us to the promised land. You see so many teams willfully tank or tear things down that have to do it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Like only so many teams can tear it down and build it up. It's a zero-sum game. Like there's a winner and loser in every single game out there. I think we're really lucky here right now when we're talking about obviously the Astros, and if that run is over, then great. Like that worked. You got 2 world championships. You got 2 parades out of it. I think we're really fortunate right here now, man. Like in that the Texans found an elite QB, cashed in on their other premium picks, and now have a GM who's making what looked to be the right moves to capitalize on this window that you're in.
Yeah.
And similarly, the Rockets, again, the Rockets have a bit more of an uphill climb right now to get into relevance. The Texans are relevant already. But this article by Kevin Pelton, no team in the league has drafted better than the Rockets have since 2019 based on where they've been picking in the draft. The value per pick that the Rockets are getting is double the value of where guys are being picked. And in 2021 and 2023, by that metric, they had the best pick in each of those drafts. Alperen Şengün getting picked 16th overall exceeded the value of his draft slot by more than any other member of that draft class. Cam Whitmore, the 20th pick overall, who a lot of people thought should have been a top 5 pick, exceeded the value for his draft slot. So there's obviously still a lot of work to do. These guys are all still young players. None of them are on second contracts yet. But the GM has done his job as far as finding guys that you can at least feel good about building around,
Right. Yeah, and then the other key obviously is finding the right coach. And the Rockets did what I think was the appropriately aggressive thing was that when the rest of the league might have been kind of waiting to see exactly what the public perception of Udoka would be or what have you, having had a scandalous end to his time in Boston, I think the Rockets deserve a lot of credit for being aggressive and going after Udoka. When Udoka might have had better options, just strictly on paper, if he had waited a little while, but other teams were hesitant given the way everything, they did what they thought was right, which was they looked into this situation and they felt like, all right, well, this is more of a classic. This is not This is not like some type of predator or something we're bringing in. We had somebody that was wrapped up in an ugly personal situation.
Yep.
But it wasn't an abuse of power or anything like that. And they did what I think some other teams didn't have an appetite for doing. And it helps to do it when you can do it a little bit under the radar because of the situation that the Rockets were in. People just weren't paying a lot of attention to them. It's one of those things where I was reading that book that one of the books Casario had recommended to me. I asked Casario what are the recent books he had read, and one of them was Same as It Ever Was by Morgan Housel. But a lot of it's just like the various things that are true throughout time and history. One of them is that like people understand. We all know that unless you're a day trader or an active trader in investing, you should take a long-term strategy. Okay, good luck following that advice. Yeah, everybody knows it, but then we're a prisoner to our psychology in the moment, and we panic or we're over. We get caught up in the trends and what have you. So it's really hard to do. Just like eating, everybody knows that over time, no matter which diet you adhere to, it's better if you just don't eat a bunch of crap. And yet, in the short term, we suck at it. When you try to reset. And when you try to go about things in a certain methodology, there's so many pressures and temptations along the way that can get you to veer from it. I feel like the Rockets have done a pretty good job of the last couple of years settling in and saying, okay, steady as she goes. We gotta get young talent, and we gotta give it time for the young talent to develop. We can't panic, and we just gotta find the right coach. And that big one. Finding Udoka was huge to tie it all together. But Jeff Luhnow, Jeff Luhnow and Jim Crane deserve all the credit in the world for doing something that's really hard in a reset, which is to stay the course. Yeah. When everybody around you is screaming and panicking and everything and criticizing you vehemently, it's very, very, very hard in the moment to stay the course, but they did do that.
I think, and I'll throw the Texans in there too. You brought up the Rockets and the Astros. I'll throw the Texans in there. I think the one thing that Nick Casario and D'Amico Ryans are really good at is funneling out the noise. You know, and granted, with them it helps that you found C.J. Stroud. I mean, we can't ignore that. You find the quarterback, that helps. That cures a lot of things. But they made a lot of other good moves. I'm just thinking, like, specific to the Rockets. Like, I look at teams like Minnesota's finally good. After how many tries at drafting high and rebuilding through the last 20 years? You know what I mean? Yeah. The Sacramento Kings, and they're a 9 seed right now, but this is the first time they've been relevant that way. And they've been picking high forever. It feels like in the Eastern Conference, I'm looking like Washington has been this way forever. Charlotte found LaMelo Ball. They're still only winning 21 games. Detroit was picking first in the year that Jalen Green got picked second. They picked Cade Cunningham. They won 14 games last year. So they've had plenty of high picks, since they've been in a similar situation as the Rockets. I like that this article points out where the Rockets have really hit, where Rafael Stone and his staff have really hit, because they've had 2 first-round picks in each of the last 3 drafts. They've done fine with the high picks. Like Jalen Green could be a good scorer in the league. Jabari Smith, I think, has a really good future as a long wing role player type. An elite level role player, not an all-star. And then Amen Thompson, I think, is the most intriguing of the 3 of them. Those are their 3 high lottery picks. They've done better with the picks that they've gotten at the back end of the first round. Şengün, trading into the first round and getting Şengün at a pick where it was Oklahoma City's pick that they took back then. Tari Eason, if he can stay on the floor and get his mom off Twitter, I think Tari Eason has a really nice future in the league. He was a 17th overall pick. Cam Whitmore at 20 last year. So they've actually done just as good or better with the later picks, and I think that's a big reason why they have the score they have on this thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Warriors too. It's not it wasn't the high draft picks that ended up making the huge difference for them. It's everything that you do in the first round. Yeah, in saying that with the full acknowledgement that they haven't actually done anything yet.
No.
But they're very much, you feel very much like they're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, do you feel hope?
In terms of the luck part of it, like with the Jaguars, they stuck with Trent Baalke forever as a GM. And people, they're just flat out hated Baalke forever. Mm-hmm. But a huge part of it was that they had whiffed on Blaine Gabbert and then Blake Bortles in who they drafted at quarterback. And if it does work out for them, it was, you have to give them credit for staying the course and eventually getting a guy, if Trevor Lawrence ends up being the guy. It was through a whole lot of whiffing on quarterbacks to begin with.
Yep.
The Texans, the fact that they, got two, I don't know what to say about Deshaun Watson at this point, whether that was a good draft pick or not, but it was certainly way, way, way better than what many other teams have done in the first round at quarterback.
Yeah. I think the Deshaun one is interesting. I think purely from did you hit on your evaluation of Deshaun Watson? I would say yes.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, well, other than, I don't know, maybe either just on the off-field stuff.
Should we have seen that coming? Yeah, I don't know.
Right. And I'll say that with, again, I'm not trying to stand on a moral high ground here or anything. Deshaun's handling of his off-field, no matter what you feel about that entire dynamic, Deshaun himself would tell you that at the very least things were in disarray on the off the field. Mm-hmm. And that's the part, I guess, that's a huge X factor that the Texans ultimately, I would say, whiffed on it, except that it yielded them such a haul of draft picks that, again, remove any of the moral stuff or anything from it. Ultimately, it did work out for them. And gave them a huge stockpile of draft picks, and they ended up with C.J. Stroud.
It did. We survived 2021 and 2022. That's how I look at the pennants for where we are now with the Texans is because 2020 that was the weird COVID year. It was just a bad year to be a Texans fan. It was a down year. Bill O'Brien got fired, and you start back over again. 2021 and 2022 were the painful years because you're like, okay, I don't know that they entirely know what they're doing right now. I was two head coaches in 2 years and just a weird roster construct, just all kinds of guys, random faces cycling through and whatnot.
Yeah.
But we're here now. We are here now, and it's good. Times are good. The Astros, text message, Astros have finally played decent baseball for 2/3 of the season. They were 7-19 in the first third. They are 31-21 the last 2/3. That's interesting. Because that is exactly, that's 26-52. Yeah, that's so they're 7-19 in the first third. They're 31-21 in the last 2/3 of the season. Tell me I'm dumb for believing. No, you're not dumb. You're not dumb.
I would never tell you you're dumb for that reason.
No.
You're dumb for all kinds of other reasons, but not that reason.
Not that one. No, that's actually that's how I'm looking at it. So it must be smart. Yeah. No, I like that the Astro fans have a little bit of hope now, man.
No, and especially too, it's easier now. Okay, if the Astros can continue this stretch of quality baseball play, it's a lot easier to look back on that first month, especially where the pitching was so far out of whack, and the bats really up until recently had just been way more dormant, especially with runners in scoring position. That you can excuse some of that as just, hey, that's baseball. Or, okay, yeah, good teams, and on paper it looks like the pendulum should have swung the other way. And not to mention the fact that they've done that the last 2/3 of the first part of the season. Mm-hmm. Thus far. They've done it with 26 or so different pitchers. Yeah. The fact that they've been able to start to dig themselves out of the hole while having extreme instability on the pitching staff has been pretty impressive.
Yeah, this is an interesting point along those lines with the pitching staff. Sorry, guys, just joined in on the app. The rookie Jake Bloss just saw he's on the IL. The texts are saying that he or she just saw he's on the IL. I knew when they pulled him, he looked like he'd hurt something. I watched that game on TV. It looked like he pulled something in the second or third inning. I did like his debut. He could do well getting more time in the bigs, just learning and seeing. Hope the Astros keep him up while he's on the IL. I can't imagine that if you're on the IL, that they would be sending him down to Sugarland to sit in the dugout as opposed to letting him sit in the dugout in Houston. You know?
That's a good point. So for those of you who didn't keep up with it, he pitched 36 pitches in the third inning. In the fourth inning, ended up coming out on a 2-1 count at the time, I believe, when Sean Dubin came in. And he did not seem overly concerned about his injury afterwards. Espada's comments would back that up. So I think they're just being very, very careful with a guy who's a young arm, and they'll take their time with it. I don't know what I want out of Bloss right this moment, in that ideally they wouldn't have brought him up right now. But he looked in 3 and almost 4 innings of work. I thought there was a lot of promise there. He had a little bit of bad luck in that first inning, but I don't want to have to rely on him for the rest of the season.
No.
I would, in a perfect world, he'd be able to just at some point go back down and continue working on everything he needs to work on. But we'll see. I'm not banning it from possibilities that he ends up having a phenomenal rookie year way ahead of schedule.
Yeah, in a season where not a lot's gone right for the Astros, they have really caught a break with the way the schedule's laid out this month with all these off days and how thin the pitching staff is right now.
They don't need – so this is how it is right now. They don't need to have 5 starting pitchers until the Blue Jays series that starts on July 1st, which is rapidly approaching, obviously.
Yeah.
But, man, to try to keep up with all of the things that are going on the pitching staff right now, I'm sitting here thinking about, well, there's a chance that Kendall Graveman could be back before the end of the year, but I can't bank on that.
Yeah, did you see that this weekend? He was like riding on a golf cart or something doing an interview.
Yeah, but meanwhile, J.P. France suffered another setback in his recovery, so Luis Garcia won't be available until late July, most likely at best. Lance McCullers, we've all just kind of put permanently on whatever space of our Astros brain Lance McCullers occupies. That's where he is right now.
Yep.
You don't want to acknowledge. If you say his name 3 times, a demon appears.
That's right.
So you just kind of cross your fingers and don't think about it. And maybe that's a late season surge that you get from Lance McCullers.
All right. So how whimsical are you Astro fans right now? Man, last week you guys were ready to start the garage sale in the middle of the week. Where are you at right now with this team as far as approaching trade deadline time, supplementing the starting pitching, standing pat with what you have right now? Where are we at with all this? I've got the numbers. We will discuss coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so middle of last week, you guys were not, you guys, meaning you, the listeners, at least 68% of you who like to vote in Twitter polls, we're not all that excited about this Astros team. You're already like, yep, you know what? Let's get out the signs. Let's put them around the neighborhood and point all the arrows towards our house, and it says garage sale. And then everybody, the other 29 teams are going to come sniffing around your old used Bregmans and your still kind of nice and shiny Kyle Tuckers, whatever it may be. After a sweep of the Orioles appropriately this weekend, you guys are getting back on board, and it's good. This is fun. 38-40 is not great, but compared to where they've been, only being 6 games back, the Mariners have cooled off a little bit. Well, you got favors from the Miami Marlins this weekend to help you crawl back in this thing. That's a little bit of found money. If someone had told me before the weekend, like, yeah, you're going to pick up ground multiple games on the Mariners, I would have said, man, if I can just tread water and still be 8 back, which I think is what they were going into. They were 8 back, I think, Seth, going into the Orioles series this week, and 8 back of the Mariners. I would have been cool coming in on Monday, still only 8 back, knowing you've got Colorado and the Mets coming up this week. This would have been the week that I would have looked at and said, okay, this is where you make a little pre-July run here at getting back to 500 and putting a dent in them. Now, 6 games is still a lot of games. 4.5 for the wild card right now. But as of this morning, and I believe the poll is closed, or it is pretty soon. No, still a few hours left. 23% of the people voting in this poll that I put up say that they are cool with the Astros being a seller and trading away big names for good prospects. A plummeting of over 40%. The Astros have gotten a bunch of people at least hopeful again.
This is kind of like during the NFL season, and on any given Monday, if you poll who's the best quarterback in the NFL,
that's right.
It's drastically in favor of who had an awesome game on Sunday.
Yes.
I do think that there is something about whatever was ailing this team that you can't quite put your finger on. Where you can break down the pitching stats and the pitching or the batting stats and the pitching injuries every which way and point out many areas where they've underperformed. But there was just something that felt a bit off in terms of this team compared to previous teams, including last year's team, even as they played at a 500 clip down the stretch last year. I think that the fact that they went up against the second best team in the AL and the offense just exploded. Your previous MVP candidates and all-stars have started playing way more like the best version of themselves, and Bregman, Altuve, Jordan, Kyle Tucker's not even out there, that they're able to have that offensive explosion versus this team, and that your starting pitchers on Saturday and Sunday were every bit as good and dominant as the best version of themselves. And Framber's been doing it for about 5 games now. He's had a nice stretch. That felt like, all right, that's whatever it is, mojo or chutzpah or whatever it might be, they rose to the occasion. And when it comes to, all right, am I ready to fully invest in this team by being buyers at the trade deadline? That's an outsized 3-game stretch compared to a lot of other stretches. And it feels a lot like a couple years ago when they had those really good series versus good teams midsummer. And it vaulted them on to better things. I feel good about this team right now.
Do you want to be okay? Let's say they do get back in this thing. If they're the All-Star break rolls around and they're within, I don't know, where do they need? How far out of the race for the playoffs? Forget about division, just playoffs, wild card. How far out do they need to be from getting entry into the playoffs for you to want for them to be a buyer at the trade deadline?
How far out? Okay.
2
I'd say
games?
just like 2 or 3 games.
Okay.
Some of that's going to be based on, I guess, for, you know what, though? Okay, how many games out of the playoffs are they right now?
4.5 out of the wild card.
4.5. Yeah. Okay, it's got to be 1 game. Because between now and then they have to continue to play winning baseball.
Yeah.
You know, so if they haven't gained any ground between now and then okay, that Orioles series was just a fever dream.
Yeah.
And the actual truth of the matter is what it is this season. So they've got to be just right there within spitting distance, and not even a tobacco juice spit. Like it's got to be I'm dehydrated and lacking electrolytes.
Yeah.
That type of a spit. A dry spit away from the playoffs.
And when I say buyers, I'm talking like Verlander trade last year, Greinke trade 5 years ago for Greinke, you know, for the first Verlander trade. Yeah. I know the Garrett Cole trade wasn't in season, but it was a similar style trade where they sent 4 prospects to Pittsburgh. You know, like that I'm talking that as a buyer. Like they're going to make, if they're in it, they're going to make a trade and pick something up, even if it's just a piece to eat up some innings or whatever. I'm talking about like taking a look at the 4 or 5 names that we saw at AA that Dana Brown just drafted that are tearing it up right now and going, okay. Yeah. Or does it involve Joey Loperfido or somebody like that? That's buying.
That's where the rubber meets the road, too, because I think we are all acutely aware of now more than ever the pipeline is depleted, and yet you do have these few gems down there. And like, gosh, after this weekend, even just after seeing a few innings of Bloss, after continuing to watch Bryce Matthews tear through AA, like all these things, boy, I am hesitant to. Even if things are going really well for the Astros, I'd like them to be buyers, but I don't need to see them be super aggressive buyers. It's probably going to be moves that are made at the margin.
Yeah.
And more so than anything else. And then also it'll be, okay, where exactly is Luis Garcia?
That's a big one.
Does Luis Garcia make his comeback before the trade deadline? They're talking about late July right now.
Yeah.
Does Luis Garcia come back and pitch a shutout on July 27th? 3 days before the deadline, then I'll be even more careful about just how aggressive I need to be, because the pitching staff is what I'm worried about more than anything.
I think that's the big one, man. I think Garcia. I mean, I'll throw McCullers' name in there. Every time we do that, we get 15 texts from people going, "Can't count on him. No show for years." I got it. But the fact of the matter is, the dude's throwing bullpens right now. You know, he had a. What do they call it? I forget what they call it, like an up-down this weekend, where he threw 25 warm-up pitches, went and sat down as if he was watching his teammates hit in the first inning, and then went back out and pitched the equivalent of an inning. Eventually, here, pretty soon, he's going to be going against live hitters. So he's getting close to coming. Like all the list of things that you're checking off are the things that you're checking off of somebody who's going to be coming back and pitching. How do I know that? These are the same things Lance McCullers was checking off 2 years ago when he was coming back to pitch at the end of 2022. And, oh, by the way, other than one disastrous start in the World Series where he got treated like a pitching machine, set at 60 miles an hour. Other than that, he came back and pitched pretty well for the Astros that year down the stretch in 2022. Go look at the numbers. So I'm with you.
Well,
I think the Garcia and McCullers thing is huge for what the decisions they make are.
You know what? Even when he was getting trashed in that World Series game, part of it was he's being a good soldier and understanding that at that point they just needed to preserve everybody. So he just stood out there like a champ, like knowing everything else. Yeah, and just did it for the team. You know, he's some of his issues have been that he's played through injuries when he shouldn't have, and that's always what you worry about with Lance McCullers is he's that classic guy that sometimes has all those right attributes that can work against you when it comes to staying healthy, which makes it a sad tale, but not necessarily one that makes you feel better about managing him, going on into the future.
Do you think that Dana Brown should be criticized for not finding more pitching before the season? We know they went after Blake Snell, and they got out of that when the price of poker got a little bit too high. I haven't looked to see how Snell's pitching lately. He was abysmal to start the season. I think it's gotten better for him of late. And the reason I ask that, I read everything Chandler Rome puts up on The Athletic. I think Chandler does a really good job covering the team. But he does really, anytime all the injuries in the pitching staff come up, he brings up the fact that Dana Brown ignored that, or at least didn't make a move before the season. And I always think to myself, I wrote down who the pitchers were coming into the year. Verlander had a shoulder in spring training, so that may be a fair criticism there. But you're not, you have Framber Valdez, who's been a workhorse. Christian Javier, were we planning on him having Tommy John surgery? No. Jose Urquidy has had a history of injury, so okay. Hunter Brown, JP France. France was a little banged up, I guess. Hunter Brown was not. They turned Ronel Blanco into a starter before the season, so his name is there in the mix. And Garcia and McCullers are coming back at some point during the year. I'm just kind of workshopping and talking this through. That's a ton of names, not to mention Arrighetti and now Bloss, but you weren't counting on him before the year. Should Dana Brown have been criticized for not going and getting more pitching before the season, or is this just a really, really weird spate of injuries they've had?
I think it's a weird spate of injuries, and that I feel like the narrative has changed a little bit as the season has gone along from, well, I can't believe they spent all that money on Josh Hader when all these other relievers suck, and now it's transitioned into I can't believe they didn't go out and get starting pitching during the offseason when it's a relative, even amongst stalwart teams in Major League Baseball, you're in really good shape if you have 4 good starting pitchers. And I think we've been spoiled in the past by having way too many good starting. We've been wringing our hands over having 7 starting pitchers, and that you forget that lots of teams make do and thrive with just 4 solid starting pitchers, and then the guys on the margins have all just gotten injured this year, as well as some of your horses. Yeah,
that's kind of where I am. I'm I get in retrospect, should they have? Yes. Now that we know that all these guys got injured, sure they should have. Now that we have if we knew that information, then we would say, go do that. But at the time, I remember starting pitching depth. I'm I don't know, man. They've got 7 guys right now, and they've got 2 that are coming back later in the year from Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, no, and it's the bats, the bats in this lineup, even with some of the guys you've had forwards, and even with Abreu, it's the bats over the course of the season that have been a larger disappointment than the pitching. Other than early on when everybody sucked, the pitching rebounded earlier than the bats did, and they still sit. Probably, I'm guessing after this weekend it's a lot higher, but in terms of runs scored headed into the weekend, they were 17th in runs scored on the season.
They put a dent in that this week.
We don't need advanced analytics for that.
Right.
They were a subpar offense headed into this Baltimore series.
Yep.
And that's a salve that if they had been pitching the way hitting the way they're capable of hitting, then the starting pitching wouldn't have been just quite such an eyesore.
Yep. All right, two things to get excited about with the Texans. One has to do with the divisional opponent. The other is one of the positions that's become a strength in this team. Man, there's a number that shows what a big strength it actually has become. We will have that for you coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
I get it at the end of
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Rich Rose on the text page brings up a good point. Man, I hadn't even thought about this when I saw this happening yesterday, that the Astros play the Mets later this week, but the Mets lost Edwin Diaz to sticky stuff, their closer. And so he's getting suspended 10 games, so he won't face the Astros. Seth, he got pinched before he even threw a pitch. I don't know if you saw this.
No, I didn't.
He got pinched before he comes out there to pitch, and the umps are checking him out before he goes to pitch, and they kicked him out of the game. The guy didn't even throw a pitch. It's been a rough go for Edwin Diaz, man.
The sticky stuff for pitchers, it reminds me a little bit of like steroids in football more so than in baseball, where I feel like I think people just, in the minds of the populace, they just don't care as much. They cared in baseball, not as much as the writers did. I think the writers the media seemed to care a lot more about it than the fans themselves did. But I think there's just this thought, they're like, well, guys are going to do what they're going to do, and okay, well, all right. Well, there's not like a demonization of the pitchers that get nabbed for sticky stuff. So unless it's found with some space-age substance or something. The spider tack seemed to grab people's minds just because, some engineer invented this stuff and now guys are using it. But beyond that, as long as it's not, I feel like as long as they find that a guy's not using something more advanced, people just don't care about it.
Do you still have your thing of spider tack? You had a
somewhere probably.
Brandy probably took it.
Yeah, I was worried that I was going to accidentally, because it came in a canister.
Right.
And I still haven't touched it. Like, I haven't actually touched the spider. I'm scared of it.
Why?
It would be like if I had a syringe of steroids or something, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not going to touch. I'm not going to put that into my body.
You bought it. You're scared of it, but it's not like it wasn't like anthrax spores showing up in an envelope or something like that.
Yeah, I know, but it's just so sticky. Like, I don't know. I got this fear that I'm going to end up like having my hand permanently attached to a file cabinet or something, and I don't want that to be. No. I don't want that to be in my obituary.
Or it impacts your voice, because the one guy we knew really used to love the spider tack was old Garrett Cole, and that you might actually start sounding a little like
Pete's sake.
Garrett Cole.
Yeah.
You use a spider tack.
Come in one morning, I'm like, I got some hot takes.
Right.
I got some hot takes today, Sean.
Have you heard the good news?
For Pete's sake.
Look at the Astros beat the Orioles. I made them look like a minor league club. They did. No, I was honestly, it came in a canister that looks like a lot like a hair product. And I was worried that instead of using a little paste, I thought I'd put the spider tack
in your hair.
And I'd be all something about married for the rest of the week.
Yes, yes. So Trevor Lawrence signed his contract. Man, I watch every video I watch of Trevor Lawrence. I'm so glad he's a quarterback on a team in our division. I'm so glad he's not a Houston Texan. I'm so glad we have C.J. Stroud. Here's old Dud McGee, Trevor Lawrence.
Old milk dud head.
walking into is it Everbank Stadium, I think, in Jacksonville?
It's
whatever.
The Bank of the Week Stadium.
Yeah, it's a different bank every week. Walking into the Jacksonville Stadium to sign his new deal.
Good morning. How you feeling? Oh, thanks, man.
Feeling good, man. Excited to get this thing signed and go into camp the right way. We're pumped to be here in Jacksonville. Man, just kind of surreal feeling still. So excited to get this thing signed and done. Going
into camp the right way. Very wealthy.
I'm surprised that they still sign these things with. I don't know about you. Have you been kind of alarmed at some of the documents you've been able to sign by clicking a version of handwriting you'd like to use for your signature?
DocuSign, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll pick them. Excel offers, Adobe offers up this for my signature. Sure, that looks fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess up to maybe over a certain dollar amount, they prefer.
Well, they like the social media stuff. Him in there signing it because there's a picture of him.
Yeah.
There's a picture of him which would, if I was a Jags fan, I'm looking at. He's just such a dopey-looking guy, Trevor Lawrence. He's got this look on his face, and he's got the hair, which, as you've pointed out, it's a horrible hairdo for him. It really does. It cascades around his goofy-looking face in a very weird way. I will say this, his girlfriend or wife, whoever his significant other is, she didn't look all that excited for somebody who was about to become the matriarch in a $275 million household.
Oh, really?
She's very stone-faced.
She probably knows about all the stress that comes on. More money, more problems.
That's true.
That's probably what she was saying.
Oh, yeah.
She's like the Roman emperor when he was first, when they would crown him emperor, they would have somebody on the parade route sitting in his ear saying, "Remember that you too will die." They're like, "Don't take all this too." That's what she is.
She's reminding.
She's memento mori is what she's saying in his ear. Memento mori.
I love it. Is that
Remember,
what that's
you too will die. Yeah, memento mori is something. I don't know what the direct translation is, but someday you'll die. Yeah.
Every quarterback needs that. Needs somebody like that in their lives, whispering in their ear that they're going to die. Yeah.
He's a real downer.
Right. Keep him grounded. Here's Trevor Lawrence saying he loves Jacksonville and he wants to be there.
We wanted to be here long term. Obviously, it's a place we love to live in, and we know that because we've had some good and some bad times as far as football goes. So it's we've kind of experienced both, and we love being here either way. And obviously, the way the organization's going and the direction that we're heading on the football side, that makes it obviously a no-brainer for us. Is we're heading in the right direction, and I want to be the quarterback here. I want to bring a championship to Jacksonville. That's my goal, and I really know that we can accomplish that. So I'm excited for that, and it just pairs up to where we happen to love living here too.
I don't know, Seth. I don't know if it's happening with Trevor Lawrence because it's reality, or if we just live in an era now where there's just so many more outlets putting stats out there and graphics out there for stuff like this. I don't know that I've ever seen a quarterback get signed to a big deal like this who then has graphics of his face next to the face of very mediocre quarterbacks, comparing their stats, and the stats be so similar. Like the day that this got announced, I immediately saw a Gardner Minshew versus Trevor Lawrence graphic where the stats are incredibly similar. I saw Trevor Lawrence versus Daniel Jones graphic where, again, the stats incredibly similar, and two guys who, to varying degrees, got paid. Jones didn't get a Lawrence contract, but he got a big deal that the Giants now want to probably get out of if they can.
Yeah.
The latest one was Blake Bortles, who, through their first 50 career starts, have nearly identical yardage totals. Blake Bortles actually has more touchdowns but more interceptions, but a similar ratio. And their rates on passing touchdowns to interceptions and yards per attempt are almost – statistically, Blake Bortles and Trevor Lawrence are, by these four stats, the same guy.
Right.
Do you buy into any of this stuff?
Not with the Blake Bortles, because remember, Bortles had set all kinds of records for production when trailing
by 50.
2 touchdowns or more. Yeah, I mean, it was extreme garbage time production.
Yeah.
So Bortles had never really, even when the Jaguars made that run with Bortles, it was more about their defense than anything. Yep. They had an astoundingly good defense that year. They made the AFC Championship game and really should have gone to the Super Bowl. They got screwed out of a really good defensive play where a player was ruled down when he wasn't down. So I think that Lawrence, if you're looking on the bullish side of Lawrence, he's done more for team victories, like in terms of him taking the bull by the horns and doing great things on that run that they made on into the playoffs and in the playoffs. That was a Bortles-led thing. Mm-hmm. So and then you have to also, if you're looking at his first 4 years or his first 3 years, the first year was just such a mess and a disaster with Urban Meyer there. It was just, Sean, I can remember it was the first game of the season versus the Texans that year, right? Urban Meyer was at their opening game.
It was the opener against David Culley.
I remember talking to members of the Jaguars media that I knew from when I had played there, and I was kind of like, so what's, what? I was almost like kind of giving them an easy avenue into defending Urban Meyer. There were a few guys that were just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And that's the media, who just from what they had gleaned from during training camp, that were not so sold that Urban Meyer was going to be a good NFL coach.
Wild.
And Urban's good at the PR side of things when it comes to saying all the right things.
Yeah.
And it was a disaster there that year. It was really a real mess.
It was. I kind of want to go back and watch that game now. David Culley versus Urban Meyer in the 2021 opener for both teams. Which will, by the way, those would be the two teams that would end up picking. No, the Texans picked third after that season. They picked Stingley. Those would end up being two of the worst teams in football that year. Someone says on the text page about the spider tack and you being scared of it.
Yeah.
Seth is just scared he'll grab his junk and his hand will get stuck there.
I didn't want to say it.
Well, they did. They put LOL after it. Brandy?
I've got a new product, Brandy. I want to try out on you.
Someone says that Brandy is an OG and would hide a gun for Seth. She is Seth's Karen Hill from Goodfellas.
That's true. Yeah, she would. Brandy is like freakishly loyal when it comes to any and all kinds of anything. Yeah, she would stand by me. She would stand by me no matter what kind of atrocity, as a war criminal, anything. Like she would be the one that would end up going down in history as like the people would hate her even more than they hated me because she stood by me through all of my misdeeds. Yes, that is a good woman.
Karen Hill. Brandy Payne.
I was in a room once where somebody threw some shade at my mother-in-law, like thinking that Brandy would like kind of chuckle about how like, oh yeah, and thought there was going to be a murder.
Oh,
yeah,
that cat has claws, huh? Oh, Brandy.
Oh, she's tough. That was one of the times that I knew that I was going to allow Brandy to marry me. Was when she had met the test, because she's very, very, very pleasant, like all the time, almost all the time. But then the first time I watched her play softball, she was playing co-ed softball. She got out there. She's a really good athlete, but she was she was just a demon on the base paths.
Oh, really?
Like, it was a new league, and the guys in the outfield didn't know who she was, so they were just kind of being lazy. You know, she'd hit something into a gap in right center, and the dude was kind of lazy fielding it, and she's like, vroom! She took second like a champ. Yeah. And then she took third after that. Yeah.
Does she get super pissed?
Stole home and slow pitch softball.
Someone's trying a little too hard.
Yeah.
Does she get really angry when the Astros have their base running issues?
No, she gets angry when I get angry at the Astros, because that's one of the people that she's she's irrationally devoted to, are the Astros as a person. And like when you or I might be like, I don't know about this pitching staff. And then I come home to an enraged Brandy for me talking smack about her Astros. Yeah.
The Athletic has the biggest concern heading into camp for all 32 teams. I want to see if their concern lines up with the concern that Seth and I may each have for the Texans. Did I say Astros? I meant Texans. We'll do that coming up next.
There's two entities you want on your side when you're in a tough situation. One, Brandy Unverdorben Payne, and two, Mokaram Law.
for condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Good to be with. It's the 9 o'clock hour, Seth.
This time just keeps slipping by.
What's your biggest concern right now about the Texans as the dust has kind of settled on the offseason here?
The Texans?
Texans, yeah, the football team here in town.
Sorry, I was just thinking about whether or not time is an illusion. I got caught up. I got caught up in that old debate. My biggest concern about the Texans right now is still center and left guard.
Okay.
That's my biggest concern. I feel like in the flurry of off-season activity, a lot of people are still concerned about left guard, and just there's uncertainty there. There's going to be genuine competition for left guard. Kenyon Green has reinvented his physique, but we still need to see him play as a football player.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like a lot of people have maybe just penciled in Juice Scruggs as like, oh, okay, yeah. He was drafted to be a starting center, and then there he is, where it's still a huge unknown. We know that he struggled at left guard, but that's not his natural position. But I don't think it's as simple as, oh, okay, yeah, he'll be fine at center, and there you have it. Which, by the way, it'd basically be still kind of like playing a rookie center, but he's technically a second-year player. But first time as a center, a full-time starting center, snapping the ball to a second-year quarterback.
Yeah.
He still is. C.J. Stroud, as awesome as he was by rookie standards, would be the first to tell you he still has a lot to learn about quarterbacking in the NFL. And there's a part of me that would be like, a decrepit Jason Kelce might be a better choice than an unproven center.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, so interior O-line for you.
And Jason Kelce isn't decrepit either, by the way.
No.
But, he's retired.
He is. Mike Jones of The Athletic says his biggest question, how will the additions to the secondary fare? And the second one he has here is one that, as I started digging into the depth chart, I got a little more. Is there enough depth at linebacker? There's a big drop-off after the first two guys at linebacker on this team.
The first two, which is, by the way, that doesn't include the huge question mark of your Sam linebacker. Your starting linebacking core, you feel good about the trajectory of Christian Harris's career so far.
Yep.
He was a completely different player in the second half of last season compared to the first. You feel good about Alshire, but you still don't know who that third linebacker is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And beyond all that, somebody's going to get injured at some point. So, yeah, the depth at linebacker and then the depth at cornerback, especially considering the fact that Derek Stingley has yet to play a season completely healthy.
Yeah.
There might be way more riding on a second-round rookie in Kamari Lassiter really coming on and having, you better hope he performs, and you're going to get hopefully the best version of Jeff Okudah, who's probably in the running to be one of the guys competing for a starting spot. Yeah, Des King, who was cut by the team in training camp. It wasn't brought back until 2/3 of the way through the season. That's your starting nickel cornerback right now. So, yeah, the depth at cornerback is a concern. It is something that's at some point there will be an injury in that defensive backfield.
Yeah, that'll be when training camp gets here, that battle for the cornerback spot opposite Stingley will be one of the most fun ones to watch because that stuff, you don't need the pads on to watch guys and whether or not they're progressing at that position. There's certain position battles that we're only going to really watch play out when they put pads on. The closer you get to the line of scrimmage. We're going to get one-on-ones every day out there with cornerbacks and wide receivers. We're going to get 7-on-7 with wide receivers and corners. It's going to be fun.
The thing about Kamari Lassiter that I'm encouraged by is that, yes, he looked good. He looked like he knew what he was doing out there. His ability to break on balls and all of these other things that you're hoping for out of a guy that's going to be, frankly, basically, he'll be playing a lot of zone coverage, and you want that football IQ stuff to show up. He showed a lot of that. And then the fact that D'Amico was not bashful and didn't really hold back in his praise of Kamari Lassiter. I don't think D'Amico does that unless he feels like a guy has the right kind of attitude and approach. This regime is way more effusive in its praise of rookies and its willingness to play rookies than Bill O'Brien ever was. But D'Amico still does hold back a little bit when it comes to praising guys unless he feels like they genuinely deserve it as rookies. And he was pretty bullish on Kamari Lassiter when he talked about him, as was Nick Caserio. Caserio, I think, has loosened up a little bit in talking about rookies.
I agree with that. I will say this, because the article in The Athletic is, I guess, what the biggest question marks are, the biggest questions going into camp. How will the additions to the secondary fare? Is there enough linebacker depth? I guess I'd rather have that as my question than the Indianapolis Colts. Will Anthony Richardson continue feeling shoulder soreness?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. We're worried about CB2 and LB3. They're worried about QB1.
They're worried about QB1, and it's a guy that's been injured consistently throughout his career, going back to high school.
Mm-hmm.
He's had lots of injury issues, and I see Colts fans understandably getting defensive about it and saying, well, yeah, but he's coming back from shoulder surgery. It's not a big deal that he had to miss minicamp. It's not as good a sign as if he didn't miss minicamp.
Yeah.
It's something that you have to worry. If I were a Colts fan, I'd be worried about it until I see Anthony Richardson out there 100% healthy.
Yeah. That's the question for the Colts. So I'd rather have the Texans questions than questions about shoulder soreness with my quarterback.
Yeah.
And then Jacksonville's question, who are they? I'd rather have cornerback questions than a question of who are they, because they talk about how schizo they've been the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, they've been a streaky football team.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
There have been good runs and bad runs. I think Trevor Lawrence, because of injuries partly, has been that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess maybe Trevor Lawrence didn't have the major injury that would make you worry about him being injury prone or anything, but having multiple injuries in 1 year that affect you and you're looking at as an excuse, that's the other thing too. Okay, if we're going to make the excuses for Trevor Lawrence, valid or not, and I think a lot of them are valid, they're also tied directly to question marks on the team. Trevor Lawrence hasn't had the same wide receivers that a Joe Burrow had as a young quarterback. All right, well, Brian Thomas better be good, and you should be excited about Brian Thomas, but is Gabe Davis really part of that answer? Is Gabe Davis, Brian Thomas, and Christian Kirk, on paper, could be a pretty scary top 3 receivers, but there's still a lot of unknown there. The offensive line, is that going to be improved this year to the point where Trevor Lawrence doesn't feel like he has to bolt for freedom once his first read is covered up? Yeah, there's question marks about the quarterback that are tied to also specific areas of the football team.
Yeah, that makes me feel that whole exercise makes me feel good again about the Texans going into the season. Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's 23-year-old girlfriend. This story popped up on the New York Post this week, and if people were wondering, Sean, this is the 3rd New York Post article that you cited today. This is the first one I went there for, and there is no better what's trending article, newspaper, or online newspaper than the New York Post.
The New York Post and TMZ are awesome for this time of year when there's very little actual sports news.
Yes.
Outside of baseball. Right now, and even in baseball, luckily for us, the Astros have had a very stressful season.
Yeah.
So at least there's stuff to talk about. If the Astros were 10 games in the lead right now, it would suck. It would really, really suck. You'd be getting 29 New York Post and TMZ headlines a day out of us.
The show might suck, but life would be good.
Yeah, that's true. It would suck for us too, Sean.
Yeah.
That's all I care about.
I know. I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
It'd be us coming in every day wow, the Astros are awesome again.
10 reasons they're amazing, and it's the same.
Let's wring our hands about the center field position and get people angry at us for that. Yeah.
So Jordan Hudson is Bill Belichick's much younger girlfriend. Somebody who very supportive of their relationship, because the relationship between the two has, understandably come under some scrutiny just based on the vast age difference between the two of them. They're nearly 50 years apart in age. Coming to the defense of these two, maybe somewhat ironically, a fellow by the name of Joshua Zuckerman. Who is he? He is Jordan Hudson's ex-boyfriend. He is 64 years old. He's a He's a kid compared to old Bill Belichick there. He's only 64.
If there's one person that's going to shut up the people who would criticize the age gap between Bill Belichick and this Jordan Hudson, it would be another old guy that dated a similarly age-gapped younger woman, the same woman. Yeah. I don't feel like he's going to sway anybody's opinion on it.
Probably not, but I just find it funny. Like, according to the article, he and Hudson, Joshua Zuckerman, that is, and Hudson met, quote, several years ago. Which means the dude might be veering dangerously close to consent age. Like, she's 23.
When she was 18 or 19.
Yeah, what's several? I need to know what several is. At any rate, Zuckerman says they bonded over business, philosophy, psychology, and nature. End quote.
It does, there's no, I would say, in Bill Belichick and Zuckerman, Zuckerman,
Joshua Zuckerman.
Zuckerman's defense, she does seem to be, like a very bright and maybe perhaps mature beyond her years 24-year-old.
Sure.
She's like both these guys have cited discussions about philosophy.
Right.
And you got to remember for, Bill Belichick, a football coach, and Zuckerman, who I'm guessing is in he's rich. Is he rich? I'm guessing
Probably,
he's rich.
Yeah. I didn't see what he does for a living.
Some businessman maybe or something.
Yeah.
Maybe they've never really thought about philosophical things until later in life.
Yeah.
And when all of a sudden somebody comes along and she's quoting Kant to them.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, boy, she's a deep thinker.
Yeah.
She's taken a 200 level philosophy class, but this is something that I've never even thought about before.
Do we really know if Belichick has had a chance to stop and smell the roses until he met Jordan Hudson back in 2021? Now I'll ask you this, Seth: is this a coincidence? Because by all the articles, the relationship is just now becoming public. Where he's going out on the town with her and stuff like that, and going to Nantucket, and the TMZ cameras are all there. Like, everybody knows this is they are. I don't know if Belichick's on Facebook, but if he were, he would be in a relationship with her on Facebook, perhaps. But they met in 2021 on a plane, the two of them. So I'm going to assume that there has been some constant level of communication. We know that Belichick
said that they've reported that they kept up, they kept corresponding with each other.
Kept in touch, and at some point Belichick...
She told Bill Belichick about email. Originally, he was writing her letters,
right?
And then she got him his first email address.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's like, "Can you spray perfume on an email?" No. So they met in 2021. Belichick broke up with his longtime girlfriend, I think, like a year later. So I'm not here to put the pieces together along those lines. I just know that he met this Jordan Hudson in 2021, and that's about the time that his decision-making started to go sideways a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
He hires Matt Patricia and Joe Judge to run the offense. Then he hires Bill O'Brien to run the offense. He starts overspending in free agency like a mother, you know
what? It's like maybe a precursor to all of this. He got rid of his aging old quarterback before he even met Jordan Hudson. That might have been a phase in his life when he's like, one of the things they say for thriving as an older adult is to be around a lot of younger adults or, minor pluses. She's a minor plus by the time you met her. Yeah.
Right. They get talking about their age a little bit, and she's like, well, I know I'm much younger than you. What's this relationship that you're getting out of right now? How old were they? And he's like, 46. Yeah. Oh, really? His name was Tom. Yeah. He's going much younger. But his decision making for Belichick has started to get a little janky, since now he's relieved of duties now, so he can just, go do the Manning cast and go hang out in Nantucket all day. He's not making
Well, so is decision making in football. Are you like him dating Jordan Hudson? Is that a bad decision?
No, I'm fine with it. I know there's some people that are uptight about it. Whatever, man. You're two consenting adults. Now, is it a little awkward if I'm Jordan Hudson's dad and she brings home 72-year-old Bill Belichick as her new boyfriend? Dad, meet my new boyfriend, Bill. That would be a little awkward for me, but I'm not here to judge or anything like that.
His adult children are all older than she is, I think, are they not? Yeah, that's even weird. So I guess it's one thing to date somebody your child's age, your daughter's age, but when she's even younger, like where she could look up to your daughter as an aunt or something. That's
stepmom.
That's a little. That might be my barrier.
A little strange. Does she have a weird grandfather fetish? Maybe. There's everybody. Hey, everybody's got something, man, and that's hers. Maybe she likes.
I try not to judge these things anymore. And honestly, the fact that she seems to be, according to the two people who are benefiting most from this, that she is wise beyond her years. Like, that's the only information I have that she's actually like a thoughtful, like philosophical, deep thinker is from the dudes that are justifying dating her. But I like it feels better than if she were just some bimbo that were being like just I don't know, blown over by gifts of cash or what have you. Like, oh, okay, they see something in her. They're not completely just taking advantage of somebody younger. Or she's not, maybe it's not as simple as she's just looking for an old sugar daddy. So there might be some substance to this.
Bimbo's a great word. All right, the Texans wide receiving core, you already feel good about it, right? We're going to make you feel even better about the wide receiving core for the Houston Texans. And there's a big press conference coming up today that I will be watching, and it's not football related. We'll tell you what that is as well coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming. Are you ready? We are.
Hey, I heard you, mister.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Astros sweep the Orioles. Good weekend for the Stros. We are, how far out are we? We're like 3 weeks from Thursday is going to be training camp. Holy crap. There is really this downtime in between the end of OTAs and minicamp up to training camp, especially when you toss in there's going to be a few vacation days in there for us. Really short, man. Training camp's going to be here before we know it. I'm excited. This will be good. July 18th, first day.
You're taking a vacation?
I'm taking a vacation, yeah.
I think I am a little bit of a vacation.
Yeah.
My family asked me yesterday about our vacation plans for the summer, and I was like, if you didn't make them, they're certainly not going to be made by me. You guys don't know me by now.
Are you comfortable with your family making your vacation plans for you, or do you
Yes.
you are? So you go wherever they want to go?
I was just on the group text with my brother and sister about vacation 2025, and I basically just give them carte blanche to figure it out. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So not even just Brandy. Like, you let your brothers and sisters figure the whole. You meet up every year with your brother and You like your
usually
siblings?
This year we haven't been able to do it, but yeah, usually we rent a lake house somewhere for a week every.
That sounds delightful.
Yeah, it is. It's nice.
I love
a
good lake, man.
We all get along well too, so it's
That's
not.
good.
No drama whatsoever.
No drama. Oh, that's nice.
Just let the kids go, swim off in the lake, and hopefully they don't drown.
Yeah.
And then
Sounds like if people are looking forward to it this year, though, they're screwed, huh? It's
it is probably my fault. I think that's the undertone I detected in the group text yesterday. But what are you gonna do? They know me. They've known me since I was a child. Ever since I got hit by that car when I was 6 years old. I don't remember. Things have been a little dodgy and getting Seth nailed down on plans. Okay, a little scatterbrained ever since the age of 6. So they know what they're dealing with.
Yeah, it's been this way. These are the ABCs of me, baby. You know it.
Sure, I got hit by a car and then various farm accidents. By the time I was 18. I was like, don't worry, there will be a class action suit against the NFL at some point.
I was going to say,
this will all get done good.
All of this trauma by the time you were 18. So what did you go into for your vocation? NFL football player.
Head trauma.
Head trauma. Head traumas
I've got a lot of experience.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So I was looking at this dorky graphic yesterday that was put up by Scott Barrett, and I will do my best to make this radio friendly, but it got me very excited about the Texans. It's one of those like X-axis and Y-axis things where, like, on the vertical axis, it's how guys do against two high safeties, and the horizontal axis is how wide receivers do against single high, like different coverages, right?
Yeah.
And how they perform. And the further out you are on the chart, the better a wide receiver you are, because it means you're crushing both forms of ways of taking you out of things here.
Yeah.
So Tyreek Hill is in another universe on this chart. Like, it doesn't matter what coverage you throw at him. He is so far off the grid. Like, the circle they put around him is impossible, probably is not human. He's the only person in that circle. And he's like Pluto.
He's way off up there. Yeah.
Way off up
he's
there.
Pluto.
He's Pluto. Which I felt this way for a long time, going back to his Kansas City days. To me, Tyreek Hill has always been the most valuable non-quarterback in the league. I think he's that much of a game changer. And this chart kind of bears that out. The next circle of receivers, so you start to creep closer back in. Everybody's on sort of this 45-degree angle to varying degrees. You start to creep closer back into the humans, and there's a second circle of receivers who are elite. Nico Collins is right in the middle of this circle.
He's right there in Uranus.
He's
right there. He's right there in Uranus, Sean.
In yours and yours and yours. Oh, and the planet. Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Like, as far as how far out is he?
Right.
He's in Uranus. Right. In Uranus.
He's right up in there.
Maybe Neptune even. Like, not as far out as Neptune, but
right.
Smack dab there, right in Uranus.
He's with names like Puka Nacua, Jalen Waddle, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. So there's Tyreek Hill on another universe, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 receivers in the next circle of the universe, Neptune, Uranus, etc. Yeah. And Nico Collins is right there with with those guys.
The solar system, but yeah.
Solar system. Yeah, solar system. So this is very exciting to see that Nico Collins, by not only the eyeball test but by these nerd measurements, is in the circle of receivers who are elite. And you know who's dancing around, probably straddling the turquoise line that is the circle with one foot on one side and one on the other?
Yeah.
Tank Dell. Tank Dell is probably like one route away from being right there in the circle with Nico Collins.
Stefan Diggs, so he calls these circles impossible. That's where Tyreek Hill is.
Yep.
Receivers who are elite in Uranus.
Yep.
And then the circle in from that, like dead center in that circle, is receivers who are really, really good.
Yeah.
Stefan Diggs is in that circle.
Smack dab. What is he, Mars probably? Something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that feels good. And they're all actually kind of aligned, too. It's pretty is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing, too, Scott Barrett has some other stat this year that he introduced, which is like it's average separation, but like with extra criteria added to it.
Yeah.
But apparently Tank Dell is exceptional in that regard. When Tank Dell doesn't just get open, he gets wide-ass open.
Yes.
Right there in Uranus.
Right, exactly. So this got me enthused, man. As we're in the dead period for football, I am here for the charts and the graphs that tell me Nico is elite, and on the solar system of wide receivers, he is Uranus, if not Neptune. Right.
That's no, and all joking aside, I'm going to try real hard, but the thing about that's interesting is that when you look at stuff like that, okay, how do guys do versus various coverages, average separation, like how wide open do they get, everything else like that. All that stuff, regardless of what the total yardage any one of those guys gets, as long as all three of those guys are out there on the field healthy, it should improve. Like on paper, theoretically, it should improve because it's just that much harder for secondaries and linebacking cores to account for all those guys.
Yep.
So when it comes to like how wide open is your open guy, it should be an easier. Remember with Pat Mahomes, when people would try to like act like maybe Pat Mahomes isn't actually that good when Tyreek Hill was there. There was that. It was like the average how open the guys he was receiving to, throwing the ball to, the targets were wide open.
Yes.
And part of that just was that Tyreek Hill was so good at creating all that separation. Part of it that they would ignore if they were trying to, minimize Pat Mahomes was that Mahomes created a lot of that by being able to extend plays and set things up, all that other stuff. But, like the level of difficulty for CJ, even as it increases along the lines of teams having a better feel for what he can and can't do and spending the offseason scouting him, like the difficulty increases there, but some of it gets a little bit easier as long as all three of those guys are healthy.
Man, yeah, it's going to be fun. So there is a little press conference today out in L.A. I believe it's at 3:30 local time here, which I will keep eyes on just because I'm anxious to see the types of questions that J.J. Redick gets taking over for the Los Angeles Lakers, taking the head coaching job. The people on ESPN, the talking heads on ESPN, our people, have been maybe understandably skeptical of the hiring of J.J. Redick. I don't have the wherewithal to go back and compare it to other unorthodox hires and how those were received. I think largely unorthodox hires like this get received very similarly. Like when Jeff Saturday got hired by the Colts, I think a lot of people are like, oh, okay, and it turned out that way. If people at ESPN maybe are a little skeptical, maybe even more so than some, on J.J. Redick, maybe it's because when he would be on First Take from time to time, this would be the tone that he would take with guys like Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog Russo.
I mean this in the nicest way possible to both of you, but listening to each of you right now, it's very obvious that you've played zero high-level basketball, and you do not understand the requirements of doing that. And I do mean that in a nice way.
Okay.
Now, I, as the expert in condescension on this show, give J.J. Redick 6 stars out of 5 on that one. That was hyper condescension right there.
I mean this What did he say? In the nicest possible way?
Hit it one more time. It's short. Hit it one more time.
I mean this in the nicest way possible to both of you, but listening to each of you right now, it's very obvious that you've played zero high-level basketball, and you do not understand the requirements of doing that. And I do mean that in a nice way.
Okay.
You know what? There is the thing about being a coach is that you end up coaching some people who have never played high-level basketball, or maybe like, wow, you're great at you were awesome in AAU in your one season of college basketball, but your job is not to explain people's resumes to them.
No,
your job is to use your words to communicate your point and perhaps why you're correct or what. Like that's where, as a former athlete in media, you never want to fall into that trap of thinking that's a trump card to be like, well, I played the game and you didn't. Like, okay, use all of that vast experience that you have, Mr. Smarty Pants, to explain with words exactly what the dynamics are that you're talking about, instead of just trying to pull out the old resume and say, well, I'm clearly correct and you're clearly incorrect.
Dude, I'm happy for JJ Redick, mostly because he seemed miserable doing this job. He seemed unhappy in broadcasting every day. Like,
he did. Well, no, and he was disgusted with what people actually wanted to consume.
Right.
Because he would, at various times, he would complain about the fact that whenever he did in-depth breakdowns of stuff, that it didn't get nearly as many clips as, Stephen A. calling somebody a coward or something. Like, that's the way human beings work, too. Yeah, I would worry that J.J. Redick might not have a grasp of human psychology. That's what I would worry about. That in all those years of high-level basketball, that man, chief and foremost amongst the duties of a NBA head coach are being team psychologists.
Bingo, you nailed it. Like, that's the number 1 through 10 things of being an NBA head coach. 100%. 100%.
Sometimes you have to explain things to people without just saying, like, well, I've been there and you haven't.
Yeah.
So deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I love that. He's going to have to coach people who haven't played high-level basketball. I didn't even think about that. Like, your new employees reporting to you, a lot of them have not played high-level basketball.
What's his trump card going to be with LeBron? What's he going to say to LeBron? Like, well, hey, well, LeBron, you've never sat on the desk for an NBA broadcast. Yeah. You don't know exactly what you're talking about here.
I haven't said this to you yet, but you suck on our podcast, okay? Freaking podcast together. So weird, man. All right. A mode of transportation here in Houston. Is Houston going to be an experiment? I want to know if Seth Payne is going to use this mode of transportation if and when it comes to the Houston airports. That is next.
No, boy, it'll depend on if I have enough money to do it, Sean. And the fact of the matter is, that's a stressful thing for a lot.
SportsRadio610.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Text message. Good for J.J. Redick talking back to those loudmouths on that show. There probably are a lot of people who are rooting for J.J. Redick. I don't know.
Oh, no. I do. I'm not saying that I'm like sticking up for Stephen A. or somebody over J.J. Redick. It's such a cliche. It's such a cliche. The athlete in media who wants to pull the trump card of like, well, I played the game and you didn't. Like, I just know, like, I know that from personal experience. You have to beat that out of yourself because it's not actual conversation. If you want to be better, like if J.J. Redick indeed wants to be better than the level of discourse that he was, poor victim that he was being subjected to, then rise above that level of discourse and just flat out pulling out an ad hominem argument of like, well, I played the game and you didn't. Yeah. You're an idiot. Like that's low level discourse.
It is.
That's being just as bad, just with a different flavor than what some of the insult artists do on television.
Yep.
Which is fine because that's not his job anymore. So he realized he was miserable in that job.
He's got to somehow go figure out how to be something better than an 8 seed with the Lakers.
Plus, don't fall into that trap of I'm going on like 20-plus years now of on social media watching people say like, huh, did you hear what Skip Bayless said? He's not going to come back from that bad take.
What a moron.
He'll probably make even more money on his next contract, actually, specifically because of that bad take.
I know at some point I'm going to be right that he won't get a big contract. I'm going to keep sticking to that. This is what is going to cost Skip Bayless his job. One of these days I'll be right. 10 times I've been wrong, yeah.
I like watching teenagers on social media have that line of thinking like, can you believe this guy?
Skip
not going to have a job for long with takes like this.
Skip got cooked. Like, okay. Yeah. Been getting cooked for 15 years now. Right all the way to the bank. So you travel a fair amount, Seth. You fly a decent amount.
I lost my 1K status this year. It's been a blow to the
really?
ego. But yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, on this
Started
show,
taking more direct flights like a clown. This year, I'm taking as many 3-segment flights as possible.
All right, so you got
to rack up those miles.
Yeah. Good that you've reevaluated things and figured out, okay, how do I get the freebies again? Freebies, not really free, but the perks. So I saw this article over the weekend. Houston Airport's is set to team up with an autonomous air taxi company by the name of Whisk Aero. Yeah. And they plan to bring self-flying taxis to the three airports here in the Houston area. Boeing subsidiary and advanced air mobility company Whisk and Houston Airports will start looking at potential vertiport locations for self-flying taxis at Bush Intercontinental, Hobby Airport, and Ellington Airport. Previously, Whisk had announced the deal in February with Sugarland to set up a hub at Sugarland Regional Airports. A lot of private jets go in and out of there. So the idea, and I've looked up a couple other articles on these things, these self-flying air taxis that are, I guess, designed to help you if you land somewhere in Houston and you don't feel like sitting in that rush hour traffic, whoop, up and over, and it drops you down at one of these vertiport locations, which I guess there'll be several of them scattered throughout the city, I would assume, right?
I guess they'll have them at the airports. And then I'm just imagining, because the FAA is pretty careful about this stuff, they're going to have airways to probably stations around the city to where you can go. And then you can Uber or take even a lesser autonomous flying vehicle somewhere else to
something where you pedal and the propeller goes by your pedaling.
This feels like the future. This is one of those rare things where you're like, yes, this is what I was This is what I was promised by Popular Mechanics back in 1985.
Right.
That we were just around the corner of just having my own autonomous, electrically powered helicopter/airplane, because it looks like a Cessna 172, except all smoothed over and glossed over, and it's got 12 propellers on the wings.
Yeah.
Which is key.
Yeah.
Because the 12 propellers makes me feel like, oh, okay, if one or two of these motors gives out, it's not that big a deal necessarily.
Redundancy.
Yeah. I was skeptical of this at first, and after 3 minutes of hardcore research, I was completely sold on it. I'm gonna be flying in one of these pilotless things sooner than later, hopefully.
Not only that, but Seth has bought 2,000 shares of Whisk online right now. Has the stock market open yet? I want me some Whisk.
So it's set up like a 4-passenger, like a small airplane.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So if you think of like a Cessna, a single-engine Cessna, it looks about like that, except it's all like carbon fiber and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's got on the wings. It's got 12 propellers that it can take off vertically, so they can face upwards, and then they can tilt like a Harrier and take you to your spot, and then land vertically. I'm all on board. It's very soon to be literally on board.
I would do this. I would ride this. Now the question I had was, okay, how much does it cost? Look, anytime you're flying somewhere and it's a small structure.
You have to ask how much it's going to cost for you to ride on my Whisk with me. Then you don't belong on that Whisk.
I was assuming you were
me.
springing for it when I'm going.
Tell you this. I'll pay extra so I can sit in the left front seat and pretend I'm the pilot.
Oh yes. Well, you were surprised when I told you multiple articles out there saying that the plan is to charge $3 per person per mile on this thing.
That sounds incredibly affordable.
It does. Okay, so let's.
That sounds cheaper than an Uber to the airport. Honestly,
yeah, it does. Let's workshop this thing for a second. Let's say you landed in Hobby, and and your destination was somewhere up, look, the Woodlands, Greenspoint area up there. That's probably a solid through the air as the crow flies. Probably, like 15 miles, maybe 20 miles, something like that. So you land at Hobby, you look around, you look at your app, you go, oh man, sitting in an Uber, that's a drag. It's all red lines out there during rush hour. You know what I'd rather do? Just fly over all those people. So if you had a couple people in there, me and you are flying from Hobby up to the Woodlands, Seth, call it 20 miles just to make the math easy. $120? Do we have to tip anybody, or do you tip the plane? There's no person.
Pilot.
Right.
Yeah, there's nobody to tip.
Yeah. So
this is honestly,
that's pretty affordable, dude.
My dream of traveling without having to interact with anybody has gotten better and better. Like now, I order you go to the airport, you order your food on the screen in front of you, and somebody brings it to you. You got to talk to them a little bit, and then, but other than that, you don't have to talk to many people.
Yeah.
This is. I like this.
I do too.
This.
I like it a lot.
I would do this in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Sounds really cheap. The what you were talking about before, what was promised us when we were kids as far as the space age goes.
Yeah.
This reminds me, like maybe not this much traffic, but like on that Star Wars planet, I think it's Coruscant, where it's all city buildings and stuff, and there's just spaceships zipping all over the place in straight line. It's very organized, but they're zipping around at different levels of air. That's what this feels like a little bit. I've always thought that the term air traffic controller is a little bit of a misnomer because there's really not much traffic up there. There's just a few planes at a time. Let's create a bit of a challenge here. Let's have a nice little we got our traffic stream going on the ground, and now we got our little air taxis all going in their little paths and things like that.
Yeah.
I'm down with that. I'm very down with that. Spaceships are next.
There's quite a bit of traffic.
Not where I watch. There's only like a plane that goes over my place like every 5 or 7 minutes. Yeah.
I mean, when they're all converging on the same mega airport, like there's quite a bit of traffic.
All right.
But there's airways and everything, so it's all more. It seems to you like there's not that much traffic because everything's so organized.
Yeah.
You still have to travel on these highways in the sky.
Fair.
So now we have to create highways, in the Houston sky for all of these autonomous, electrically powered taxis. Yeah, I'm all for it.
Take a guess.
You're right, though. Yeah, no, there needs to be traffic like in a city.
Yeah. Like I want to see like a steady stream of vehicles going. Maybe I don't. I don't know. That might kill some of the peacefulness up there.
I'm not buying that price estimate. That feels.
Yeah, you're very skeptical about the $3.
I'm skeptical of that. Yeah, I don't. That doesn't sound right. It doesn't. I feel like that's not going to be what they roll out. Maybe that's what the plan is over time.
What would you pay? How much would you? Because obviously, if it's just you, and it's $3 per person per mile. Let's say you land at Intercontinental and you got to get to the station. Let's say, so that's through the air. That's probably like straight line I'm guessing like 12 to 15 miles, maybe 20 to Intercontinental from the station here.
It's 24 miles by road.
Yep.
I'm looking at probably 15 miles.
15.
I guess.
Yeah. What John Lopez?
Here.
What would you say? How far, Patrick Creighton? Either of you? How far as the crow flies? How far is it to Intercontinental?
As the crow flies?
As the crow flies. Yeah.
I would say 15 miles.
15 miles. Okay, call it 15.
Yeah.
What would you pay, Seth, to skip over all that traffic and land at the station?
It depends.
Or near the station.
I would pay. I don't want to say this because I don't want the people at Whisk to hear it and jack up the prices.
Yeah.
I would pay over $100.
Would you? So you'd pay?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
You would pay over $7.
Not a lot more.
You'd pay like $7 a mile.
I'll get sometimes when I take if the show ends at 10 and I've got like a noon flight at Bush, it's the stress of wondering whether there's going to be traffic or not. Like as long as traffic's not too bad, it's no big deal. I can just get there and hop on with my carry-on and it's no big deal. But there's always that stress of what might happen. So with Whisk, when the only stress is potentially dying on a relatively untested venue, like with no concern of mine, I'll be dead.
Right.
Yeah, I would pay over $100. Yeah.
Okay.
See, I'm not a rich. I would just book my flight at 4.
Yeah. Okay. So you wouldn't have to deal with this.
Sometimes you could save $100 by taking the earlier flight.
It's true. It's a whole combination.
So if it's an earlier
of
flight that you can't,
He's going to take the $100 he saves. He's going to burn it, take it like a helicopter straight through.
Man. The thing looks fun. Do you guys know what we're talking about? These automated air taxis?
Yeah.
Would you take one?
In a heartbeat. By the way, 14.2 miles as the crow flies.
Okay. That was a good estimate
good job,
by you
John.
guys. Yeah, good job by both of you. Yeah, that was good.
Are those miles or nautical miles?
Yeah, well, you know what? Yeah, I used my fishing app. When you want to know how, I'm sick. I went to my fishing app immediately.
That's funny.
How far is it there from here?
That's funny.
Absolutely. 100%.
You would do it? Would you, P. Crate, would you do a self-flying air taxi?
Hell no.
Really?
I'm not doing anything that's self-flying.
Okay.
I'll fly it.
You need a human being.
I am perfectly fine. I will fly it. But
Okay.
I am, no, we're not doing.
You'll fly it.
I'll fly it.
Okay.
I'm cool with flying.
You're one of these people that needs to have a guy who's got marital problems at home and festering alcoholism to be in the cockpit. You're like, oh, no.
Why you got to make fun of my life, Seth?
This is why Patrick Creighton is wired for this business. He needs someone to point the finger at.
Yes. That's right.
You need someone to blame.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
It goes wrong. By the way, we got a few people on the Twitch and YouTube asking where I got my T-shirt. Tomorrow's Retro is the name of they're on Twitter.
Yeah.
They're on Instagram. Google Tomorrow's Retro. I got my C.J. Stroud franchise T-shirt
I saw that.
right here. Yeah. Good guys. Big Texan fans. They got some good merch on there. Got a D'Amico hoodie as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They stocked.
And you
me
are
up.
all in. You
I'm
got belts. You
ready
got
to go,
shirts,
dude.
you
I'm training camp can't get here soon enough.
23 days. Not that I'm counting.
Dude, I know. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome. Temperature on the Astros right now. Has the script flipped for you guys? You killed them earlier in the season.
I did.
You
but,
made them dead. Are they the Undertaker now? Are they sitting up?
I'll put it this way, and this is how we're going to get into things. I recognize that team.
Okay. Yeah, that looked like the Astros.
I recognize that team.
Good way to put it.
Yeah.
Good way to put it.
Yeah.
You know, I have long been the person who has said to you, nobody gets off the mat like the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
I just wish it didn't take them till round 9 to do it.
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's really like round. What are we? Is it the fight
Or like
days?
round 6.
It is kind of round 9 though, because you got to figure it out by July.
Yeah,
you know,
because you could argue round 12.
Yeah, maybe. Relative to the trade
to the
deadline.
deadline, we are definitely round 9. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're really like we're sitting there with a towel in our hand trying to decide whether to throw it into the ring or watch Rocky or Apollo Creed die.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, sacrifices have to be made.
Yeah, well, I had that towel up. I had that towel up here last week, man. All right, fellas. Well, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh yeah, antibodies and a pilotless death to you.
I was gonna say, I knew something air taxi related was
that
coming.
Wasn't very nice.
All right, and he meant every word of it. That's the thing. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You are listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Patrick Creighton, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
The loop does start now alongside the OG John Lopez. And on the other side of the glass, the doctor of Figonomics.
Oh, I don't know about that. That's a new one.
Fig.
That's a new one. That's a new one on me.
Sean gets the reference, though.
Yes.
I tell you, Sean gets the reference. Figgy, you have to get the reference. Just pretend you do.
Okay.
Say you do.
I'll roll with it. All
right. I am Patrick Clayton playing the role of John Lopez's sidekick for the day.
Hey, man, we have no sidekicks.
And, hey, you know what? It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with being John's sidekick because John is one of the very few people. I can say Seth about this as Sean also.
Yeah.
But John, one of the very few people that I know, no matter what happens, no matter what goes on, we're going to have fun today.
We will have fun.
We're going to talk smack. We're going to crack on things, and we're going to have a good time.
You got to bring the party with you.
And the first thing we're going to talk about today is, are you ready?
The question is, are you ready?
Are you ready to buy back in on the Houston Astros? John, a week ago, 1 week ago today, their playoff odds were 33 1/3.
Yes.
Today, they're almost 45%, which happened to be the sixth best in the American League. Of course, there are 6 playoff teams.
Yeah.
You sweep the Orioles. You are now 2 under for the first time since 0-2.
Yeah.
This looked like a vintage Astros series. Are you ready to be back in on the Houston Astros?
I'll let you know. No.
Man, I want to hear that. Nobody was out quicker on them than him. I'm ready for this.
No, here's how I would put it. And it is trending that way, no question about it. I mean, you've got to be an idiot. I'm not pulling for me. I'm pulling for the Astros. I thought they were out. I'm pulling for the Astros. But this is how I will put it to couch it a little bit. I saw the Astros for the first time this weekend. That's the Astros. That's the squad that I know has made things happen and can make things happen. This is the team that I recognized. I didn't know what that team looked like in the past. Now, what we do know after the first however many games they've played now, here we are, June 24th, is can they back it up again? Now, they've had a pretty good run here now. I mean, they've had a pretty good run if you go back and look at things. But we saw Altuve lead off with a home run. We saw Bregman with 4 hits. We saw Fromber with hair extensions and 7 solid innings. And so, yeah, I recognize that team. So I would say definitely trending that way. And I'm really hoping that I'm wrong in terms of I thought this team didn't have it because they look like the team I recognized.
You're not wrong that this was, to me, this was a vintage Astros series.
Yeah.
Where you have one game that goes completely hairy, they somehow find a way to win, and the next 2 games they are dominant. And they're dominant with the pitching, and you got it from Ronel Blanco, and you got it from Framber Valdez. And maybe did Fromber just need to get the hair extensions back?
Yes.
Did Fromber need to not pitch to Yainer Diaz? Like, was it ingrained in his head from Martin Maldonado? Yainer is bad. You can't pitch to him. Because since that blow up, May 20th, where Fromber admitted to going rogue on the game plan and literally throwing the game away. Since that day, he's got a 3 ERA.
Yeah. He's got a 3 ERA and looked very comfortable. He talked about it afterwards. Now he's been one of the most inconsistent. Like I still don't think he's an ace, but he can have a really good outing like he's had. But I also feel like the fact that they've got these 3 pitchers, at least, going well, and the way the offense has gone, they're starting to look like the team now. Let's not be all giddy about everything. They still need pitching.
Oh yeah, they do.
They still need pitching. They still need relief. They still need another bat. They need to figure that things out. So I'm not gonna say, oh wow, I still think they're out. No, I don't. I think they're trending in the right direction.
Yesterday, let's get your thoughts on this particular nickname for Jose Altuve, who led off the game like this.
Gave up 3 earned runs. Here we go.
Altuve, first pitch swinging, and he puts one off the community leaderboards for a home run. Altuve's 3rd leadoff home run of the season. season. Didn't waste any time. Only the second home run allowed by Suarez.
Well, it got cut off, but they called him Captain Ambush.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Captain Ambush?
Yeah, we can go ahead and wad that one up and throw it in the trash.
Yeah, I was not a fan.
Yeah, we can, Figgy.
Yeah, nah, I'm good,
We're
man.
good. Captain Ambush, I don't think 38 leadoff home runs, right, for his career?
For his career, yes. His third one this year.
Unbelievable. But that's a team you recognize.
He's been red hot lately, too. I
Yeah.
know Altuve, as he's gotten older, has gotten a little streakier, but while his cold streaks can be brutal, his hot streaks are otherworldly.
Yes, they absolutely are. I think with Altuve and Bregman, those are the two elements that we had to see. Those are the two elements that we had to see, and we saw them this weekend. We also saw the pitching go through. Obviously, the way they ended games and finished games. But now all you have to do is get those extra pieces. Are they willing to do it? And I said this last week now, and I think it's very, very important. It was a 21-game stretch at the time. I thought the 21 games before the All-Star break were crucial. Hell of a start. I mean, now you've got a schedule that's going to be very, very conducive to what you want to accomplish because they got an easy set coming up, and then they have the Mets after that, who have been playing pretty dang well without Edwin Diaz as of today. So should be as of today. So this is where you have this 21-game stretch. They're 6 games back, by the way, which that's pretty impressive. If they can get, as Dana Brown said, cut that thing in half or better, then all of a sudden we're going to be looking at them differently going into the All-Star break, and they changed their path.
At the beginning of June, my goal for them was play 17-8 in June. That'll get you to 1 game over, entering in July. Ideally, be no more than 5 games out.
Yeah.
Well, they are 13-7 on a 5-game win streak. They're 13-7. They are, as you said, they're 6 out. I believe they're 4 back in the wild card, where a week ago they were over 7 out and had 6 teams in front of them. Today they're 4 out. They got 2 teams in front of them.
Yeah.
It has been very different. The Mariners, who had been very hot while the Astros were scuffling along, it's like, all right, can the Astros get hot and the Mariners have the subsequent cold streak that follows a hot streak? Can those two things happen at the same time?
Yeah.
Well, right now, they're kind of happening at the same time as the Mariners. Man, they were taking it from the Marlins.
Yeah.
And the Astros putting it on the Baltimore Orioles, who had just put it on the Yankees. So things seem to be trending, as you said, trending in the right direction. Trending in the right direction for Yainer Diaz as well.
Hits the ball sharply towards the hole, through the hole, into left field. Bregman's going to score. Astros take an early 2-0 lead. Yainer Diaz drives in run number 35 on the year.
And, of course, we appreciate our friends at Space City Home Network. Yainer 3 for 3 and 3 ribs as he has found the bat last
he has.
week.
And found the bat with runners in scoring position, which was a big problem early on. His numbers have always been okay, but now he's getting them in the clutch mode.
He's getting those RBI. And look, it's almost like he's been batting 4th and 5th. And it's almost like he's finally getting comfortable being in that spot and no longer pressing of, I have to do something big. I've got to make a big swing with guys on base. Just stay within yourself, work your count, get your pitch, and you'll deliver.
Yeah.
I think he's getting comfortable in that role. Interesting point for the last couple of days. You remember it was, after they had DFA'd Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
The Astros had told us, we heard this from Dana Brown, that John Singleton is going to get the lion's share of the play at first base, and Mauricio Dubon's going to play against lefties. This was going to be a true platoon. Mauricio against lefties, John against righties. Yeah. Well, the Orioles started righties the last 2 days. Mauricio Dubon has played both of those games. And yesterday, starting for the second straight game against the righty, Mauricio Dubon continuing to deliver.
There's another base hit. 5th hit in the inning. Payne will score easily. Jeremy Speed flying around the bases. 4-0 on the RBI by Mauricio Dubon.
Just drilling them all 3 days.
I know Doobie doesn't walk a lot, but he also never strikes out.
Right.
And he's excellent like bat-to-ball contact skills. When he makes out, he's putting the ball in play. So you have the chance for productive outs.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that, to me, the Astros have long struggled with. The idea of playing small ball, the idea of making productive outs, of advancing runners, hitting behind the runners.
Traffic.
And these are the things that Mauricio Dubon excels at.
Yes.
And to me, you need guys like that in your lineup who just play smart, fundamental baseball. He's not the best hitter. He's not a power hitter. He's not a 330 hitter. He doesn't have a big on base or a big OPS. But what he does, he hits for a pretty good average, and he makes contact, and he's a good base runner, and he hits the ball behind the runners, and he advances base runners. And you know what? He's a guy who's kind of had a knack for coming up with big hits in big spots.
Yeah, he has. And I think what it comes down to for me, this whole streak, the fact that they're using Dubon the way they're using him, the fact that these guys are getting hot, as we talked about, like. And this is for Astros fans to know, for us to know, and I'm pretty sure the Astros know this already. This is it. Like, this is the moment when the Astros have to make their run, or else big decisions are going to have to be made. So they're kind of throwing a lot of the stuff that they've told us out the window. The stuff about John Single, they're getting like they're getting the guys in on the field. They're getting production from plate. They're staying with the hot bat. They're staying with, with all these things that are helping them win games, because this is it. Like, if they can't, I said, about this 21-game stretch, they have to go 14-7. They have a minimum. They have to go 14-2 to legitimately say, we're here, we're buyers, let's go. This is the moment. Like Patrick, by the All-Star break, we're going to know. We're going to know one way or the other. You talk about the 9th round. You could argue the 12th round, that this is when they have to make it happen right now.
See, My look on that is you've got to know kind of what and who you are by July 5th.
Yeah.
You got to know, all right, because at that point you are week and a half to the break.
Yeah.
You've got to know, are we going to push, or are we going to work the margins, or are we going to kind of sell the margins?
Yeah.
And because when you get to the deadline, all those GMs, they've already had preliminary discussions. Now they're starting to talk turkey.
Yeah.
So that as you get from the break to the deadline at the end of the month, deals getting consummated. You've got to know, essentially, a week or so before the break, what kind of conversations am I going to have with general managers when I go see them? And because they've been towing the line where they look like they're getting back in it, and then they skid.
Yeah.
And then they look like they're getting back in it, and then they skid. It seems like every time they start to get back in it, there's another injury, another starting pitcher goes down, there's a bullpen meltdown, there's something. Where they go 0 for 14 with runners in scoring position and score 2 runs with 9 hits.
Yeah.
There's always a game like that kind of starts this skid where they go backwards and lose everything they've gained. They've finally broken through that 5-game barrier.
Yes.
And now we're at 2. Now, can they push forward, or are they going to skid? And these 5 games.
So you agree? I mean, this is it.
Completely agree with you.
This is it.
These 5 games here against the Rockies and against the Mets, you want to see them go 4-1. You want to see them go to July, a game up, a game over 500, and maybe 5 games or less out in the division, 3 games or less out in the wild card, and just in position. If they just continue to focus on, hey, we're going to get to 500, we're going to get to 5 over, we're going to get to 10 over, and as they make those progressions, everything in the standings will take care of itself.
Yeah.
But I do think that these next 5 games, they can't lose everything they've gained.
Exactly.
In these.
I mean, what a series this was against the Orioles. Well, you can't be that team that loses to the Rockies. Because that's happened in the past. Like you famously have said, no team gets off the mat like the Astros. And I was pushing back on that like this year, because I'm like, based on what this year? Like based on their past, absolutely. But I haven't seen a team that could get off the mat. This was the first glimpse that you could they look like that team that could get off the mat. So that's why I'm thinking like right now, if they don't do it, then there's your answer. If they do it, there's your answer.
And, as you mentioned, this was the first time you saw the team you recognized.
Yeah.
The team that for the last 7 years, when they play a big opponent, they rise to the occasion.
Yeah.
Sometimes that same team, when playing a lesser opponent, has fallen to the occasion.
Yeah.
And they cannot fall down to the Rockies level these next 2 games. They can't.
Yeah, they can't
They
do it.
have to go forward. I will tell you, I have a soft spot in my heart, and it's a very small soft spot knowing me. But I have a soft spot in my heart, John, for guys who toil away in the minor leagues for really long periods of time.
Yeah.
And then finally get that opportunity and make the most of it. Brian King is now 27 years old. This is a guy who has, I mean, he first got, drafted at age 22, and he'd been through the Cubs organization for a while. And this year comes to the Astros organization at 27 years old and has never had a shot at the major leagues. Made his MLB debut yesterday.
Yeah.
And got a first.
He just punched out Gunnar Henderson looking.
How about that? Brian King's first major league strikeout is against Gunnar Henderson, having perhaps one of the top 2 seasons in the American League this year.
That's a pretty good guy to get your first K on.
That's a really good guy to get your first K on, and kind of a local, went to McNeese, and just always, I'm with you. I mean, everybody loves that kind of story.
It's one of those things where, like, you have to have, I have the same thing with, like, football players or basketball, guys who break their butts in the minors for 5-6 years, or after they've played college ball, and then they've broken their butts for 5-6 years, the minor league level. Like, that takes an incredible amount of confidence, because there are so many times when you're ready to be like, okay, it's just not going to happen. Or how long am I going to continue to make no money doing this? Maybe I got a family to take care of. I don't want to be.
Oh yeah, I mean, you got to think of it in those terms.
I don't want to be living in somebody's house on the road all year.
Yeah.
I want to have my own life. It's very, very difficult when the rest of the world seems like it doesn't believe in you to maintain that belief in yourself. So I have a lot of respect and a lot of appreciation and admiration for those kind of guys. I don't know that Brian King's ever going to be anything, but I know that I'm going to root for him to be something. Now, we were talking about the Astros and what do they need to make this push. It's expected to be a seller's market. Where does that leave the Astros? Where do they need to be for you to be in on them going for it? Next.
All right, guys, right now, Low T Center, lowtcenter.com. You know the drill here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go.
Go to work.
Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
The sounds of DJ Figgy Fig. Alongside the OG John Lopez, I'm Patrick Creighton. You're in the loop. And, you know, John, this is shaping up to be a seller's market in Major League Baseball this year.
Mm-hmm.
There are maybe 5 teams that right now you could say these teams are sellers.
Mm-hmm.
5. Everybody else is close enough to the wild card to not necessarily be sellers as yet. Where does this team need to get for you to be all in, go for it, be real buyers at the deadline?
Yeah, I said it. I alluded to it yesterday. Last segment yesterday.
Same thing, right?
14-7. I mean, you got to make a real run, a run. You know, not. We talked about that. Where I think they need to be is within 4, because that, you know, let's say if they're within 4 games, boy, that's so doable. I mean, that is so doable. Here's the problem. And this is what I wanted to get into with you. I agree with you that it's probably, 4 or 5, maybe 6 teams that are going to sell. That hurts the Astros. That doesn't help them.
That hurts them a lot.
That really hurts the Astros because what does that lead to? That leads to a bidding war. Astros don't have anything to bid with, you know?
They certainly don't have enough to bid with without, like, wiping out all of their prospects that are closest to being major league ready. You know, the Astros always get a lot of grief from, the national guys, but, their farm system's not that good. They don't have the high-end talent. Yet they keep producing major league talent because they develop players better than maybe any other team in baseball. They are the best when it comes to taking a guy who has the tools and turning them into a player. And, you've got Loperfido. Pedro Leon looks ready. Shea Whitcomb looks ready.
Yeah.
They've gotten some really good production. The Space Cowboys, they rake up and down the lineup. They just rake. And I know the PCL,
I never put a lot into the minor league.
PCL is a hitter's league.
Yeah.
Right? But when you're able to do it with the consistency, you don't have the ups and downs. It's not like when they go out, west and they play in California or in the desert in Vegas and they smash the hell out of the ball and then they come back here and then they can't hit. Because the two toughest places to hit in the PCL are Sugar Land and OKC.
Yeah.
And they've been hitting there too. So they have hit everywhere, and they've hit consistently. And look, you can't say, the guy definitely hit in AAA, so he definitely will hit in the major leagues. But if you can't hit in AAA, then I know you can't hit in the major leagues. You have to do one to get to the other. So I feel like, Leon has shown you he's done everything he can.
Yeah.
There's nothing left for him to accomplish, but he's blocked. And for the Astros, if they're going to make a push, do they have to trade guys from the major league roster? Because the only place they have a surplus is in the outfield. And if Chaz could get hot and look like the player he was last year,
showed a little bit,
even the last 3 years, he has value because he still has 2 more years of team control. He can play all 3 outfield spots. He's got pop. He's got speed. Jake Myers, even though his offensive numbers right now look more like what they, in line with expectation from the beginning of the year, he's an excellent defensive outfielder who's got 3 years of team control. So he has a lot of value. There's a lot of teams who are in the mix, like high in the mix.
Yeah.
Philly, Atlanta. They need outfielders in the worst way. You saw Cedric Mullins look like he never played center field before in this series. You tell me they would love to have Jake Myers. You don't want to trade a guy like Jake Myers if you're making a push because that elite defensive center field is important.
And you will need,
But if you can flip Jake to get the prospects you need, to get the starting pitcher you need, you got to consider it.
Yeah, well, again, I go back to, this is the second point that I think is really, really important. If you're in it and you think you can make a run and you're going to be buyers and you get in a bidding war, okay, are you willing to trade the potential to make another run this year for being really, really bad in the next few years? Like, really bad. Because all those names you mentioned are going to be at the top of everyone's list.
Oh, yeah.
And as much as whatever you say about the PCL and minor league hitting, I'm not a big advocate of that, but I get your point, and it's valid. If you can produce there, at least you've shown something, But then there's nothing close to ready behind those guys.
No, all the guys, the next, quote, batch, they're only getting to Double-A right now.
Yes.
Or they're getting promoted to High A. They're going to Fayetteville. Their best prospects are still very young.
Yeah.
So
are you willing to make that trade? The possibility of making another run, maybe without, as you mentioned, maybe Jake Myers, maybe Chaz, maybe somebody like that, whatever, and some of your top prospects that you just talked about, to maybe make a run this year. Frankly, and this might surprise some, I would, because when you have a chance to win a championship or at least make a run, whatever it may be, you do it. You do everything you can to do it. But keep in mind, you have a really good chance of being really, really bad in the next few years when this thing does start to age and go the other way.
And this is kind of where you're weighing things one against the other, right? Right now, you say they need a starting pitcher. They need at least a mid-leverage bullpen arm.
Yes.
Preferably a lefty or somebody who can get lefties out. If JV is going to miss significant time, we just don't know because he's not doing anything yet.
Yeah.
And we know that if the Astros are talking about an injury, they're lying their pants off.
Yeah.
So we don't know what's going on with JV. Would they potentially need 2 starting pitchers? Now, yes, Garcia's hopefully going to be back in about a month.
Yeah.
Lance is hopefully going to be back in about 6 weeks. you've got reinforcements coming, but you've got to survive those 6 weeks and still be in the mix for those guys to give you a hopeful boost. So when you're looking for a starting pitcher, are you looking for somebody who is closer to a 1 or a 2? Or are you looking for somebody who's closer to a 4 or a 5?
The problem is, are they going to be back in a month and 6 weeks? There's no reason to believe that they will. I'm talking about Garcia and McCullers. I mean, because they're telling us, but they've told us a lot of things. By the way, what's the latest on JP France? Oh yeah, he had a little setback. So whatever that is, you can't. I mean, from the outside looking in, it's hard to buy that. They truly know. So maybe they do come back, which would lead me to believe, to answer your question, a 4, a 3 or a 4, because it's just the price is just too much for a 1 or a 2. You don't have it. You can't get in that bidding war. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I would not be trying to give up what it takes to get somebody.
And you may not have it.
Who's above a 4. All they need, somebody who takes the ball every turn, gives me 5 innings, and competes.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
Yeah.
I don't need you to be a lockdown guy. I have a lockdown guy in Framber Valdez. I've got a lockdown guy in Renel Blanco, which I didn't think I had at the beginning of the year, but now I do.
Yeah.
So I've got 2 guys that I know will go out and shut down a team like the Orioles. I need somebody who takes the ball every 5th day so my bullpen doesn't get gassed out and I have to score 11 runs to win.
Yeah, and then there's the middle relief too.
And give me one more a middle relief arm should not cost you that much.
Yeah.
It's a middle reliever. It's not I'm talking about a back end guy. I'm talking about a guy that pitches the 6th.
Yeah.
Give me somebody who's a 6th inning guy or is a left-handed guy who can give me a couple of outs. I think that will work with this bullpen. But they need these things.
Yeah.
Because you see what happens when they have to keep going to the underbelly of the pen and you got a 14-3 lead and then it's 14-11.
Yeah.
So
God, that was crazy.
There are times
that was so nuts
where it's just like, I need one more arm.
I'm not gonna lie, I logged out.
You checked out.
I checked out. I thought that's it. I'm like, holy smokes!
I am not suffering through this heartbreak. It's not gonna happen. No, and I understand that part, but it's gonna be very tough to get a high end pitcher. There's not gonna be a lot of guys on the market, and that will drive the prices up. And it makes you wonder: do the Astros sell a little bit to be able to buy a little bit?
Yeah.
That way they don't smash out their AAA, their better prospects at AAA, while just kind of rearranging the deck to be a better fit for them right now. Coming up next, we localize it in the loop.
1, 2, 3. Texans.
SkyRizzy.com or call 1-866-SkyRizzy to learn more.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, it's time to localize it on In the Loop. He's John Lopez. I'm Patrick Creighton. Dana Brown said JP France had a slight setback, and, well, he is now shut down.
No kidding. Figgy?
A word?
I was waiting for that. Dude, this is the thing that just drives me nuts about this club. Like, everybody lies a little bit when it comes to injuries, but they just do it and do it and do it and do it. And I'm not even sure that he had a setback. That's where we are. Like, he might have just always, been in a situation that he wasn't going to be able to pitch this year. He might have. He might not have. I don't know.
Bill Belichick's School of Injury Reporting.
Oh my God! But it's worse than that.
When it comes to injuries, if Dana Brown's lips are moving, he's lying.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's his policy of they lie, if it's a team policy that they lie, because they've always been, staying, behind closed doors with injuries, but they seem to be full of it more now than ever. And this is a team that, I have questions about how they handle players.
Mm-hmm.
Because JP came into camp with a bum shoulder. And, he was 2 weeks behind.
Yeah.
Then they ramped him up faster than they should have, knowing he had an injury. They continued to pitch him. He got destroyed. His velocity was down. You could tell his arm's killing him.
Yeah.
Then they send him down to the minors, and where they put him on IL down there. And yeah, I have no idea if he was even throwing or not, because they don't say anything. All I know is that if they say he's not throwing anymore, we're supposed to believe that means, well, he was throwing. But I didn't think we were going to see JP France again this year back then, and I really don't think we're going to see him again now.
Right, and so that's why. Look, I get being coy with injuries. Not for HIPAA reasons, as Dusty might say, but just because you don't want to give away too much. You want to make sure you get all the opinions that you need and all that stuff. But just a little bit better than this. Like if I asked you today, and you might be really confident in this. But if I asked you today, is Justin Verlander going to pitch again this year? I think the predominant answer is yes. But it's on the table, maybe not. I mean, because of the Astros, not because of Justin Verlander.
No, it has to be.
Yeah.
If for a guy who had a neck injury that he pitched through for multiple starts before he couldn't pitch through, and then, he's just going to miss one start.
Yeah.
Okay, he's on the IL.
Yeah.
Now he's going to miss 3 starts.
Yeah.
Minimum. And look, when you're in your 40s, you don't recover as fast as you do in your 20s. So
look who you're talking to.
It is. Well, I'm not that far behind you, John. For real. It does make you wonder. As guys get older and they start to get hurt more, that doesn't undo.
Yeah, and then you also mentioned in the last segment Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia. And I want to sit here and say, yes, that's going to be kind of a silver bullet. That's going to be two players that could really help this team down the stretch when they come back. But because of the Astros, it's on the table that we won't see either one of them. No, I'm not saying it's a big possibility, but because of their own doing, it's certainly something you have to consider.
And we saw this last year with Michael Brantley, right?
Yeah.
They thought Michael Brantley was going to be ready by the second week of the season.
They said.
Except he had a setback at the end of March.
Yeah.
And then he had another setback in April. And then he had another setback in May. and then he had another setback in June, and then he had another setback in July, and it was September before he got on the field.
Yeah.
You never know when a guy is going to have a setback. I think counting on both of them to come back is fool's gold. You're hoping one of them is going to come back and pitch something close to what you expect them to do, but there's no way you can count on both.
No way. And it's just one of the more bizarre things, and they consistently do it, and they know it's that old game, they're lying, they're lying, they know they're lying, and yet they continue to do it. It's crazy.
John, the NFL put together their proverbial Mount Rushmore of the greatest players for every team. And
I love this.
Maybe we have found out why Amy Adams Strunk, or as I like to refer to her, that bitch, Amy Adams Strunk, why she is so angry with the city of Houston. The Mount Rushmore for the Tennessee Titans in a beautiful illustrated meme. Earl Campbell, Bruce Matthews, Warren Moon, and Steve McNair.
Yeah.
And every one of them's wearing an Oilers uniform.
Every one of them is. This is the reason. If you want to know the real reason, there's a couple of them. That Amy Adams Strunk is so petty and so mean to Houston and says, "Oh, I love Houston and I love the Oilers' legacy and all that." This is why. Because she cannot find that whatever it is, that the connection with Nashville that they had in Houston. And the best thing about Nashville happened in Houston. Like she's petty about it. She can't get over it. And that includes, obviously, like all four of these guys. You just mentioned them. Earl Campbell, Bruce Matthews, Warren Moon, and Steve McNair. I mean, Bruce Matthews and Steve McNair played for the Titans, but I think most fans, especially older fans, recognize them and acknowledge them as Houston Oilers. She can't get over it. There are very few, if any, Frank Wycheck, and he was drafted by the Oilers too, by the way. And if people may forget,
I'll get Steve McNair to him.
Yeah, no, but he was here 2 years.
Yeah, he was here, but I can let them have that one.
Yes.
Everybody else is a nah.
I mean, I would have gone with Eddie George as the last one.
Another
But
Oiler.
even he started in Houston.
Another Oiler.
And I always say there's no petty like sports petty.
Yeah.
And Amy Adams Strunk actually thinks she owns a color.
Yes, that's the dumbest
thing.
They
aren't just bothering the Houston Texans. They're actually investigating if they're going to sue the Astros because of a hat.
Yeah.
And are they going to sue the Houston University of Houston because of their Houston throwback, as if they're the only team that can wear anything within 5 shades of Columbia blue? Maybe they should sue the University of North Carolina.
Yeah, why not? She's crazy ex-girlfriend.
Can they also start suing teams over white?
Yeah, I don't know.
Anybody who wears white, that's our color. You can't have it.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, she's crazy ex-girlfriend. And I love this more than I should have. The fact that, this was the NFL. The NFL did this. This isn't some, whatever. The NFL did the Mount Rushmore. And by the way, for the Houston Texans, and we can argue this, but I don't think it's necessarily wrong. They had Dwayne Brown, J.J. Watt, Andre Johnson, and DeAndre Hopkins. Throw Arian Foster in there, and I'm good with it. Maybe some, I don't know who else might be on the list, and I'd be good with it. In 5 years, maybe 2 years, C.J. Stroud might be on the list. But
by the end of this year, C.J. Stroud might be on that list.
Yeah, might be on the list. But that's just for argument's sake. The Mount Rushmore of Houston Texans. But the Tennessee Titans, Oiler. That's awesome.
Sucks to suck.
That's awesome.
And just the fact that that the NFL put them all in Oiler uniforms. You could have put Steve McNair in a Titans, but you didn't.
Yeah.
And I almost feel like, that bitch, Amy Adams Strunk, is probably looking at this like, I got over on Houston. They're seeing all the Oilers jerseys. Yeah. Meanwhile, we're here in Houston laughing at your dumb ass of nobody that's ever been an original Titan is on your list.
They say Oilers legacy, Oilers history is our history. No kidding. because I mean, I wouldn't be bragging about that because every one of these players is a Houston guy.
I remember when I first came to Houston in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
I used to talk to a lot of the old former Oiler players. They used to tell me, we feel like guys without a home.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Texans weren't allowed to have them because they didn't have the rights to the Oilers' name. And back then, the Titans, to that point in their existence, they didn't recognize the Oilers. They ignored it. They didn't talk about them. They didn't have them come in. They weren't part of the franchise. All these players were disenfranchised. It's really not until the last couple of years when, Cal and Hannah are like, we want to kind of introduce, the old Houston Blue.
Yeah, and all of a sudden she got her got riled up about it.
And all of a sudden, here comes that bitch, Amy Adams Strunk. You can't. That's my color. You can't have that color. I'm gonna sue you. And it's just like, man, that's. There's no petty like sports petty.
Yeah, and this is sweet.
John, at some point in time, this was going to happen, and it happened yesterday. We had our first walk-off pitch clock violation.
2. No pitch clock violation is going to end the game. Jake Cave scores. Rockies win it 8-7. Finnegan doesn't even argue, just walks off. What a resilient victory for the Rockies.
Resilient?
Maybe lost a little bit of the drama with the walk-off pitch clock violation.
Hey, any win for the Rockies is resilient at this point, right?
Yeah, this is true. I thought of a couple things when I saw this. First of all, this is small world stuff. Kyle Finnegan went to high school with my son and is a good friend of his. And my son's been texting me all year because Finnegan's having a very good year. Hey, did you see what Kyle's doing? Hey, Kyle might be in the All-Star conversation. Hey, Kyle this, hey, Kyle that. So I texted him this morning, Figgy, you see what Kyle did last night? You see what Kyle did? And I like him. I'm just kidding around. But so I thought of that. And he's from Kingwood High School, by the way. So he's a local. I thought of that. And then I thought of, could you imagine? And you said this was going to happen. I said this was eventually going to happen, too. Eventually, it's going to happen in a playoff game. It's gonna happen in a playoff game,
and some ump is gonna make it about him.
Yes, and by the way, Kyle Finnegan missed the pitch clock getting it off in time by maybe half a second at the most. I mean, it was like he was throwing the ball and the umpire waved.
NFL would let that play.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like pass interference or whatever. But anyway, so it's going to happen in a playoff game. And then I thought of this: like Astros fans are not exactly, the most understanding. No, I'm talking about ever. In the last 7-8 years, whenever it comes to the MLB making a decision about the Astros, and so could you imagine like there's a hater, Astros, whatever, game 3 of a playoff series, and they get walked off by a pitch clock violation. Oh, my God. They would storm the offices in New York City.
The MLB don't like the Astros.
They hate the Astros. They hate the
Orange team bad. Don't forget it. Yes. Orange team bad.
Yes, exactly.
Every decision goes against the Astros.
Yeah, they did that on purpose. The clock was sped up.
Us against the world.
Yeah, they sped up the clock.
At least, the pitch would have been a ball. But could you imagine he threw a strike?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that, it would even be more insane. Of hey, that should have been a strikeout, and we should be going to extras instead. Umpire with the itchy trigger finger had to jump out. Oh no, it's time. Oh no. Like you said, it hit 0, and then he was like into the windup.
Yeah.
Like we see this happen in the NFL all the time, where the clock hits 0 and like they snap it like a half a second after, and they always let that play go.
Yeah.
Like if you haven't gone a full second past the clock,
yeah,
they let it go.
Mm-hmm.
So I think sometimes the umpires, they want that spotlight. They want to jump out and make it about them and talk about the worst time to freaking do something like that. That is unbelievable. All right, coming up next, could there be a quarterback to hit $60 million? Who might it be? They've been talking about a quarterback salary cap. What does that mean for the Houston Texans and their quarterback? Next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
You're in the loop. He is the OG John Lopez. I'm Patrick Creighton. Figgy Fig. Dude.
How many nicknames does Figgy Fig have now?
I don't know. How many can I come up with?
Yes.
But he's, he's got the almost like the chrome do going on right now where, like when the chrome reflects in the light, you get purple, you get orange, you get green, you get gold. He's got all of them.
So Figgy,
I can't rock that. I wish I could. I can't rock that.
Well, I would like to see you try. I'd like
I think I can get my hair that long.
So we've got at least 2 nicknames for Figgy Fig, which, by the way, itself is a nickname that has become a name. So Figgy, what are we going to stay with?
Hey, I'm good with Figgy Fig, man. Figgy Fig.
Figgy Fig.
The doctor of Figonomics.
No, let's not.
I gotta throw it out just because he doesn't get the reference.
Well, is it a John Cena?
John Cena.
Yeah. Why did I know that?
You worked with Pendergast long enough.
Yeah, but I'm not a wrestling guy. I don't know why I knew that. Anyway,
how many wrestling guys are in this building?
Lots.
It's rubbed off a little.
Lots.
It's rubbed off a little.
Yes.
You can't get away from it.
Yeah.
Now, we just saw Trevor Lawrence get $55 million a year, which I'm not going to lie, John, that's insane.
That is outrageous.
I don't understand how Trevor Lawrence is worth $55 million a year. And, I was looking at the top paid quarterbacks in the NFL right now, right? So Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence, they're the top of at $55 million.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Joe Burrow's been to a Super Bowl. Trevor Lawrence has never won a divisional game. Jared Goff is third at $53 million. He's been to a Super Bowl. Justin Herbert, well, he hasn't won a divisional game, and he's next.
Yeah.
Then there's Lamar Jackson, who's got 2 MVPs.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts has gone to a Super Bowl. Kyler Murray is 7th. He hasn't won squat.
Mm-hmm.
Deshaun Watson has never gotten a divisional win. He also has a lot of court issues.
Yeah, there's a couple things going on.
Patrick Mahomes just goes to the Super Bowl every year.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins has never won a divisional game. And then Josh Allen, who at least has gone to 1 AFC championship game.
Mm-hmm.
It is like polar opposites. Either, you've been to a championship game, Super Bowl, or won an MVP, or ungats.
Yeah.
And that's the top 11 paid quarterbacks in the league. It's almost like alternating.
Mm-hmm.
Success?
Yeah.
No. Success? No.
Yeah.
I don't know how we get here. And it's who's going to be the $60 million quarterback? 'Cause somebody's going to hit that, right?
Could be Dak. Could be our guy. Could be, Purdy. But it's going to happen. Now, we've talked about this, in the last week or so because it's been outrageous. What I think is the most interesting part of all this is something that you referenced, and I think it's worth revisiting as well. This whole quarterback salary cap thing. And the NFL allegedly, reportedly is discussing it and all that. And I think that's a dichotomy as well. As a football fan, I want a quarterback salary cap because that means my quarterback is not going to take – because some of these guys are taking up to 22 and 23% of the salary cap, the total salary cap. You can't have that and be good and have the guys you want elsewhere. You just can't. I mean, look at Buffalo. Clean and shop. They got a great quarterback. They should be able to surround him with everybody they can. You can't do it when your quarterback is taking up, like I said, 22, 23% of your cap. You want to stay in the 17% range, just as an example, and that way you can afford people elsewhere. But so as a fan, I want that. As someone who wants players to be able to make the money that they're worth, and you're worth what the market tells you. Trevor Lawrence, to me, is not worth that money, to me. But the market says he is. And the fact that the team is willing to pay him says he is. So it's a true dichotomy. Like, you want to be able to – I think the Jaguars are screwed for the next few years.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think they're absolutely screwed for the next few years. So – but I get why they would want to keep him, because what your options could be garbage. I mean, maybe you could, cut bait, and then you look stupid if you get good somewhere else, or you draft a superstar, the next C.J. Stroud. So it's such a delicate thing that I think we're never going to see. That's the ultimate point, because the NFLPA is going to fight this like crazy.
Teams are terrified.
Yeah.
If they don't give the quarterback, let that guy be next, whether he deserves it or not. He's the next guy to make max money, the most money in the league. That guy's going to walk, and then, we're going to have to be bad again, and we don't know when we're going to find another quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like in the NBA, when you have a guy say, I want max money, and he's not a max money guy.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to be willing to trade him or let him go.
Yeah.
And if I was the Jaguars, I would have traded him.
Mm-hmm.
I would have traded him out. I gotten everything I could. There's a team out there somewhere that's giving you 3 draft picks for a guy. Oh, we think he's awesome. You just haven't coached him right. Okay, look what the Texans got for Deshaun Watson. Somebody's going to give up that deal for Trevor Lawrence. But there's no way in hell I would be paying him $55 million. And the quarterback salary thing is a really interesting concept to me, because back in the day when owners couldn't stop giving first-round rookie quarterbacks all the money in the world, they basically went to the Players Association and said, look, we need a cap for this. And got the players on board by saying, well, if we spend less money on rookies, we have more money for veterans, which, of course, was kind of a lie, because they have more money for the elite players, but the regular veterans, they still make the same bottom-of-the-rung salary they've always made.
Yeah.
In 2011, when they locked the players out, there was nothing wrong with the game financially. Owners were making money hand over fist. They realized, hey, we're giving the players 57.5%. Let's knock it down 10% and put that in our own pockets. Okay, locked them out. One. Now the players get, 49.5% of the football-related income, which was $20 billion last year. So when the owners go, well, we need to have a salary cap. No, you guys need to stop being stupid about who you pay. If you're going to pay Patrick Mahomes, great. If you're going to pay Trevor Lawrence, you're a dumbass. And you deserve to live with that contract. And it's like, how many times are you going to keep going back to the players to say, well, we're doing this wrong, so fix it for us? No, if you want to keep paying quarterbacks, but you don't want to take up so much of the cap, raise the cap. Put more money into the teams. It's already bad enough that you're a $20 billion industry, and the people that you put in charge of regulating your game are part-timers.
You're talking about the officials.
All the officials. They're all part-timers. This is why the officiating in the NFL sucks, because none of these guys are full-time employees. They get, a month worth of virtual, let's get back to it training.
Then they go to training camp.
During the week, they're lawyers and doctors and, whatever, engineers. And then on Sundays, okay, I'm a ref.
Yeah.
I don't get that part of it. As a salary cap, there's no way I want to see anything that restricts how much money a player can make when their careers are already as short as they are.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing about these max, I say max contracts because I was thinking about the NBA, but the interesting thing about, I'll just go ahead and say it. The interesting thing, the thing I was thinking about the NBA is there are standards for some of these guys that get these max deals. Like, you have to be able to have been an all-NBA.
All-NBA, right, to be the Supermax guy.
To get the Supermax, my bad. You have to be all-NBA. You have to have done this or that. That might be the formula that the NFL needs to go to. And then some of these guys wouldn't be eligible for these contracts. Like when the NFLPA fights this, and they will, if the NFL ever tries to do a salary cap, that they'll fight it. They'll threaten probably a lockout or something. I mean, a holdout or something like that. The NFL could come back and say, all right, how about you can't get this NFL Supermax unless this, or this happens with your quarterback. So maybe. I mean, that's really outside the box. But, I mean, the NBA does do that.
Yeah, look, if you're top 3 in MVP,
yes.
maybe you're eligible.
Yeah.
If you win the Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, get to a Super Bowl in the last 3 years, whatever.
If you led the league in passing
Yeah.
or touched, like have something that states, hit this marker, get this tier.
Yes. Because what I was going to say is, as much as I think it's foolish and you think it's foolish that Trevor Lawrence got this money, if we were pulling the trigger on that and we had seen, let's say we were Khan, Shad Khan, and we had the decision to make on Trevor Lawrence getting this this contract. All right, suppose we did that. I'm not so sure, as much as I think it's a bad contract, that I'd be willing to pull the trigger on saying no. I mean, that's a really tough call to say, no, we're not going to do it. And then you risk losing him or whatever, obviously you can do, tag him and all that, but it's still just very bitter, very wrong in terms from his perspective. I'm not so sure I would be there because we've seen enough from Trevor Lawrence where you're going like, I don't think so, but maybe, he's been great in here and there, but not a great player. That's a tough call to make. So why don't you just take it out of their hands and do these standards, like I said?
Is Lawrence Kirk Cousins 2.0, where he's got physical tools, he's got size, he's got arm strength, but the decision-making seems like maybe it takes an extra second, and that is kind of the difference between, him being a really great quarterback versus being a guy who's pretty good, but not quite over the top.
No, I think Kirk Cousins might be the example right now. But again, if I had to make that decision on Trevor Lawrence, and we had Trevor Lawrence here, and we were going through that, I would be it'd be a tough call to say no, thank you, we're not going to do it, and then everything else blows up.
Now, if there's going to be a quarterback salary cap, or if the owners are going to fight for that, obviously they're going to know. They talk to each other. These committees are going to give out reports to the owners. The owners are going to be aware. All right, is this coming down the pike? Is this definitely something we're doing? Well, the Texans are going to have extension talks with C.J. Stroud maybe after this season, definitely after next season.
No, it's going to have to be after the 25 season.
So after his third season.
Yeah.
But if they know a salary cap for quarterbacks is coming down the road, do you have to get a deal done with him before that cap is implemented to avoid risking alienating your quarterback? Or, hey, you know what? We're just going to sit. We're going to wait. And if it happens, we're just going to hide behind, this is the cap most we can give you. And maybe he's mad. Maybe he's not. But you're going to risk it. If there's going to be a cap come down the road, does that make you feel like the Texans need to get a deal done with C.J. Stroud with a little more urgency?
I think with there's two problems. Number one, you're also going to be dealing with Derek Stingley very soon, and that could be an enormous contract. Will Anderson is in the same class, in the same round, and very, very high, like C.J. Stroud. You're going to have to be dealing with that. So I think what you're going to have to do is C.J. Stroud's in a different category. Like he is, and obviously things could change, but I don't see them changing. He's going to be a super elite quarterback. He's going to be at the very, very top of this. In that case, I think you pay the guy appropriately. I think you pay the guy. They can make it work. I think you get smart people in this building that can deal with the salary cap. Maybe, certain contracts can be dealt with bonuses and, money. And by the way, that money wouldn't hit until later either. Like he could maybe sign the contract after 2025, but the money doesn't really start until 2026, or whatever.
So if you pick up his fifth-year option,
yeah, exactly.
Further down the road.
Exactly. So that C.J. Stroud's in a different category. You sign him. I'm talking about the Trevor Lawrences of the world. Those are the teams where you're like, I'll put it off. I'll kick the can down the road until we decide on, or we find out on the salary cap or whatever it might be.
Because I think that if you know the cap is coming, you've got to get something done with CJ. We're not talking about he's a really good player or he's a great player or who's your franchise player. This guy looks like he is like an all-time elite type player. this is the guy who's going to be in the conversation with Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about who's the MVP of the league. Those three guys are going to be in the conversation every year.
Yeah.
And this is the guy who, like last year, when everybody thought the Texans were going to be a 4-win team, and every national guy said, well, the Texans wide receiver group, they're lousy. He doesn't have anybody to throw to. Well, he turned Nico Collins and Tank Dell basically into household names and, resurrected the career of his tight end. And now people are looking at him differently in Dalton Schultz.
Mm-hmm.
You add in a Joe Mixon, you add in a Stephon Diggs, and it's like, all right, how does anybody cover all those weapons?
Yeah.
CJ is going to find the open guy in 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And that might even be longer than he needs.
Yeah.
There's no way. You can't double Diggs and Collins and Tank. Two of those guys are going to get single coverage, and that guy's going to have a field day. I don't think Tank, as, quote, the third receiver, is going to get as much of a share of the offense as he did a year ago, but the share he does get could be bigger chunks.
Oh, I think he could.
Because if he winds up getting the third most looks, but his looks are one-on-one, and instead of being 12, 15 yards, they're 20, 25 yards, and then when Tank has the ball in his hands, he's a threat to go anytime he touches the football.
Yeah.
I feel like he might get less catches per average than he did a year ago, but I think his yards per catch could be a lot higher.
I think he might be the surprise of the team, to be honest. I think what you're saying is true, but that's gonna actually lead, like everything I'm seeing, and I'm the one that's saying Stephon Diggs is the number one until further notice, and I still believe that. Nico, everybody's talking about this is the guy that could be the number one immediately. Tank Dell is sitting back there going, all right, he's not either. He loves where he is and he loves those guys, but he's got pride, and I think he's saying, all right, and I think he can make those big plays and all of a sudden become a 1,000-yard receiver again.
I think there's a lot to talk about with the wide receivers and how that all works out. So I want to ask you about that on the other side. This is In the Loop.
Nico Collins.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Hey, John, we were talking about, different Texas wide receivers, and you had said you think Tank Dell is kind of like your dark horse to be the top receiver on the Texans this year. He could have a huge breakthrough. You have Stephon Diggs, who's been one of the 3 most productive receivers in the league 5 years in a row. You have Nico coming off, nearly a 1,300-yard season. I think I could go for 1,500 yards. Like, there's still Stephon Diggs, and there's still Tank Dell, and there's still Dalton Schultz. And you hope this year, with a guy like Joe Mixon in the fold, they're going to figure out how to throw the ball to the back a little bit more, too.
Yeah.
That's an awful lot of passing yards if you're going to hit 1,500 yards. And then there's Tank, who would have had easily a 1,000-yard season last year. And I hope that the team has learned the lesson. We're not going to have him blocking down at the end of the line in goal-to-go situations. It's probably a bad idea, especially when you have bigger players that you can put there. So let's not use the guy who's 5'8" to block. But you were kind of talking about why you thought the wide receivers could break the way they do. So I want to talk to you more about that, because I see things like for how this thing is going to block it. Not exactly the same, but a lot of similarities. So I want to ask you, how do you see this breaking down for the, let's say, the main 3 guys, if you think Tank has the chance to be the breakthrough guy?
I think it's going to be all 3, not just because of them, but because of Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. Like Bobby Slowick, this is quietly, I'm not going to say under the radar, because people know that he's coming back and how important Bobby Slowick was to this team, and people know that C.J. Stroud going into his second year, should just be blossoming even more. So it's not under the radar, but I think it's not really talked about much, the way it should be. The fact that they've had an entire year now in an off season, and they're going into and they've gone into minicamp and they're going into training camp with more ways to use this offense and a more comfortable C.J. Stroud. I think that directly impacts how C.J. and Bobby Slowick are going to use these guys. Tank Dell was, I think he was one of the many that Bobby Slowick ran reverses with, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about being able to use these guys, find all 3 receivers in a particular set, give C.J. Stroud more autonomy at the line of scrimmage as we talked about last week, to completely change the play, not just make protection adjustments and adjustments in terms of first option, second option, third, but completely change the play to see the wide receiver that is going to be in the best position to make a play. All right? So, let's say the safety's cheating over to Stephon Diggs, or they're showing something on a blitz or a linebacker, whatever it may be, okay? He can see, okay, Tank is the guy that's gonna be giving us our best chance on this play. When he sees that, it's not going to be just Tank every play. It's going to be Tank sometimes. It's going to be Nico Collins sometimes, maybe stretching the field. It's going to be Stephon Diggs not getting double teamed. Then you have to go to Stephon Diggs because he's badass. But I think the fact that they're going to be able to use all 3 in that role is going to give all 3, 1,000+ yards perhaps. I'm down on the whole, not down, but I'm skeptical of the whole 1,500 yards for Nico Collins thing. That's a lot. I mean, that's an awful, awful lot. I think 3 guys had 1,500 last year. When you have these other 2 guys, I could see 3,000-yard receivers. And that's why I think Tank Dell is kind of secretly like the best of the bunch there, because everybody is talking about what Nico thinks and what Nico could be, what Stephon brings to this team. Tank Dell coming off an injury, a smaller guy that can certainly be used in different ways. It's like he's walking around saying, I got a secret. They're going to use me, man. They're going to use me, and they're going to use all 3 of us the same.
So, I'm with you on look, number 1, the ball's got to be in CJ's hands.
Yeah.
He is your playmaker. The ball needs to be in his hands. I know, look, you brought in Joe Mixon. You want to be a better running team. You want to run the ball more. You're hoping that the offensive line will be healthy, and you'll get Kenyon Green at left guard, and you get Juice at center, and you have Titus at right tackle, and it'll be your real 5, and then those 5 guys playing together, you'll get a better push. But this is a passing team. This is a team that's going to pass.
I've been saying that since week 5.
Set up the run.
Yes.
Not the old
now you're speaking my
run
language.
Pass.
Yeah.
This is pass to run. And they're going to throw the ball 65% of the time. If they're running the ball 50-50, they were up 30 points in the 4th.
Yeah.
So, I feel like they're going to throw it a lot. And that does give them the chance to have 3 receivers with 1,000 yards, something that hasn't happened since 2008. And I do think that all 3 of those guys are fully capable of getting to those numbers. I mean, Diggs has had, over 1,100 yards 5 of the last 6 years, over 100 catches 5 of the last 6 years. Nico broke out last year. Tank probably on the verge of breaking out before he got hurt. And for him to go to, OTAs and run and cut, like, dude was shot 3 weeks ago, and he's running and cutting like he didn't even have a cold. It's like he's like Wolverine, like he healed up, and I'm good to go.
Yeah.
To see the way those guys operate, and you know what? I think especially in the beginning, I think Stephon Diggs is going to see a lot of doubles.
Yeah.
Because he's got the biggest name value. And if Nico and Tank are eating because Stephon is doubled, they got to find a way to make sure he doesn't get cranky about it. Because if you can keep him sated that, hey, look, they're going to start rolling the coverage to the other guys, and when they do, it's going to be your turn to eat, and we're going to feed you.
Yeah.
Okay, so now they roll. We're going to roll the double to Nico. If you're one-on-one with Stephon Diggs, he's catching that ball 99% of the time.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're ever going to double Tank. And because of that, and he's the guy that can really take the top off the defense, I think they got a chance to hit a lot of home runs with Tank this year.
I think they just got a chance to see. The thing about Tank that is so impressive to me is he's so fast. And, yes, he can take the ball the distance, but I consider Nico Collins more of the stretch the field guy. I think most people do. What I think Tank is, and keep in mind, I do realize that Stephon Diggs is on this team, but I think he by the end of the season, you're going to have an argument that he's just as good or better a route runner than Stephon Diggs, which is saying a lot. I get it.
He's an elite route runner.
He is an elite. So he's a move the sticks guy. He's a red zone guy. You think red zone's 6'4" wide receiver. I think Tank Dell, because he gets so open in close spaces so easily. And because he's not going to be double teamed, who's going to stay with him?
No, and he's a water bug.
Yeah.
So he changes direction so fast. I don't know that there is anybody in any secondary that can change direction with the speed that Tank changes direction.
Yeah.
And if he hits you with a double at that speed, you're gone. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
He's going to water bug you, and you're toast.
Yeah.
And I think that Tank could really have a big season. He might not have the number of catches that Diggs and Nico have, but I think he's going to have close to the yards. Because when he gets it, he's going to be they're going to get him in space. Yeah. They're going to get him on the run. And anytime he's got the ball in his hands in space and on the run, he might go. I love Nico doing those crossing patterns over the middle because defenses never seem to know who's supposed to pick him up when he changes zones.
Yeah.
And he crosses from one zone to another zone and guys supposed to let him go and hand him off to the other guy. People are not ready for the speed at which he's going through and the accuracy that CJ delivers that football. They can't make the adjustments before he's already caught the ball and gone 10 yards up the field.
Yeah, yeah.
So the last team.
I think Tank is going to, it's not a surprise because people know what he is, but I think it's going to surprise people to the degree of, I didn't know he had that in him. I didn't know he had that in him.
The last 2 teams to have 3 receivers go over 1,000. The 08 Cardinals, Larry Fitzgerald, Anquan Bolden, and Steve Breston. Breston had 1,006 yards. The 04 Colts, Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, Brandon Stokely. Brandon Stokely and Steve Breston, to me, are not in the same league as Tank Dell.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And it's a big ask. I'm not saying I'm not predicting it. I could definitely see it happening. And the reason is because of what we just talked about. How are you going to deal with Tank Dell when you have to double either Nico or Stephon Diggs?
See, this is where we're seeing people text it in like, guys, I am clapping my hands, yelling, let's go!
Yeah, they're in their car. Dude, I like that.
This is, like I said, I've now obviously not
good times, man.
I haven't been down here as long as John has. But I've been down here. This is my 12th year covering the Texans. There has never been anything close to the excitement around this team right now.
No.
Not close.
No, and you can go back to the Oilers even. They had some very, very hyped up teams. This city was on its ear. Let's say 93, somewhere in there. But nothing like this. And I was here for that.
No, and like if you're not pumped up about the Houston Texans right now, you should probably go see a doctor and find out if you're dead. Because if you're not
Am I
pumped
dead?
about this team,
Am I dead?
you might be a zombie.
Yeah.
You might be.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the hits that keep on coming.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. Let's get you that new vehicle.
Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or they stop and required finance agreement balances due. See T-Mobile.com.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's time to play the hits. And we start off with a vintage Astros victory.
Hits this ball pretty well to left field. Austin Hayes back at the track. He can't get there. It's off the wall. 2 runs are going to score. Bregman and Diaz score. 2 RBIs for Jeremy Pena. And the Astros pick up 2 more runs at 7-1.
Jeremy Pena had 3 hits yesterday and 3 ribs. Yainer Diaz was 3 for 3 with 3 ribs. Alex Bregman was 4 for 4. He scored twice. Altuve was 2 for 5 with a leadoff homer. And Framber Valdez, vintage Framber, 7 innings, a 1-run ball, 6 hits, 2 walks, and 7 punch-outs. This looked very much like the Astros we have all come to know and love over the last 7 years.
Yeah, that's what I said at the start of the show. For the first time, I saw the Astros that I know this weekend. That was, you hit all the points. Altuve with the leadoff, Bregman with the 4 hits, Framber with the outing he had. And, it's the first time where I feel like they can string it together. What did Dana Brown say a few weeks ago? When we get that 5, 7, 10-game win streak. And at the time, I'm like, yeah, good luck with that. Because I never saw that in this team. And that was the impetus of me saying I think they're done. Because they just didn't look it. They didn't have the elements. They didn't have the farm system. They didn't have the starting pitching. They weren't getting the production out of key players, namely Bregman. But this team I recognize. It only took until June 24th to recognize the team that I follow and love. Now it gets interesting because and we're not going to get too much into this, but this is the stretch run. This is the moment. Do you think we can argue all day? You say that nobody gets off the mat better than the Astros. I said I think they're done. Somewhere in between is where they are right now, probably trending closer to what you're talking about. But now is when you got to do it. Because if you fall back and lose 1 or 2 to the Rockies, lose to some of these teams that are ahead of you on the after such a great effort against the Orioles, ahead of you in the wild card standings, then we're just going to be like, well, I guess not. Because time is ticking, man.
No, and you're spot on with that because, look, every time they've gotten on a little run, they've then given it all back the next week. You can't make the gains that you had this past week.
Not this time.
And then sweep the Baltimore Orioles, the number 1 offense in baseball.
Yeah.
And you hold them to 1 run 2 games in a row and then turn around and get moped by the Colorado Rockies, who are one of the worst teams in baseball. They've got to push that consistency. And I'm like, hey, I don't know if they can get 5, 6, 7 wins in a row. There's been long stretches this season we couldn't get 5, 6 at-bats, quality at-bats in a row. So, I understand that part of it. This is a big week for the Astros, and it's going to lead into, the next 2 to 3 weeks being what ultimately could make or break their season, whether they're in or they're out.
Yeah.
Second one, John, to me, this is coaching malpractice. Caitlin Clark did not get a single shot in the final 2 minutes and 18 seconds as the Fever lost 88-87 in Chicago. Here is Clark postgame.
Sure, you can wish it. I'm sure there was an opportunity or two for me to probably attempt another shot there at the end, but I trust my teammates. Obviously, 13 assists, that means my teammates scored off of 13 of my passes. It's a really great number. So I'm going to give them the ball every time and give them an opportunity to score. I believe in them, and obviously Kels had a great game. I thought AB was really good. I thought we were really good out of ball screen action for 3 quarters. And then we kind of just struggled to even get to it. And obviously, but it wasn't our offense. Our offense was never the problem. We scored 87 points, and we really didn't execute the entire 4th quarter. We just fouled. We had to stop fouling.
Yeah, look. We can get into all these nuts and bolts, and I honestly don't believe that the majority of our listeners are going to be talking about coaching malpractice too much with Caitlin Clark. What I do like about this is Caitlin Clark is getting these headlines when Angel Reese is getting these headlines on ESPN. Look, I think what they're doing right now for the WNBA, I've been saying all along that I think the WNBA, the numbers are probably going to come back down to earth after they get into the nitty-gritty of their season. They're not. The star power of these 2 teams, of these 2 players, is carrying the league.
She always,
but she's got to get a shot.
She always says the right thing.
Yeah.
No matter what the story is, she is always gracious on the microphone and sign autographs before and after. She really is the best thing for this league because people relate to her. But she's got to get the damn basketball.
There is
with
that.
2 minutes to go.
I won't disagree on that. You don't call plays, you call players at the end of basketball games.
Number 3, John, the Aggies are on the cusp of a natty in the College World Series of Baseball Finals, the championship round. This happened in Game 1.
This one is lifted deep to right field. Kent has done it. Home run, Caden Kent. Dad's off his seat. Mom's got the bubbles, and there's the applause. 4th of the year.
What were you saying about that power coming? Yeah. That'll bring the old man to his feet. Jeff Kent, no stranger to long balls.
Caden Kent, son of former Astro Jeff Kent, guy who should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way. 2-run homer. Now, Caden Kent is playing because one of their star players is hurt, and he has come off the bench to play and has been tremendously productive. Aggies take Game 1. Tennessee takes Game 2. Tonight, Game 3, winner take all. Did you ever think you'd be talking about the Aggies winning a national title in baseball before football once they signed Jimbo Fisher?
Oh, yeah. Baseball before football. They've been closer. They've been to the World. They were in the World Series 2 years ago. But that's not to say anything other than I still hope the football team does it. But here's what's interesting. A couple of things that to me are interesting. I didn't know that Jeff Kent could stand up. I thought he had back surgery or something and was wheelchair bound because he's been like fun to watch. How he has total no emotions when Caden Kent does things. You talked about the best player, one of the best players in the country being out for them. Their second best pitcher is out for them as well. I feel so bad about this. I'm actually going to pop in and talk to Tyler Milner about this later. I thought yesterday was the chance. I thought yesterday was the chance for them to win. Tennessee's really, really good. Aggies are really, really good. Something just hit me funny when Tennessee made that run at the end. But you know what? We're talking about a national championship, and anything can happen. So let's see if the Aggies can finally get that thing.
Yeah, it's disappointing to me. College baseball isn't bigger than
it's getting bigger and bigger by the year.
You know, like I wish it was on the scale of college basketball. It's not. I don't think it'll ever get there. But I wish it was bigger because there are so many terrific players in college baseball. And a lot of these star players, they're going to get drafted. And they get run up a lot quicker, too. In like less than 2 years, you might see them on a major league team. These kids get drafted at 22, and they're in the majors 24, 25. And, so they get there a lot faster. Unlike, when you draft, kids who are 17 and 18, you don't see those kids for 6 years. The kids who come from college, especially the high-round kids, they're on the team, and they're on the team soon. You're going to see guys who could be on your team when you're watching the College Baseball World Series. These kids are going to be
It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun. 6 o'clock tonight, and we'll see if the Aggies can pull this thing out.
John, we could be looking at something that hasn't happened in North American sports since 1942. In fact, it's the only time it's ever happened. A team in the championship final, whatever sport it is, blowing a 3-0 lead. The only time it happened was in 1942. The Detroit Red Wings blew a 3-0 lead to the Toronto Maple Leafs. This year in the Stanley Cup, the Florida Panthers got out to a commanding 3-0 lead. And I say commanding, I mean they dominated these games.
Yeah.
They dominated. And the Edmonton Oilers have come storming back to win the next 3. It is winner take all, Game 7 tonight. Alexander Barkov of the Florida Panthers was asked, is this a legacy-defining moment?
Is this a, not just for you, but for everybody, career-defining, legacy-defining moment?
I will let you know at the end of it.
The answer is yes.
Hell yes.
The answer.
Just wait till they win in the documentary come out.
Yeah,
that clip gonna be gold.
Exactly. The answer is yes. I'm pulling for the Canadians, not for the big. Edmonton.
I thought you was about America, man. What you doing, man?
Because of Canada hasn't won a Stanley Cup since the Canadians, right? In 1993?
I believe that is the last time they have won. And
what? Canada, come
93,
on. Give Canada a Stanley Cup.
That 93 team.
It's all about America, man.
What's wrong with you? It is all about America, but let's throw Canada a
4th
bone.
of July coming up, man.
That's true, too, but let's throw Canada a bone here, man. That's their sport. That's what it's all about.
That team beat the Islanders in the Eastern Conference Finals after Pierre Turgeon had been injured earlier on a dirty cheap shot against the Capitals. And I remember that 93 series because, man, if the Islanders got within 5 feet of a Canadian, there was a whistle. It was almost like the clock turned back to the 70s. And if anybody who came near Guy Lafleur, that's a penalty.
Let's give Canada a Stanley Cup. Come on. Let's give Canada a Stanley Cup and the Aggies.
Hey, they got an NBA championship a couple years ago, man. They'd be fine.
They got their one and done, right?
Yeah.
They got their one and done.
We need Canada to win a Stanley Cup and the Aggies to win a national championship.
Man,
simple tonight.
This would be back-to-back years the Panthers went to the Stanley Cup Finals and lost.
Yeah.
But to lose after being up 3-0, that team's got to be broken up.
That's tough to come back. Yeah.
There's no way you could run it back with that team.
Tough to come back
You'd have to break it up.
Yeah.
All right, finally, this is something we in Houston know a little bit about. We saw this about. The Astros will be going up to Flushing to play the Mets in a few days. And they will be without their closer, Edwin Diaz, who is about to get a 10-game suspension. It'll be announced today because of this.
They inspected him for the sticky stuff and didn't like what they found. And he has just been thrown out of this game. So Diaz comes on, will not throw a pitch, has been tossed. And now the Mets will have to go to a different reliever.
This is big for the Astros, man. If you want to kind of throw this into localize it too, because he's going to miss 10 games. They usually don't. He might, but they usually don't appeal these.
No, because you can't win it.
Yeah, you can't win it. So he'll be out. So you got sweeping the Orioles, 2 against the Rockies. Let's go against the Mets with no closer.
You know, I hate the rule, right? It sucked for Ronel Blanco. It sucks for Edwin Diaz. I mean, this guy didn't even throw a pitch.
Yeah.
And the umpires are like, well, you know what? It's definitely not just rosin and sweat. They said the same thing about Ronel Blanco. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. They said Blanco's glove was the stickiest stuff they ever felt, and it had to be illegal. Well, the league turned around and handed him the exact same glove right back. If there was so much sticky stuff in there that it was illegal, why would they give it back to him?
They cleaned it, man. They cleaned it up a little bit. Put a little bit of that barkeeper's friend on there.
Yeah, they didn't even do that. Just
right
here
out.
You go. Take your glove back.
Knock that stuff right out.
The umpires have no idea what is what. And for there to be no scientific test of, we
don't know that for sure. We don't know that they didn't test it on Blanco.
No, what I'm saying is for there to be no scientific test that the umpires throw you out of the game and it's an automatic 10-game rip where they could be wrong. It might not be anything more than rosin and sweat.
Yeah.
But they ejected you, and it's an automatic 10-game rip. They should have to prove that they were right, that you were using something illicit in order for the 10-game suspension to kick in.
I'm kind of torn on this. I'm actually on the other side of from you on the whole thing. I think when it's rosin and sweat, you see enough gloves, you know what rosin and sweat is. So you also know what's not. And at some point, the umpires have to have a judgment, and they send every one of these, well, the 2 so far, to New York to get looked at, tested, whatever. So I really don't think I didn't think it was a big deal. I thought he did it when Ronel Blanco, and I think Diaz did it. Just me. But what I do think is when you're looking at these gloves, there has to be some sort of standard, to your point, before the season, like this is the test that we're going to have. They have to be able to verify that it was something else. You know what I'm saying? I trust their judgment in this one. It's hard to trust an umpire's judgment, but they know what sweat and rosin feels like and looks like.
See, we've seen umpires allow a Yankees pitcher to go wash his hands.
Yeah.
We've seen them allow a Dodgers pitcher to go wash their hands and to change their glove.
Mm-hmm.
We have not seen that with any other players.
Yeah.
Well, why is there this selective enforcement?
See, again, that's where I'm different with you. I don't think it's selective. I think they know the difference. Like they've seen, they do this every day, and they know what it looks like. All I'm saying is, to your point, if you're going to say, I know the difference and this isn't it is the stickiest substance I've ever seen, that's not sweat and rosin, then the MLB needs to at least be able to say, this is what we found after the fact.
I just don't trust umpires to make that decision consistently when they can't make any other decision consistently either. So I get your point. I don't have the same faith in the umpires. All right, coming up next, there's a lot of things in the NFL that players can't do in the off season. Are some of them a little innovative? Well, we'll get to that next.
All right, lowtcenter.com right now. Low T Center.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Alongside the OG John Lopez, I am Patrick Creighton with you here on In the Loop. DJ Figgy Fig on the other side of the glass at the master controls. And, you know, John, we're kind of in the second off season, right? So you have like the first half of the off season in the NFL. Then you have OTAs.
This is the fun time.
You have OTAs at minicamp.
Yeah.
And then you have like the second half of the off season. This is where, you know, teams are basically sitting around like, please don't get arrested.
And it's vacation time.
You get to go chill. You could go be on a boat. In fact, this is the time to be on a boat, not the week before a playoff game, Odell Beckham Jr. This is the week to be on the boat. But in the offseason, there's a lot of things teams wish players wouldn't do. Some of them are built into their contract.
Yeah.
You know, they have a whole bunch of things that say, listen, there are dangerous things that can put your career at risk. You may not do these things. Otherwise, you will put your guaranteed money at risk. Like there's, hey, you can't be on a jet ski. Right? There's a famous incident of a guy being on a jet ski. In fact, he was getting gas. He wasn't even out riding around.
Yeah.
He was just sitting at the dock, fueling up when another jet ski hit him.
Yeah.
And he wound up with a broken leg. There are all kinds of crazy incidences of things happening. There's George Kittle being a part of the WWE and clotheslining The Miz out of his shoes, which, of course, John Lynch then said to him, I hope you had fun. Don't do that again.
Yeah.
You know, it reminds me of Major League when the manager comes in, Willie makes the basket catch. Is this great catch.
Yeah.
Don't ever bleep and do it again.
Yeah.
And there's all these different things they can't do, like don't ride a motorcycle, don't ride an ATV. A lot of them have don't play basketball. And like, I didn't think about like basketball being something that you'd think of would be, all right, yeah, the guys are going to like blow their knees out playing basketball. But then you realize they're not playing like basketball at the Y. They're playing basketball against other guys like them. And they're hyper competitive. So, you know, elbows are getting thrown and guys are getting shoved and you know, crazy things are happening. Then there's, you know, the kooky stories.
Yeah.
Right? And I love the kooky stories. Kooky stories to me are the best. You know, it's kind of like, you know, when a certain Astros broadcaster dislocated his shoulder.
Jeff Kent, we were talking about Jeff Kent. Did he fall off a treadmill? No, that was who fell off the treadmill? Was that
I don't remember who fell off the treadmill. I remember Sparky
there was a
dislocating
sliding glass
his shoulder,
door,
ripping a phone book in half.
Yeah.
You know, Marty Cordova going on the injured list because he spent too much time in the tanning bed and he was too crispy.
Yeah.
Dennis Martinez getting Samsonitis, injuring his elbow, carrying his bags.
Yeah.
So Kevin O'Connell, who is currently the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, back in 2010 was a backup quarterback for the Jest. And he was getting married to his then fiancée, Leah. And in working out the different things of what he can and can't do in his contract, he said, I tried to use that clause to get out of dancing at my own wedding. It didn't work, but I was able to make it through without injury. And, you know, for all the different things that you can't do, made me think, if you were signing an NFL contract, what would you want to put in your contract to get you out of doing?
Oh, to get out of doing, not in terms of danger, just I don't want to do it.
I don't want to do it. You put it in your, this way you could go, honey, it's right here in paper. I can't do it.
I got it in ink right here. Oh, that's a good one. Because
no double dates. It's in the contract. No double dates.
No, we're not setting up your sister or brother. No.
Oh, yeah, it would have to be something like that. I mean, the family's fine, but sometimes, you know, we all have that one. You know, we all have that one or two that cannot come to the holidays. Sorry, can't be here for Christmas. You know, whomever that is or whatever.
Drunk Uncle Louie stays home.
Yeah. By the way, Jeff Kent got hurt and missed some spring training by washing his truck.
Yes. Okay, that I remember.
He was washing his truck. And some, I forget who it was, somebody walked through a glass window, somebody fell off a treadmill, and none of these were really good injuries. Here's where I am on this. I think they should be allowed to do everything except, and this is going to be an old reference for those who have read Ernest Hemingway or are older. Ernest Hemingway, there should only be 3 things that should be in a contract that you cannot do as a professional athlete. I don't mind them playing basketball. That's fine. I mean, yeah, you can get hurt. You can get hurt washing your truck. You can get hurt, whatever, the jet ski thing that you talked about. I don't mind these athletes doing all these things, except Ernest Hemingway said there are only 3 sports, real sports: skydiving, bullfighting, and climbing mountains, mountaineering. Because those you can die, and a lot of people do die. Like, those are the only things where it's like health risks, are inherent in it. If you play basketball, I'm good. If you do pick up softball tournaments, JJ Watt, whatever, I'm good. If you ride a motorcycle, I get it. It's probably a little more dangerous. Is it more dangerous than driving? In some instances, the way people drive, and we've seen some of these things. I'm good if you want to ride. Now, motorcycle, I could argue, but if you want to ride horses, I'm good. If you're good enough to do it, I think it's too containing, too much control on all these things. So, I don't like any of these things when they add them to their contracts.
You may not be one of those internet guys who does backflips on the edge of skyscrapers.
Okay, yeah, that. Yeah, let's add that one to Hemingway's list. No sky. No, well, I guess that might be climbing. I don't know, but I really don't. Figgy?
Yeah, I think I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah. Basketball, man. Okay, play basketball.
So, what do you want to put in there so you can get out of it?
Yeah, I would say holidays with certain holidays with certain people in the family. As far as like activities, I got it. Antiquing for more than an hour. It'll hurt my back.
Injury. Boredom injury.
I don't mind going with her, and she's not like crazy about it, but the shopping in antique stores, we did it this weekend, for goodness sakes, and stuff like that. I'm good for an hour, man. And then I'm on that chair that they all put in there for the husbands and grandfathers. Every good antique store has a chair in there, an old chair where you can just sit and let them keep shopping, and you're just sitting there on your phone or whatever. Because my back will my back will go out after about an hour. How about you? Yeah,
especially living down here, there'd have to be a rotating blades clause. Can't do anything that involves rotating blades. Sorry, honey, I can't do the lawn this week. It's in my contract. Nothing with rotating blades.
I like doing that.
Sorry, honey, I can't trim the bushes because nothing with rotating blades. Sorry, I can't get up there and trim the tree because, well, nothing with rotating blades.
Yeah.
Ladders are dangerous.
Ladders
you
are
can fall
dangerous.
off a ladder.
Ladders are dangerous.
Sorry, honey, I can't get up there and clean those windows because, well, ladders are dangerous.
Yeah.
I can't get up there and fix that roof or clean those gutters because, well, ladders are dangerous. I can't go change that light bulb that is 40 feet above the ground because the person who designed my house somehow thought that I was Plastic Man and I was somehow going to reach a light bulb 40 freaking feet in the air. But I can't be on a ladder, so I can't do that. Going to have to call somebody. Sorry.
Yeah. How about what C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell are doing? See, I think that's pretty cool. Did you see C.J. Stroud?
Which is?
He's in Morocco.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. After going to Asia, now he's in Morocco teaching people. See, that's what you want. This is vacation time and, that type of stuff time for NFL players and coaches. And thank goodness coaches get a good vacation here. And, they're off as well. But he's been to Asia. He was in China. He was in Japan. Came back, minicamp, all that good stuff. Now he's in Morocco teaching these kids football. Tank Dell, on the other hand, was working at a Chick-fil-A. And I thought that was pretty funny and pretty cool for Tank Dell. I'd lose my mind. I might put that in the contract. I would lose my mind.
No fast food service.
Oh, my God. That is something.
I think that in effort to, have us, this show, live the life of the NFL offseason guy, we should be doing this show live from Belize right now.
Let's go to Belize. We got to teach them radio. We got to teach them how to do things like this. Belize would be a good one. I also think like I'm still thinking about things that I would do, that I would not do. It wouldn't be like the yard. I'm good with doing that stuff. I don't want to do it every day. I wouldn't do it for a living, but I like getting out there, sweating, doing all that stuff. But outside of like the shopping, the antiquing, and all that stuff, I don't think I would want to hang out with her friends very much. I like them. No, I like them in small Dorset. No, they're cool. They're cool. But it's like we're all going to do this. Like couples, stuff.
And I find I like those events more as long as I'm continuing to drink margaritas.
Yeah.
When there's no margaritas, I find I don't like these events.
Yeah, it gets a lot better. A little bravery.
The one thing I hate about that is whenever my wife's friends come into town, she want me to hang too.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm like, I know them, but I don't know them. Those your friends.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you should be able to hang with them yourself.
Yeah.
Like, I could chill at home while you go have a blast. I ain't got to be there with you.
Yeah. I totally agree. And I like them. I have fun with them. But it's like an hour. Like an hour is about the most I can stand on that. I should also put like an hour of just listening to her day. I'm good with it. I'm interested. I want to know what's going on, at work or in your life or whatever. But after an hour, there should be like a bell, Figgy, like ding. Okay, all right, sorry, time's up today. Sorry, yeah.
The PTI bell. 5 minutes, sir, you're done.
Time's up today. It was really interesting.
Yeah, one I want in my contract is no trips to the airport.
Oh,
I'm not taking nobody to the airport. That's in my contract. Like, no, especially if it's bush.
Oh,
I'm not going out the bush. Nope. I can't. It's in my contract.
Yes.
Here is something I want in my contract. When I'm in the bathroom, leave me the hell alone.
Yeah.
It's almost like they think, oh, I got you cornered. You can't escape. Now I get to dump everything on you. And it's like, can you let me handle my business in peace?
Mm-hmm.
There is no peace. I'm at the point where I can't even lock the door because, well, I mean, she could unlock it. But like, there is no peace in my house unless I'm home alone.
Yeah.
And if it's not the missus, my freaking dog comes into the bathroom and starts staring at me. It's like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know you can't do that without me watching. You always watch me. I have to watch you. That is dangerous. That is dangerous activity that you're doing, and someone has to watch you. And my dog's staring at me like this is real.
Yeah.
Like this, it's real. It's going down. You're doing that. Mm-hmm. I gotta guard you.
Let me ask you both this. This cannot just be me. Does your wife or girlfriend have entire conversations with you, opening the door first and then having entire conversations with you while you're in the bathroom?
Of course.
Where does that
Of
come?
course.
Where does that
I'm not
come?
even sure the door has to be open yet.
Yes. No, but that makes it worse.
But that's what I mean. When you're in the bathroom, they've got you cornered.
Yes.
And it's like, oh, I got you. Let me tell you everything I've been waiting to tell you.
Who does that?
Every woman in the world.
I would never do that to anyone. Like, hey, let me tell you about, we could be talking about like, okay, well, we have to go to the bank to do this, and then we got to go here. And I'm like, okay, I get that. I understand that. Like, what is the gene that makes you think you can have an entire, however many minute conversation with your worst half while they're going to the bathroom? Doesn't matter, stand up or sit down.
I want to know what the gene is that turns off the sense of smell, right?
Yeah.
Because they come in and like nothing bothers them.
Yeah.
They're giving you the full kit and caboodle.
Yeah.
When you walk in, you're like, ooh, I'll talk to you later. Like I don't know how that works. Now, if I'm in the shower, same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Coming in, got it, blah, 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 the whole time you're in the shower.
Yeah.
And half time I'm like, I can't hear you. The water's running over my head. Either come closer and talk louder or tell me later. And sure enough, she'll keep talking, not any louder and not any closer.
Yeah.
I still won't hear her.
Yeah.
And then it'll be, well, I told you. I'm like, when? When you were in the shower? Well, I didn't hear you. Well, that's not my problem.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. You did this.
And the most innocuous, meaningless conversations. I'm kind of busy here, and I would never do that to you.
Here's another one. When my wife's ready to go take a bath, my impression on this is I have time. I'm free.
Yeah.
I get to do what I want. I'll go read some stuff online. I'll watch a show that I want to watch that she's not interested in.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Can you bring me up a drink?
Yeah.
Can you stay here and talk to me?
No, I can't.
Can you bring my water?
Yeah.
Bring me my water.
I don't mind that.
Bring me my White Claw. Bring me my Prosecco. And then it's, well, why are you leaving? Why can't you just stay here and talk to me?
Yeah.
Because I want to go have my time like you're having your time.
Yeah. No, I don't mind the drink. I'll take you a
It
drink.
sounds like we hate being married.
No. That's the thing. It's just like, what is it? What is the gene?
And the crazy part is, I would not trade my wife for anybody. There is no one in the world I would rather be married to than the person that I am married to. But yes, sometimes it's there is that, like, is there a defect in the 2X chromosome?
See, that's it for me.
Yeah.
I'm just fascinated, men are from Mars or whatever that stuff was. I'm fascinated that they think that is perfectly fine, those things that we just talked about, and not only fine, but probably should be encouraged and is good. And we would no more do that than anything. Like, I would not do that. That's your time. I'm going to sit here and watch Port Protection because you don't like that show. And we're going to have our time together. I'm just fascinated by how the mind works like that.
How do y'all old ladies feel about when y'all go out somewhere and y'all get food yourselves and don't get them anything?
Yeah,
is that an issue?
I always call.
You don't go home with food if you did not get food for the wife.
No, sometimes like I could go to the gas station and I come back, I grab a candy bar. It's like, where my candy bar?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
listen,
like,
if
I
you
gotta
didn't
get
grab her the peanut M&Ms, that's on you.
I'm like, I got to get two of everything.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
That's what being married is, brother. You get two of everything.
Man.
Except, when we go to Starbucks. I don't drink coffee, so she gets that on her own. I'll take a cake pop. Coming up next, it's time for the Lunchtime Confessions on In the Loop.
Nico Collins wants to be judgment-free zone.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Time for some midday confessions. This is how you spend your lunch hour, listening to us and maybe you confess your sports sins and or other things. John, what is the first? You want to go first here?
These are my confessions.
So are we going to do this, Figgy? I feel like we have to do it. It's my confession.
Okay.
I gotta bring up Patrick 990, man. I've got to bring up Patrick 990. If you don't know, Patrick Creighton has been mentioned on this show a couple times in the last week or so.
Who is that guy?
Because when he tweets, I went to the extreme of actually doing a word count on one of your tweets last week, and there was a similar one before. And I'm like, this dude is tweeting 990 words, man. What is the story here? Who's going to... I don't go to Twitter to read a term paper.
So I got to ask you a question.
990
As someone who has written books.
Yes, they're books.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, they're books.
How many times have you gone down the rabbit hole of a Twitter thread that is 20, 30 tweets?
Yeah, too many to count.
Okay, so what is the difference if I put it in one tweet or if I put
difference.
it in 30? It's the same
difference.
words. The only difference is you don't have to try to organize 2, 3, 5. Wait, where's 4?
No.
You don't have to skip around. It's real easy. It's all there in one spot. It is the easiest way to do it, John.
No, it's not.
Literally, it is the easiest way for anyone to read anything longer form on Twitter. One post versus 40.
You're going to lose this one, man. When I go down a rabbit hole on Twitter, it's 70 different people. Like, I'm like, okay, this guy says that. That's funny.
That's even worse.
Look at this. No, it's better.
Because you're not even getting one story. You're getting like 40.
I'm scrolling, and I'm like, okay, I'm not saying it's bad stuff. I'm just like, I want to see it in paperback first. Before I see it.
This is like seeing a long song. Have you ever seen a song that was like 20 minutes?
Yeah.
And you just totally turned off, like, nope, I ain't about to listen to that.
Stop it. You have not turned off American Pie and you've not turned off Freebird. You sing the whole song.
Sometimes.
When Piano Man comes on, you sing the whole song.
Sometimes you see a long song and be like, man, I don't feel like listening to this. But if you have like 4 or 5 tracks that are like 2 minutes, you're like, okay, I could get.
By the way,
this.
of all the nicknames, and this is very self-serving, I like Patrick 990. I like Patrick 990 because that says it all right there. I'm gonna tweet, see in 1,000 words.
You know what? if you can use the enormous pull and stroke that you have to get me a password so that I could write on our website and maybe get paid for it.
Yeah.
I could write on our website. I wouldn't have to write full-page tweets.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Is it my turn now?
Yes, it is.
Oh, God, I have so many confessions. It's really sad. One of them involves a player on the team that I grew up with, on the New York Mets. It's Frankie Lindor. And I got to tell you, I really cannot stand players who are, A, ignorant of their own team's history, and B, ignorant of baseball history in general, especially when we're talking about recent history.
Yeah.
Here is what Frankie Lindor said that made me just blood boil.
Okay.
So I do this question called Mount Rushmore. You being a shortstop?
Oh, Lord.
I know, it's on the spot, but you can't go wrong with your answer. You're one of the better shortstops that we've seen in our generation, but if you could put 4 shortstops on your Mount Rushmore, who you're for?
I got Jeter, Larkin, number 3 would be Jimmy Rollins. Number 4, Roberto Alomar. I know he's not a shortstop, but I got to put him out there.
So Robbie Alomar, who he knows is not a shortstop, on the Mount Rushmore of shortstops because you're an idiot. Also, dude, do you not realize the jersey says Mets across the front?
You got the Yankees all over
the one thing you can't do is say Jimmy friggin' Rollins, who helped the Phillies put the Mets in the history books of ignominy because they had the biggest collapse in history.
Yeah.
A team that Jimmy Rollins led to run the Mets down in 2007, and you're putting him on there. Jimmy Rollins is hated in New York, and you should be hated too, because ever since you signed your contract, you've been a bum. Don't be ignorant of your team's history. You cannot put one of the biggest villains in your team's history on your Mount
Yankees
Rushmore.
in there too.
I don't even think Mets fans hate Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
I think they probably hate that at one point they thought Ray Ordonez was going to be just as good or better than Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
They probably hate that.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Rollins?
Yeah, Jimmy Rollins.
Robbie Alomar? Dude!
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So yesterday I went to pitch 25 and watched the match.
Oh, wow.
Match. So I watched Team USA versus Bolivia.
Yeah, nice dub, man.
Yeah, it was a pretty good turnout. But before that game, I got there just to kind of see the vibe and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a game where I want to say it was Swiss.
Oh, yeah, Switzerland and Hungary.
Yeah,
no, Switzerland and Germany.
Yeah. So that game was on, and that game ended up coming down to the wire where I think Germany scored.
They scored at the end.
Yeah, at the end. But I was also watching Scotland and is it Hungary?
Yeah, Hungary. And that's a big win for Hungary.
Yeah. So I was watching that game, and I
Are you getting into this?
I was kind of into it, but it was a fan like next to me that was really into it, and I think he was rooting for Scotland. I think he was rooting for Scotland. And, Hungary scored that point at the very, very end.
Yeah.
And the guy just got up and just walked away like, they can't call no bleeping fouls. He was like so pissed. He just like stormed out. I'm like, oh, man.
Hey, you ain't seen nothing until you seen soccer fans, man.
And I could tell this was light, but I think I'm going to start getting into soccer a little bit, man.
Welcome to the club, man.
You are an angry Scot.
I think I got to watch it in the bar or something, though, with some more fans.
Yeah,
I can't watch it at home by myself.
Future soccer hooligan, figgy fig.
You will, you will end up watching it at home if you get into it a lot, but no, welcome to the club,
it was crazy, man. There's a lot of people in there with their flags on. And it was
a lot of fun.
Crazy.
We got to get you to an international game, too.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think Drake and Kendrick Figgy going to take a back seat to what we're about to see.
Uh-oh.
I really do. You see what Dave Grohl did?
I did.
Dave Grohl tugged on Supergirl's cape over the weekend. Now, the audio was a little sketchy, so we'll explain it to you. But what Dave Grohl said was blasphemous, I tell you.
I'm telling you, man, you don't want to suffer the wrath of Taylor Swift. So we like to call our tour the Errors Tour, because I feel like we've had more than a few eras and more than a few errors as well. Just a couple. That's because we actually play live. What? Just saying. Like, we're a live band. You guys like raw, live rock and roll music, right? We came to the right place.
All right, so basically what he said is he's calling his the Errors Tour. They've had a bunch of errors and took some shots at Taylor Swift, man. I mean, took some shots at Taylor Swift saying they actually play their music live, and that's when you heard him say, what? Here's the thing, Figgy, Patrick. I still don't, as huge as Dave Grohl is, I think the Swifties are going to pounce. They're an army. The Swifties are an army. They're going to just destroy Dave Grohl.
How many Swifties do you think even know who this guy is?
That's true too.
Yeah, I think they will. I agree with you. I think they will, but
Dave Grohl is a monster.
Yes, I think they have no clue,
and he's gonna lose.
Dave Grohl is a key person in not one but two all-time bands,
and he's gonna lose.
Taylor Swift is a modern day Michael Jackson.
Yeah,
in that she just has an enormous amount of fans that nobody can. I think Taylor Swift could actually beat Beyonce in a fan off right now.
Oh, for sure.
Crazy.
For sure.
The Swifties can overcome the Bayhive.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why I know those terms.
Yeah.
And,
Beehive.
A beehive.
And I'm just like, yeah, Dave Grohl is right.
Yeah.
And yes, he's
gonna lose.
The funny thing is, his fans probably agree with him.
Oh, for
do.
sure.
Because they probably don't care for Taylor Swift at all.
For sure.
But his fans aren't living on the internet 24/7 to try to troll people.
Yes.
No, Dave Grohl was a legend, and I would listen to Dave Grohl all day long.
Yeah.
Before I listened to one lip sync.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I do have some hateful issues, and
you do?
guys probably know that I have anger issues, especially when it comes to teams I hate. And there is no team that I hate more than the South Bronx Slumlords.
Yeah.
And this happened in a game of theirs yesterday, and I absolutely freaking love this.
Oh, he called time right
He didn't
before
get it.
Joe
He
threw
didn't
that
get
pitch.
it.
No, he didn't, and the at-bat is over. Strike 3.
Juan Soto tried to call time as the opposing pitcher was going into the windup. The home plate ump did not give it to him. Strike 3 called. Sit your ass down.
Yeah. Good.
I love that. I wish more umpires, when these guys try asking for time at the very last second, like, no. Just because you put your hand up and it's not automatic, you're getting time. No, screw you. And he had to take that pitch.
I'm good.
And sit down. Love it.
I just like the way that rule breaks. I totally agree. Go ahead, Figgy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I've been up playing this game all night, man. I feel good about this game. I got a PS5. I've been playing this game called The Last of Us. And HBO Max actually made a show based off of the video game.
Yeah.
And at one point, I was stuck on one certain part where I couldn't get past it. So I quit playing the game for months. But I finally got past this part. And now I've been at it like almost every day, man. I haven't played the game like this in years.
I was just going to ask you, when's the last time you've been binging a game like
the
this?
The most I ever binged the game was maybe 2 days in a row. And I'm being very light as far as like playing it. Probably 2 hours or something like this, but I've been all about this game. This game is really good. It's a really good story in this game.
I've seen the stuff on HBO.
Yeah,
I haven't dug in yet though.
Yeah, no, it's a really good show. It kind of get to you a little bit. Really good, a deep storyline too.
I haven't dug into Clipped yet either. And Patrick, you were talking about that. I got to get in on Clipped. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen Clipped.
Yes, I've seen Clipped.
Yeah.
And Al Bundy is phenomenal.
Yeah.
It is. They work up every stereotype. I got the hardest.
I got to get in on this.
Oh, it is great. It is really good. And those are your lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, well, the NBA draft is Wednesday, and the Rockets hold the third pick. Keep it or deal it. Next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp.
OG John Lopez. I'm Patrick Creighton. Fig on the other side of the glass. The NBA draft is Wednesday, as in like 2 days from now.
Yeah.
And the Rockets have the 3rd pick in the draft. Trade it, keep it. Who do you pick? Trade down. Right now, there's seeming to gain the most steam if they keep it would be the Rockets drafting Reed Sheppard.
Yeah.
He seems to be the leader in the clubhouse right now.
By a long shot.
Donovan Clingan being another guy. But Reed Sheppard seems to be the leader in the clubhouse right now. There are, certainly plenty of potential options for them to make a trade. I do think that there is something to the idea of the Rockets being as patient as possible, because they saw what happened 2 years ago when everybody thought Jabari Smith was going number 1 overall, and the Rockets were expecting Paolo Banchero to fold them at 3, and then Banchero wound up going number 1. And they wound up getting Jabari. And look, I think Jabari has been a really good player for this team, and he continues to show his versatility, and he continues to get better each year. But I think that's a big part of the reason why, even if they were going to make a trade, they haven't pulled the trigger yet. Almost like they're going to wait until they see who gets drafted, just in case. But where are you right now? Do you want them to continue to, draft young players, develop young players, and let this rebuild kind of continue on the pace it's at? And look, it accelerated a lot last year.
It did.
Or do you want to see them go pure rocket fuel, stage 3, make a trade to acquire a big star player, and try to make that push into the 50-win stratosphere, top 4 of the conference stratosphere now?
Yeah, I first of all, I want them to draft a player that can be potentially, obviously a very dangerous word, a big-time star within 2 or 3 years. I think there's a player out there. I think the NBA draft has proved year in, year out, no matter what people say before the draft, like a player in the 3 or 4 area, let's say 3 because that's where the Rockets are, you can find studs, superstars at 3, even though that might not be where they were projected to be that good at that point, and clearly we're not drafted 1 or 2. Like Luka was a number 3 pick. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. You can go back, James Harden, Joel Embiid. Like it all comes down to the confidence that they have in that guy. I have a guy in mind, and I talked about it last week. But before we get to that, the Rockets have to decide, and this is the most important thing because this could be an absolute, a definitive draft move, depending on what they do in Rockets history. The question you have to ask yourself right now is, how gettable is the Western Conference? How gettable? How quickly can we get to the very top of the Western Conference? And when you start looking at this team, let's start with the team that made the big run, the Mavericks. Where are they with Luka and the future? They're relatively young. Are they gettable within the next 2 or 3 years if you make a trade? Let's say, hell, Paul George is reportedly on the trade market. How gettable is that? Then you go to the Thunder, very young team with a Chet Holmgren and some young stars. Nuggets, you got the Joker there. He's not going anywhere anytime. T-Wolves, we know how good they've been. Clippers, whatever you think they're going to end up being. Then I said the Mavs. You got the Suns that were not long ago very much considered the best team or one of the best teams in the conference. You got the Spurs lingering with maybe the next transcendent player. That's a lot of teams that for one player you think you can get to the top. That's why I'm not a big advocate of the trade. I get it. You can get a lot better quicker, but are you going to be able to contend?
See, my thing with the trade is I don't want somebody who is older and injury prone because I don't need a guy for 40 games. I need a guy for 75 games.
Yeah.
So I'm not looking for an older player that doesn't match up with my timeline. Like Jimmy Butler is a name that I've seen bounce around. Could you imagine Jimmy Butler, who has no patience for anybody as it is? is going to come here with all these young kids. Something's not going to go the way he wants in practice, and he's just going to go nuclear.
Yeah.
And I think Jimmy Butler's a really good player. I don't think he's an elite player, but I think he's a really good player who somehow wills himself to be better than he is in certain moments. And that kind of brings out the best in teammates who see his lead and then try to match the energy.
See, I think he is elite. But even the elite Jimmy Butler, can he get you there with this squad? Now, look, Sengun is going to be, kind of one of the hubs of this team, and you got some really good young talent can develop quickly. So maybe, but I think that's the question you have to ask yourself. Can we get there with that?
Could he get me there 4 years ago?
Yeah.
Maybe. But, how old is Jimmy Butler now? Is he like 35?
I don't know if he's that old.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm a little nervous about, guys being in their mid-30s that I want to bring it. I don't know that I want to bring those guys onto the team. Those kind of guys. Jimmy Butler is going to be 35 in September.
Okay.
Yeah, and look, he's a terrific player, but for a team full of guys who are 22 and 23,
right?
I'm going to bring in a guy like that. I don't know that works.
Yeah,
Kevin Durant is an elite player who's always hurt and makes no one around him better. He himself is an elite player. He can one-on-one beat anybody, anytime, at anything, but doesn't make anybody else better. Brandon Ingram is a guy who is a terrific shooter and creates his own shot, but he doesn't necessarily create shots for other guys. And I think part of what they need is not just someone who can score. Like when you need a bucket, this guy's going to get my bucket.
Yeah.
But he can also facilitate to other people. I love Donovan Mitchell. That's the kind of guy, if you're going to make a trade, you trade for Donovan Mitchell, who's younger, who is healthier than those guys, who has shown you. I mean, look, he was playing, in the second round of the playoffs this year, and it looked like him and 5 guys from the local gym. Where it's him and nobodies. And he still got them to the second round of the playoffs. Now you add him to this team where you've got a lot of young players who are continuing to develop, and you do have a couple of veterans in Fred VanVleet and in Dylan Brooks.
See, that's the other part of it. You already have some veterans, so I think maybe going the draft route with a guy that you really – now, look, you're right. You got Reed Shepherd is the by far, and I have no problem with it. The dude's a next-level shooter and could be nothing but great as a shooter in the NBA.
And that's their biggest problem.
That's their biggest problem. I would have absolutely zero problem with Reed Shepherd. So good on you if you do that. It's just not my personal, guy that I think would fit with this squad. Because keep in mind, you got some bigs already. I know you need shooting, and this is not his forte, but boy, everything else is. And it fits right in with Ime Udoka, and that's Stephon Castle. The kid, 6'6" kid, plays 3 positions if you want. That can be a point guard out of UConn. I think that's kind of like the long-term play, but are they going to go long-term? I mean, you got a head coach in Ime Udoka that changed it this much in 1 year. Does he think one player can bring it in? Bring it to another level by just making a trade, and they're going to have suitors for that number 3 pick.
I think if Castle's your guy, and look, I'm with you, that he is an incredible defensive player. If he develops a shot, even if he's not a 3-point shooter, if he develops a mid-range shot,
and he can score on the drive,
he's going to be lethal. I mean, look, you got DeMar DeRozan. He doesn't have a 3-point shot, and he still puts up 20 plus a game, and did for his career because he's a mid-range monster and he gets to the basket. If you get a guy, I just don't know that guy is worth the 3.
Yeah.
Are you able to trade back and then get him with another pick that you pick up? And then, because I think one of the things that's on the table for the Rockets is not just, hey, we're going to trade the 3 along with other things and go get some star player. I think something very much on the table for the Rockets is we're going to trade the 3 and get future draft capital. There is a lot written about this year's draft class is a weaker draft class.
I never buy that.
And I know. Look, I don't know. I haven't studied the next 3 draft classes to know how it ranks. But the guys who do this, they all say the draft class next year and the following year are much stronger than the draft class this year, and you've already got a team full of kids who are 22 and 23, the idea of, hey, we'll basically defer this pick into multiple picks down the road. And I think that is something that's on the table for them.
I think it is because of salary alone. Like, all these guys are going to get paid kind of at the same time.
Pay them or trade them, right?
Yeah.
One or the other.
Yeah.
And, Jalen Reed's going to want money, and Jabari Smith's going to want money. Alpe's going to want money. You're going to have a lot of guys come up, and then you're going to have the next batch of guys come up. So there is after you get like your 3-4 years out of your rookies, you kind of got to decide, this guy's a building block or this guy is trade bait.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to have that come up, if not right now, let's say by this time next year.
Yeah.
You go into the draft, and it's like, okay, do we want to move up? Do we want to move down? Do we want to go get, quote, the star player? Who are we going to put in that deal? And it might be guys who are, younger players right now. I think this is a huge year for Jalen Green to see, because we've seen this a lot from Jalen Green. He struggles early and he comes on strong late. Well, which one is Jalen Green?
Yeah, well, not only that, I mean, what else can he do besides be a kind of a, not selfish, but kind of a lone scorer and not really do a lot of other things. And that's where the next piece is so crucial. Whether it's a defender, whether it's a shooter, whether it's somebody who's a veteran that can come in. That's why, this is not like, oh my God, this is a pivotal moment in Rockets history, but it's in that neighborhood. Determining how you're going to fit in the Western Conference and how you're going to get there. Whether you're going to be paying these guys, draft a guy, or bring in a guy that gets you there quicker.
No, this is a really big moment in the rebuild, right? Because right now they're, quote, in stage 2. They want to get to stage 3, whether that's you're drafting a guy like a Reed Shepherd, you're trading for somebody that you think is going to put you into the top 4, or you're deferring your comp because you think that the guys that you have right now, with their continued growth, you're going to be there, you can work in the margins, and then, hey, you know what? I'll have determined by then who my core players are, moved out some other guys, and now I can bring in another, more a next batch of rookies who hopefully will augment my team further. But they've got to get this year right with their, not just their pick, but their evaluation of what their guys are.
Yeah.
So that when they get to next year, they can make that decision. To me, I don't like the idea of the older guys. I like Donovan Mitchell. I love Donovan Mitchell as a player. And I understand that if they go get Donovan Mitchell, number one, you've got to pay him, which you're going to pay him if you trade for him.
Yeah.
Number two, he kind of plays the same position as Jalen Green. So if Donovan Mitchell comes in, Jalen Green might be going out.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, that's that's one of the things that you're going to have to decide. That's why I think, maybe these pieces, the way you're building them right now, you have to have a guy that can fit right in, take you to the next level, or you're building with either Shepherd or Castle or one of those.
It is definitely something to watch. And look, it's 2 days, so be on it. This could be a very exciting day for the Rockets. That there's going to be a lot of action around that pick. Around the NFL is next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
terms or condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
You know, John, before we go around the NFL, I want to take you a little around Texas. If you were going to live in a different city or different place than here in the Houston area, where in Texas would you live?
Okay, city. I'm going to do it in two categories. If you could get in on this. Different city to live in Texas, and then different place to live in Texas.
Yes.
Not Austin, not Dallas. Nothing against them, just Dallas is nothing, and Austin's traffic makes Houston look decent. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. They haven't had it. Anyway, city, either San Antonio or Corpus. Place, man, you're gonna find me. You're gonna find me on the Bay, baby. Aransas Pass, probably. Rockport, but probably Aransas Pass. I like that area a lot better. How about you?
Well, see, if I was going to live in like a big city and it wasn't going to be Houston, it'd probably be San Antonio. But then you entered Corpus into the mix as a city.
Yeah.
Sold.
Yeah.
I love going to Corpus. The first time I went to Corpus, I went with UH Baseball.
Okay.
And I was doing a baseball tournament down there at Whataburger Field, the home of the Corpus Christi Hooks, the Astros AA team.
Great little place, too.
And I did a tournament down there for 3 days. And we stayed at the Emerald Beach Hotel. So you walk out the back of the hotel and you're on the beach. And I don't care it's a man-made beach. It means nothing to me. What I care about is I liked the beach.
Yeah.
And, dude, I loved it. It's beautiful down there. I loved it.
Figgy, city, and then place.
City, I would probably have to say Austin, to be honest.
It's a great place, but man, it's brutal.
Yeah, I like the hills, man. I miss having the hills.
The hill country?
Yeah, that's the one thing that's a knock on Houston to me. It's so flat. But as far as place, I probably had to go with what y'all said, Corpus Christi.
Yeah, down there.
You know, I mean, if city, Corpus Christi, we go down to South Padre every year. Dude, I could retire at South Padre.
Oh, it's the best.
Oh,
it's the best.
I could retire down there.
Yeah, and the water's better and everything. Shout out to Charles Barkley and the Galveston water.
Dude, my first 5 years down here, every year somebody got flesh-eating bacteria in the water in Galveston Bay. And I was terrified to go in the water. I didn't go in the water in Galveston until last year. It's been 11 years.
Yeah.
All right, let's get around the NFL. Is this kind of like trying to steal your best friend's girl?
What's that?
The governor of Kansas, Laura Kelly, signed legislation on Friday to enable the state to try to steal the Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas City Royals out of Missouri by giving them the billionaire welfare they want and build new stadiums. This came a few days after the legislature in the state had a very quick turnaround to authorize this type of work. So they said the construction of one new building usually takes about 3 years, and that this measure the governor signed goes into effect July 1st and would have bonds covering 70% of the new stadium's cost. Would it be weird to you if the Royals and the Chiefs were in Kansas?
No, not the least bit. Now, let me be clear. It's weird in Kansas City. When this broke on Friday, not broke, but when it came down on Friday, I actually went in and talked to Ron. I said, how big a deal is this? You know, because to me, it's not a big deal. Where do the Cowboys play? Arlington. Or where do the Giants play? New Jersey. You know, well, you know, it's not that. It's the brand that
I was going to say Santa Clara because I was thinking the other Giants.
Well, that too. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, it's not that big a deal, but in that city, I think it's a big deal. In Kansas City, it's a big deal. But here's the second part. Don't be surprised if it happens, man. I mean, it's money. It's money. It's the resources you want as the Chiefs. Like, let's say the Texans all of a sudden, this is not news. This is a wild, for instance. Let's say the Texans picked up their entire operation and moved it to the Woodlands. New stadium, new facilities, new everything. I wouldn't care. It'd be a tougher drive on Sundays. Who cares? Whatever.
They're still I guess they're still in the Houston market. And I guess Kansas City kind of bubbles the two states.
But they're basically right together. They're side by side. So Yeah, like okay, I know that that's just an example, but the Woodlands is a big move. I mean that's 45 an hour and 15 depending on traffic from where we're sitting right now.
It's not like they're moving to Jackson, Mississippi.
Right.
So okay,
it would be different, but don't be surprised if it could happen. Is what I'm saying.
It's just it is kind of strange, like one state like literally trying to steal a team
Yeah.
from another state, and it does fall right in line with what you mentioned with the Giants when the then governor of New York told them, "I'm not giving you $1," and New Jersey said, "We'll give you whatever you want.
What do you
Play
want?
in our swamp."
Yeah,
and they did.
Yeah, right there with Jimmy Hoffa.
We mentioned it's the off season. It's like the second half of the off season, and the only thing teams really want you to do is please just don't get arrested. Nobody told Jets cornerback Tay Hayes not to get arrested, apparently, because Sunday morning he got to do the hands behind the back Macarena in Alabama, charged with possession of the weed.
I hate this.
Arrested at 3:46 in the morning. Did nobody also tell him nothing good happens after midnight?
I've always said 2 a.m.
Well, in New York, sure, but
yeah.
In Alabama, probably midnight.
Yeah, I hate this. I hate weed arrests in general. Just because to me it's not that big a deal. I think it's overplayed. By the way, this was going to be one of my confessions. I was thrilled for Sha'Carri getting finally making the Olympic team in the 100 meter dash after she was taking, was it medicinal marijuana because after her mom died or her biological mom died and all that.
Yeah.
I hate marijuana, and I don't smoke weed. All my kids do. Friends do. I wish I could. I wish I did. I throw them all under the bus.
Whole family.
Yeah, all my kids do.
I mean,
I thought maybe one.
Two.
All of them.
None of them are potheads.
Sheriff on line one, John.
None of them are potheads.
They're gonna get a random drug test at work in a minute.
My daughter might not. I think she's dabbled here and there, but my two sons do. I don't care. I don't care about weed. So it always upsets me when this happens. It's just not for me. It just does nothing for me. So whatever. But I get your point. Like off season, just stay out of trouble. He should have known better. All that. But it's just dumb to me when weed things. Maybe that's what he should get in trouble for being dumb.
No, and I'm with you, to me, if you're smoking weed in the comfort of your own house, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't want you smoking it around me at the baseball game. That annoys the hell out of me because it stinks to high hell. But what you do in your own house, that is your business.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing out at 3:45 in the morning?
That's the thing. Like if you want to get mad and be at being dumb, I get that. And he should have known better, especially as an NFL guy. Absolutely should have known better.
All right, this one I feel like there's a little throwback to the Ezekiel Elliott case. You remember when Ezekiel Elliott was accused of domestic abuse by a woman that turned out was actually stalking him, and that he did not abuse her, but the NFL, of course, said, we don't care, we're suspending you anyway. Devin Tompkins is suing his estranged wife for false allegations of domestic abuse. Last month, the Bucs receiver was publicly accused of domestic violence, in which he denied. He is now filing a suit against his estranged wife, Maria Castillos, 14-page civil complaint that alleges defamation and tortious interference with his NFL contract. Because the NFL has already created a precedent where facts don't matter.
Depends on,
And legalities don't matter. They have the right to suspend you if they freaking say so. And there is very much a precedent already set. Somebody says they abused me, that you could get suspended by the NFL whether you did it or not. He used a copy of a text messages back and forth where his wife allegedly put, "I'm done blackmailing you. You have my word." This is really unfortunate for this to happen. But when it comes to the NFL and the fact that it's putting your life and your contract at risk, man, I hate seeing this stuff. And to me, it always takes me back to the Zeke Elliott case.
Yeah, I can't believe Kelly Stafford did that. I mean,
shots fired.
Yeah, maybe I'll get to her tomorrow. But anyway, the thing where he said, "I'm done blackmailing you," where she said, and he apparently has that text. That she should go. She should go for a long. That's ridiculous and way too common, I'm afraid. Like, way too common.
It is, and I think that because of the way they handled the Ezekiel Elliott case, angry spouses or girlfriends now know they hold this as a trump card.
Yes.
I can say stuff, and they'll believe me whether I did it or not, and you're going to pay the price for it.
And it's a shame because there are actual victims out there, and this is just a money grab. That's what ticks me off more than anything.
Unfortunately, cement shoes, not an option.
Yeah.
John, can Caleb Williams be C.J. Stroud 2.0, and is that what the Bears are banking on? Chicago is the only NFL franchise that has not had a 4,000-yard passer, ever.
Mm-hmm.
Their last star quarterback was Sid Luckman. They have put weapons with Rome Odunze and DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. You got DeAndre Swift in the backfield, Cole Kmet tight end. They've put the weapons in place. Now they're dropping the rookie quarterback in and hoping that they can progress. This is a team that won 7 games a year ago, and they're looking to try to push that forward. There's only been maybe 2 quarterbacks who have inherited a 7-win team.
That's the key thing right there.
And then taken them to be a 10-win team.
Yeah.
Is Caleb Williams that guy to you?
Yeah, I'm not going to say no. I mean, we wouldn't have expected C.J. Stroud to be C.J. Stroud. We don't expect rookie quarterbacks, maybe since Trevor Lawrence, second coming of John Elway, as he was hyped up. We don't expect rookie quarterbacks to have that big of an impact anyway. But here comes Caleb Williams, not just the most hyped. I mean, he's clearly the most hyped quarterback that has entered the draft and been selected number 1 overall, maybe since Trevor Lawrence. But then he's going to a team that has weapons and has already won, as you mentioned, 7 games. I'm not going to put it past him. Now, that's a big ask. But I shouldn't say I'm not a huge fan, because I am a fan of his game. I think there's going to be a big transition. I'm not a huge fan of him making that big a leap as a rookie. I think it's there, but I don't know if he can make it as a rookie.
See, I think he's immensely talented.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything on a football field as a quarterback that he can't do.
Totally agree.
I have questions about his maturity. I have questions about, is he ready to lead a locker of grown men? I'm going to go cry on my mommy's bosom is not going to work in the NFL, even if you invite the rest of the team to do it too.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. I'm going to paint my fingernails with bleep you on them.
Yeah.
That's funny in high school. It's lame in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Is he able to make that jump personally as well as, physically and professionally? I think physically he is very capable of making that jump. I'm not sure if he's ready for it from an emotional standpoint.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I think it's probably a little overblown the more you hear coming out of Chicago, and obviously they're going to be biased toward him. I mean, they're building their franchise around him. But I think he's been doing all the things right. It's just a matter of once you get into the grind, once you get into a 17-game season, is he going to, once things go bad, and they will at some point, is he going to be that guy? But the talent level itself, I think he can get there. As I mentioned, I just don't know if he can get there as a rookie.
No, and that's, I think you're spot on with that. We're all laughing at that bitch, Amy Adams-Strunk, because the NFL put out their Mount Rushmores for every team, and everyone on the Tennessee Titans is an Oiler.
This is the best. This is the absolute. If you weren't listening earlier, it's part of the NFL. The NFL is putting this out, so it's kind of like they're not. They're trying to protect their shield. They always do. They're trying to protect their organizations, their franchises. They couldn't help themselves. The best 4 players, hell, maybe the best 6 players, if you want to add Eddie George and Frank Wycheck for that matter. In their history, were Houston Oilers. So this is where, like, if you ever want to know why Amy Adams-Strunk is so petty and so bitter and so childish when it comes to the Houston Texans and the color and all that nonsense that we know about in the rivalry with the McNairs. specifically Hannah, and why she went to the NFL when the Texans were starting to trying to get new jerseys, and she decided, oh, by the way, we do own that color, so don't do that. It's this. This is the reason why she's so petty. Earl Campbell, born and bred Houston Oiler, entire career. Bruce Matthews, Warren Moon, Steve McNair, all Oilers. That's the Mount Rushmore of the Tennessee Titans.
The only thing I'm giving that woman is rods on rods on rods.
Yeah.
Man, that is a lot of fun.
I love it. I love every second of it.
A lot of fun going around the NFL. Coming up, the things that have the interwebs doing the wild and the crazy. Going nuts! Next.
Nico Collins wants to be a 1,500-yard receiver. this.
Things that have the interwebs going nuts. You know, this I thought this was really funny. Have you ever been at the same place as, say, a musician or actor or artist that you were a huge fan of and not known it until later on?
Oh, yeah. This was awesome, by the way. But I'm trying to remember, but this was really cool.
So this is Mets, Cubs at Wrigley when a very famous person was found behind home plate.
Hey, look, it's Dave Matthews. Seriously? Pretty cool. Dave Matthews in the house. Oh, my gosh. If only that guy knew.
Yeah, they're showing.
Just tell him. He's the guy in the Dave Matthews Band shirt.
Yeah.
Bring that beer to Dave Matthews.
Bring that beer to Dave Matthews.
And try the XL.
Not the Schmedium?
Not the Schmedium, no.
Yeah.
We're here to help for Sunday Night Baseball.
Phone's ringing.
Phone's ringing. Take a picture of Dave Matthews. Dave is very far away. Cyclones fan there. Hilton Magic. Love it.
That dude was a little too built like me to be wearing the Schmedium.
Yeah.
But he probably went home that night and saw that clip and probably lost his mind.
Yeah. And he should have. So, Figgy, have you ever been in that situation?
I've never been in that situation where I especially that situation where I was rocking somebody's shirt and they were in the same building as me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, that never happened.
Remember, was it Branford Marsalis or Wynton Marsalis that was on the Tonight Show with Jay Leno? One of them where he did the band. You remember which one that was? I think it was Branford Marsalis did the Tonight Show. He took over for. I was sitting next to him.
Branford Marsalis.
It was Branford. I was sitting next to him on an airplane, and I knew who he was. I mean, I would say everybody was familiar with the Tonight Show back then. I just never really. I was just chatting with the guy sitting next to me. Never really turned and looked at his face, or anything. Just chatting. About half an hour before we landed, I kind of did turn because we were having a nice little conversation. And I'm like, oh, I've been talking to Branford Marsalis this whole time.
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Years ago, I worked, working for a mortgage company, and we sponsored a race car team.
Mm-hmm.
And the race car team was owned by the bank that I worked for, Bobby Rahal, and David Letterman.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Danica Patrick's first ride.
Oh, wow.
It was in the Toyota Racing Series. It was Danica Patrick's first ride. And only because there were so many nights where I would stay up very late at night and watch auto racing because there was nothing else on.
Yeah.
Usually after like a Rangers-Angels game would end at 2 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
As I knew who Bobby Rahal was because I saw the racing highlight shows.
Yeah.
And we're sitting in the airport before we even go in. Like, we're just getting into the airport in Chicago, which is where we're having our junket that. And one of the guys I work with is sitting there chatting it up with Bobby Rahal. Has no idea who he is.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's what that
And I walked afterwards, and he walked by and said, dude, you're talking to Bobby Rahal. He's like, who's that?
Yeah. Well,
I'm not even a big race
but a lot of people aren't. Yeah, that's why.
I know who Bobby Rahal is.
A little understandable there. But no, it was kind of cool.
It's fun. Something like that happened to one of my in-laws. They were in town. They were in Houston, and we decided to go to Grace's.
Mm-hmm.
And Andre Johnson walked out. So he walked out. He held the door open for my family. He walked on in, and he had no clue who that was. I'm like, you know who just opened the door for you? And he was like, who is that? I'm like, Andre Johnson.
Have you ever done the opposite?
Uh-uh.
So I was out to dinner one time with Booker T,
Mm-hmm.
two-time WWE Hall of Famer. And Book got up to go take a call, so he walked outside.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody came up to me and said, is that Booker T that you're with? And I'm like, nah, he looks like Book. It's not him. And he's like, really? He said, it looks just like him. I said, yeah, that's why he kind of, covers up his head because, people always mistake him for Book. He's like, it's kind of uncomfortable. So, yeah, it's not him.
Remember that the Ed O'Neill, speaking of Modern Family? And,
yes.
And remember the one with Britney Spears?
Yeah.
Britney Spears, can I have a picture with you? He's like, sure.
Whatever.
Just a young lady that wants my...
She's a annoying person.
He didn't know who she was.
He doesn't even smile. He's just like,
yeah, sure.
take the picture.
They were in the
you're
airport
annoying.
or something. Yeah.
That was hysterical. I love that. Other things getting the internet nuts. You might have heard this a little bit earlier in the show. If you didn't, fortunately for you, we're going to play it again. Dave Grohl of the Foo Fighters taking shots at Tay-Tay.
I'm telling you, man, you don't want to suffer the wrath of Taylor Swift. So we like to call our tour the Errors Tour. Because I feel like we've had more than a few eras and more than a few errors as well. Just a couple. That's because we actually play live.
What?
Just saying. I want live band. You guys like raw live rock and roll music, right? We came to the right place.
All right, so if you didn't hear that exactly, it's worth looking at if you're on Twitter or wherever. So basically, Dave Grohl, a god in rock and roll for two legendary bands, taking shots at Taylor Swift, and as big as he is, basically he was saying, like, we're going to make mistakes. We call it the Errors Tour, but at least we're playing live. And that's when you heard, what? Implying, of course, that Taylor Swift has used a lot of music tracks and background recordings and all that stuff. Here's the thing. There are very few people that can win this type of war with Dave Grohl. Taylor's going to dominate. Those Swifties don't. They're unrelenting. Absolutely unrelenting. And I'm here for it. I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be interesting to see them take up sides.
You know, it's very hard for Tay-Tay to sing and play instruments while she has Travis Kelce wearing a tuxedo, carrying her across the stage so that she can strip down to her bra and granny panties and then put on a whole nother outfit.
Yeah,
that's very difficult to sing and dance and play instruments through all of that thing. Mm-hmm. Dave's old school, and it's amazing to me. This guy was sleeping on his friends' couches for months after Nirvana broke up, after Kurt Cobain died. I'm like, dude, you were rich.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't you just go, like, get a hotel or something? Like, why are you, like, miserable sleeping on your friend's couch?
Yeah.
It's crazy, but he is a rock legend, and I loved every second of him taking those shots at Tay-Tay.
And you know what else I like about Dave Grohl? I didn't find this out until about 6 or 8 months ago. Apparently, he's like a barbecue pit master. Like, you know, because he instead of doing drugs as his big vice now, he's gotten into cooking, and apparently he's got like this huge setup. He cooks all kinds of different stuff. He's like so into it. I'm like, all right, that's my kind of guy. That's my kind of guy right there.
Does he also like fishing?
Well, we can work on that. We can work on that.
You do have a meat podcast.
Yeah, I need to get
him on.
Can you imagine get Dave Grohl on the Bite Meat podcast?
Get him on that, and you can retire,
dude.
That would be pretty awesome.
That would be pretty cool.
Hate to follow up after that one.
Yeah. By the way, Cal and Hannah McNair were legendary on the Bite Meat podcast. It was pretty cool. They were great.
You know, another thing that's got the internet going a little bit wild and crazy is what did Scotty Scheffler do this time?
That hole right there has seen some incredible moments of drama through the years. And now we have this. Bedlam, protesters running out onto the green. Here come the cops. Because of Scheffler in Louisville, everybody had jokes about cops. And Scheffler, what can Scheffler do? I mean, these idiots are on the green. And now you got to clean things up. Just paint or powder on the green. Trying to finish things up.
This is silly to me. And the protesters, look, I get it. Whatever. You feel that strongly about a certain thing. Make your voice heard. Like this, you turn people against you when you do stuff like this.
You know, it used to be back in the day, if you wanted to have a protest, you had to go get a permit.
Yeah.
And then the cops would cordon off the space for you so that you could protest. Not that you interrupt the course of other people's business or get to cost other people money or ruin whatever they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your right to protest shouldn't infringe on my right to do my damn job.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was not a fan of all this stuff. And, you know, they're out there throwing smoke bombs and wearing these T-shirts that say "No golf on a dead planet." Like, no one cares.
Yeah,
and now I really don't care.
And exactly. And why would you choose that to do it? It's not even. I mean, I get it's a big forum, but like, okay, so I guess they were protesting global. And again, you feel that way, you know, on climate change. Good for you. Protest, right? You know, whatever. Do what you need to do that is within reason and doesn't disrupt things like that and turn people against you. It turns people against you.
I hope they all wind up doing some time in the pokey.
Yeah.
Coming up next, this woman is the oldest person to ever be in the Miss Texas pageant. And one last move maybe for every NFL team. Does this tell the story of the AFC South? Next.
You're right.
00 again, 800-761-0000.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
John, in the recent years, a lot of things have had rules changed. One of those things, apparently, is the Miss Universe rules. So apparently now there are no more age limits for people who want to contend for Miss Universe. In fact, you could be of any age. You could be pregnant. There is no limit on whatever. You could be divorced, married. It's irrelevant. Being Miss Universe, you don't have to be a Miss. And therefore, that trickles down to the Miss USA and then the local state pageantries.
Yeah.
There's a woman vying to be Miss Texas USA right now. The competition that's going to happen right here in Houston. And she is the oldest person to ever attempt to be a Miss Texas. She's older than my mom. She's 71.
She's 71. Tell you what, though, she looks good.
I hope she married her surgeon.
Yeah.
Because that is a lifetime of income worth of work.
Yeah, I'm sure there's been some. But all I'm saying is she looks good, man.
She looks tremendous.
She looks great. And what is her name again?
Her name is
Marissa
Tejo.
Yeah. I tell you what, a lot of times on this, I kind of fall in the ugly guy category, dumb dudes, and thinking with weird things, parts of our body. I have no problem with this one. I really don't. Like, you know what? I get the whole, embrace your body and no matter what you look like. If you're doing Miss Universe on that, I kind of like, okay, yes, but that's not what Miss Universe has traditionally been, and I don't think that's what's going to win, frankly speaking. Maybe it's not right, but that's not what's going to. She looks good. She looks really, really good, and I can't say she's from El Paso, right?
She is from El Paso.
Yeah, she's from El Paso. I can't say that, she doesn't look good enough to at least, be standing up there. I'm not going to say she's going to win, but be standing up there. I sense that you don't like this.
No, actually, I want to know who her surgeon is.
Yeah.
Can he help me?
Well,
because I'm ugly as hell, and if I could be just decent, I would take it.
Yeah.
If you can make a 71-year-old woman look like she's 25, can you make my 51-year-old ugly rear end just look passable?
Yeah. Well,
as a man,
there are limits to everything.
I'm not trying to, Caitlyn Jenner this. Just as a man, can you make me look presentable as a man?
There are limits to everything, Patrick. But I get. Look, we're superficial. Not just men, society. We're superficial. So a lot of times, while I can applaud and endorse people saying embrace who you are, all this other, everybody's beautiful. I get it. Whatever. You are what you think you are. But we are very superficial. In this case, I'm like, let her compete. Let him play. Let him play.
I don't actually. It's kind of impressive.
Yes.
That at 71, you want to do this, right? Like you wouldn't think, okay, this is what I want to do. No, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
It's actually pretty amazing that somebody at 71 wants to do this and not, oh, hey, I'm gonna spend my life on my grandkids and I'm gonna do this or that. No, she's out there trying to do her thing, and that's pretty incredible. There's an article by Aaron Schatz on ESPN. One last move for every NFL team.
Oh, you know what I'm thinking, but go ahead.
And his move for the Texans is Xavier Howard. Would you touch Xavier Howard?
Nope.
He's a terrific player on the field, but he's got issues.
Nope.
Lots of them.
Nope.
Is there a cornerback out there right now that you would consider?
No, look, I this is way cart ahead of the horse and way too early, considering all we've done is see them at minicamp. I want to at least see what Kamari Lassiter is when they put on the pads before I make any judgments. Now, and they've invested A little bit in a couple other guys as well. So I don't. Cornerback is not the issue, but you're getting warm. And Figgy, you know what I'm talking about. I think they need to have a real strong look at Justin Simmons, a safety, just to protect yourself with Jalen Petrie, to protect yourself with the safety position and lack of depth. But no, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be in the cornerback market just yet. I think they got some bodies there that you got to find out on.
I feel like we're at the point in the season where if you haven't signed a guy yet, and you didn't just have a catastrophic injury, then you could kind of wait until the end of training camp.
Yeah.
As teams will have surprise cuts at the end of camp, and you'll see guys who are good starters suddenly available on the market. Like, I feel like you can wait until that moment before deciding whether I'm going to get in or get out. And I also like the idea of if this guy's already gone through training camp with somebody else and he's not getting an injury settlement, well, this guy should be in shape.
Yes.
It makes a difference when you're getting a guy who, I mean, look, not that they aren't, quote, in shape, right? They train on their own, they work out on their own, but being in shape and being in what we know as football shape are two very different things. And every player will tell you, no matter what I do on my own, it's not the same as working out with the team.
Yeah.
So when you're getting a guy who's not been with a team and he's literally coming off the street, no matter how great shape he's in, there is going to be probably a couple of weeks before he's really ready to contribute at the level you need him to contribute at, just so that he gets his legs under him and he's ready to go. And I wonder, like, you mentioned Justin Simmons or a Micah Hyde or a Quandre Diggs or a guy like that. I don't know that I would take a shot on Jamal Adams. He went from all-star to all ugh.
Yeah.
But, there's a handful of safeties out there that you look at and you go, okay, if Jalen Petrie's decline from year one to year two continues to slide, or he continues to struggle with the new scheme, well, this team's got aspirations.
Yeah.
You're not waiting around for him to figure it out week 11. You're going to have to make a move. But I feel like at the end of training camp, you will probably have a pretty good feel.
You'll have more options, because there's going to be other players maybe on another team that you can maybe kick the tires on, whether it's acquiring them if they don't make this, if they get cut. Because a lot of times these players will get cut out of courtesy, at an early point in the.
Hey, you're not going to start.
Yeah,
you want to.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to have more options at the safety position. So I think I'm with you. Now, as far as give them a couple of weeks, I think it also depends on the player. Like these days, they can ramp it up pretty dang quickly. In terms of getting ready to play football, and especially a veteran guy, he might be able to get it done quicker. So I'm more looking at safety than cornerback right now.
So would it be safety, corner, 1-2?
Safety, linebacker.
Safety, linebacker.
You're
worried about their depth at linebacker.
Yeah, I like Christian Harris, obviously. I like, Alshire, obviously. Not feeling it on. Not that they're bad players, not that they couldn't fit and contribute, but you got up. See, this is the thing with the Texans right now. You've got upper tier, we're going to contend players in almost every room, offensively and defensively. We know wide receiver, running back, Joe Mixon, maybe get some help there. Quarterback, obviously a stud and some proven backups. Tight end, they're liking what they're seeing there. Defense, defensive line, tons of guys. Ends, you got Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson, and you got freaking Derek Barnett coming off the bench. Cornerbacks, a lot of bodies there that are super talented, some that are unproven, but they're showing some things. Safety and linebacker are the only two places where you look at this team and you say even just a little injury, and it could go off the rails.
So you're not feeling the Henry To'oTo'os, the
Jake
Neville
Hansen.
Hewitts, Jake Hansons of the world.
Neville Hewitt is now pretty much just a special teams guy, right?
If things are going right, they are.
Yeah, he's having a good day. They are. So yeah, that's where I am with that. Like the only two places where you can't look at this Texans team and go, yeah, they got it going on. They got a real shot. Are linebacker and safety.
If they were to, just based on what they are right now, if they were to suffer an injury either to Christian Harris or Azeez Al-Shire, would you want to see them more go with To'oTo'o or Hansen? Or would you want to see them more, maybe utilize Jalen Petrie as the dime linebacker?
I think they can do a lot of that anyway, right?
And go 60 Bs.
It's my favorite. That's the thing I'm looking forward to most at training camp. And they're not going to give away all the secrets and some of the things we can't say that we see because it's closed, whatever portion of practice. But what I'm most looking forward to is how they are sold on Jalen Petrie. Whether it's D'Amico or Nick or both, they are going to give him they have given him every benefit of the doubt. And they're not getting a player, to bring in over him, whether it's through the draft. I mean, they drafted a safety, but not there, or bringing in a guy. They are in on Jalen Petrie. So I'm looking forward to how are they going to try to get the most out of him. And I think what you're talking about, it might be it. And they might be using him a lot more up against the line of scrimmage.
That's a Steve Spagnuolo thing. Mm-hmm. He did that with the Giants and kind of turned their whole defense around when he was their DC there. Mm-hmm. They made their Super Bowl run. They went to this 3-safety look.
Yeah.
And that really enabled them. They generated a lot more turnovers. They were much better against, in passing situations. They were also a team that could get pressure with 4.
Mm-hmm.
This team, D'Amico's plan is to get pressure with 4.
Yes, it is.
Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Denico Autry now being inside full-time and not half and half. Do they have enough, in your opinion, to consistently get pressure with 4?
I think they do, especially when J.J. Watt gets here. I still think that's a very real possibility. I'm not pulling for it. It just looks like it.
If it wasn't a possibility, he would have shot it down by now.
Yes, exactly. But even without him, and I'm only halfway kidding about that. Yeah, that's how they built this squad. I mean, like we can talk about the players you lost. Bringing in Danielle Hunter is an upgrade. I mean, it's an absolute upgrade. That dude had 16 and a half last year or something like that.
And Will Anderson said he's been teaching him how to refine 2 different techniques, which are things that the guy before Danielle Hunter, he wasn't doing.
Mm-hmm.
So he get more of a mentor now to Will Anderson, who's helping him refine
his
technique.
And Autry's played the outside.
He's played outside. He's played inside. He kind of is kind of half and half.
Yeah.
Now you're asking him to play mostly inside.
Good.
Although I could see them going with essentially a 5-man front where you've got Hunter, Autry, Anderson, Foley, Fatukasi, and Tim Settle all in there with Foley and Settle kind of in the middle, and the other guys all as edge rushers, and just giving different looks and Creighton overloads.
Yeah. No, I think that's the plan right there. I also think when you look at D'Amico Ryan's resume, you're seeing a guy that gets the absolute most and can identify talent at the linebacker position. Like he can do just about anything with he hinges his entire defense on that linebacker position, and I think that's where Christian Harris and Ashayi are going to come in.
The amount of progress you saw from Christian Harris last year was huge. I mean, he went from a guy who's he's got talent to this dude is all over the field making plays, getting turnovers. I mean, he looked like
smart,
an all-pro player towards the end of the season last year. If he maintains that, and you saw what you got from Alshire last year, who was everywhere in Tennessee, I think there's a lot of subsets that they only play with 2 linebackers.
Oh, for sure.
And those 2 guys are going to be on the field a lot, and the other guys, they're going to be backups. But man, there's a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, there is on that side. And look, 23 days from opening training camp, they're going to be the first ones out there, and it's getting pretty exciting right now. It's getting pretty exciting for the Astros too. And I did want to bring that up. We've talked about it a few times here today. And as Clinton and Ron are coming into the studio, they know how I felt about this squad. They know that I said they're done. And the reason I said they're done early on, about a month into the season, is they didn't look anything like the squad we've come to know. They certainly didn't have the farm system to be able to make some deals. They didn't have the pitching, even though when they saw some holes that were cropping up. They didn't have a lot of the things that we've seen the Astros do. But for the first time all year, I recognize that Astros baseball team this weekend. I recognize that squad.
That's fun to watch.
That's the first time I said, okay, maybe they can get something going now. Because everybody thinks I'm down on the Astros. You know that. You guys know better than that. I love the Astros. It's probably my second favorite team in town. I wasn't down on it. I just didn't recognize that team, and I didn't think they have the parts. That was the first time I saw a squad that, okay, I've seen that before.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Jay. Look, I mean, the reality of it is, like right now, The thing's going to be, oh, well, yeah, I knew it, man. They were going to turn the corner. It's a long season, man. I knew it was coming. Just wait.
But you didn't see that.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Well, you see it now.
That's what I'm saying. This weekend.
Everybody sees it now after you swept the damn Orioles. Yeah. But the reality of it is, the reality of it is, whether you look at the injuries, whether you look at Joe Espada as a manager, or you look at how the guys were performing, there was nothing in the cards that was saying that for any reason things were going to change significantly, other than just the flipping of a switch. And they somehow flipped the switch in the biggest series. Hell, in the biggest series of the year. I mean, that was a sweeping the Orioles, other than just a statement of what it means.
Yeah.
Like sweeping the Orioles when they're sandwiched between the White Sox and the Rockies.
Yeah.
They've got 15 of their next 18 games are versus teams with losing records.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we talked about it. You got to win 19-20. You got to win 17-20. You got to make this crazy, ridiculous run. Can this team do it? Well, if they can do it.
This is the way it's going to have to
This
look.
is it right here.
Yeah. I'm not bandwagoning. I just think that's a different squad than I've seen all year this weekend.
Listen, you were giving what they were giving you.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what they were.
That's
giving
a good
you.
way to put it. Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like
I didn't see any of this.
It wasn't like that they were. I mean, let's be honest. They're still two games under 500 and 6.5 back. But you were giving them what they were giving you, and that's what you saw. And right now, this is the most excited and optimistic I think an Astro fan could be all season off of what just happened.
And this is an important week because every time so far this year that the Astros have made gains, they've given them right back the next week.
Yeah.
So this is the first time they finally break that 5-under barrier. You can't then give it back to the Rockies and the Mets who just lost their closer.
Yeah.
Like, you can't give it back. This is where you've got to push through and come out of this 5 games like 4-1 and get into July a game over 500 and start making your push forward here. Because if you give back all the gains that you just got this past week where, you were 10 out in the division and 8 out in the wild card and now you're 6-4, you can't give that back later.
One real quick. How's Tyler holding up? I don't want to turn around.
Yeah, we got to talk with him. It's a big one tonight.
I'm just going to catch a little.
It's tense. It's tense. Yeah.
Oh man, look at that face.
I think he should have wore the jersey that he had on Friday since they won in it.
Haven't gotten it to the cleaners yet, man.
No,
what'd you do? Did you go hang out in the ice house when you got done here?
Past the cleaners, man.
That loud smoking with none of the new vents in the building, or what?
Man, that thing could have gotten warm. You could grab you some Febreze and let's keep it moving.
Yeah.
How about you, Jay?
I'm good. I mean, obviously.
How you feel about the boys tonight?
I told Tyler this during the break. I thought yesterday was the day to get it. Yesterday was the day to get it. That doesn't mean I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
Do y'all have your ace?
The number 2, Lampkin.
Number 2, okay.
Yeah, and so do they. So they can do it. They absolutely can win it, but I thought yesterday was
the crazy thing with these two teams. They've all seen each other so many times, it almost doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
And one
same
game,
conference.
Hey, give me a shot in one game. Just give me a shot in one game.
Anything can happen. You were just listening to In the Loop. The Drive is live, and you are listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey Sports Station. As you hear, Tyler, we'll get to Tyler. Are you scared?
Not scared, no. I think it has the potential to be a hell of a game.
Listen, and when we talk about sports, it's okay to be scared.
Oh, I know, but I'm not.
Yeah, okay, it's okay to be. It's okay to be.
Yeah, but my answer is I'm not.
You're not. I'm just checking with you to see if this made you get into this third game, pushing it here. If it made you nervous.
Nah, I mean each team's won one ball game. Let's go to a third.
I'd be nervous.
You jacked about it?
Oh yeah, pumped. Whiskey's ready for when I get home.
Hey.
Got some snacks to throw up on the grill. It's gonna be a good night.
Have you a party, man. Enjoy it.
I knew it was real business. I text Tyler. I said, "Where are we watching the game tonight?"
He said, "I'm in C-Stat."
He didn't even say nothing. I knew he needed
some space.
he needed to be in a place that I would be in his situation, like-minded people. That's what it felt like. He needed to be with folks like-minded, like Megan, who's pulling on the same rope.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I would have been pulling against you, but I get it. I mean, no, I had to say it. I had to say it to him to his face. What you doing? Where you watching the game? I'm just gonna watch it at the house.
Oh, you're talking about tonight? I thought you were talking about this weekend. You're talking about tonight.
Yeah, tonight. As soon as we sign off here at 6 o'clock, I'm hitting that highway and getting home as quick as I can.
We got to record some stuff, man. We got about an hour's worth of work we need to get done.
Tyler is down to get something to go get a drink
Anytime.
4 out of 5 days of the week.
Not tonight,
Easy.
baby.
Yeah, just no answer.
Hey, I'm in your corner, man. And look, I'll be honest with you. It's not just you know me, man.
I know your hatred for Tennessee. If there's any,
this is a double dip for me right here. I mean, it's obviously the only Texas school representing the state. I'm a proud Texan.
So you do that, yes.
Damn it, I need the Aggies to come on through. I'm in Tyler's corner. I'm in there with the Aggies now, and
gig 'em.
And then you got them Vols across the way, and I mean, anytime that you can tell them to take that old Rocky Top and shove it all up in every bit of their ass, I would greatly appreciate it.
Do they have the band there?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're not playing it.
I guarantee you somebody's playing it. I guarantee you they're singing it in the stands. And rightfully
they're
so. If I were a Vol, it'd be cool as hell.
That's what baseball's got to do. They got to get the bands there. They got to get a section for the band.
I mean, everybody they got making sections in the outfield for everybody else. They got plenty. That would be sweet in center field with them bands out there just getting it.
I mean, you know how hot they would be, but go out there and get it.
That's all right, man.
They get hot out there in August for the college football. Yeah, that'd be nice.
I need them Ags to pull it through tonight. Let's bet a little bit on it, man. Tyler, what you got, man? Let's bet a little bit on it.
Oh, I got it maxed out already, sir.
Well, hell, man.
Tyler,
for some reason,
hell of a week.
For some reason, my bookie I don't know if there's rules or something to this, but the college baseball stuff, there is a cap of $100 max bet on college baseball games.
Like all your bets combined, or just each?
No, just one.
Okay.
So like you could do 100 on the money line and 100 on the Aggies +1.
Gotcha.
Which is what I did.
+1, huh? You're getting one, so they can actually lose and you push, I guess.
Yeah. But if they both hit, if the Aggies just win the game, you'll
have a great day. You have money.
Well
you have your money and a championship. There you go. I can't lie to you. I know Tyler was really disappointed in this. I could tell by the way he gave that his reaction. I really tried. For some reason, I don't know why. I'm sure I'm probably alone. I just could not get into this college World Series.
Well, I don't think that should surprise anybody that listens to the show. I mean, you really dislike Omaha.
No, Omaha, but it does not have anything to do with the absolute embarrassment and disservice that they're doing to those kids, making them have to go there. But no, I like a good story. I tried, man. I did. I had some folks over this weekend. Obviously, you two weren't. You were invited.
I was at College Station, bro.
Before the people say anything. And I had it on, man. And we had it on. I was like, man, I'm not getting into this. I'm not getting into it. I had to flip it off. Yesterday, tried it too, man. Because I'm supportive of Tyler. You know, I really am. I wanted to see his boys get a W. I had to flip on over to Angel and Creighton. That kind of really.
See, that's where I get hung up. Because I could get not getting into the College Baseball World Series. Like, if your team's not in it, I could understand a normal sports fan just not being into it.
I don't know if I'd have it if Kansas was in it.
You flipping from College Men's Baseball World Series to the WNBA is where I was like, I don't get it.
You don't get it? Hold on. What?
I don't understand it.
Those two are like one of the most talked about things.
And the least talked about league, yeah.
All here of late, it's not the least talked about league. Those two players in the WNBA is certainly more talked about than college baseball. Like I can get a preference, but I mean, yeah, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, and then Tennessee at Texas A&M of nobody. I got no player, not one. And I don't have a player from.
You ain't got Jeff Kent's son?
No, I don't. I don't have a player.
He's shredding.
I don't have a player from either one of those college baseball teams the last decade. So I mean, that's just me. But and it's not just because I don't know them. Like there are Olympics I can get into. I'm telling you, when Paris comes, that volleyball, indoor volleyball, I'm like, I'm in there. that gets me. I just don't. I don't know. I just couldn't.
Well, Saturday. I mean, that was a pretty. I mean, that game was that was a slow moving game. Yesterday, I mean, I don't know how you can't. I don't know how you didn't get into that one. That joint right there, I was hung on every pip. They got to start.
As I kept looking up, they had it up on the screen. It was 1-0. And I kept looking up. Now I tried to go halftime. Is when I tried to go over halftime of the Sky and Fever game, and I just couldn't.
I mean, they got young dude throwing 100. How long could he last? Pitched his way out of a couple of jams when you thought Tennessee was going to get on the board, and then all of a sudden Tennessee late in that ball game just let it rip, hit 2 bombs, and it was all she wrote. Because at that point, I don't think A&M ever scared them again in terms of scoring. But that was a game. I was hung on every pitch from about the
couldn't do it.
From about the second inning till that second bomb, which was eighth inning. So 2 to 8, I was in on that one. I was locked. Now, to your point, I was jonesing for my 2 TV setup. I was at father-in-law's house in the pool, and little Sunday afternoons where we do it, waiting to just feed my face. Put on a couple of LBs. And we had golf rolling, which was another tremendous finish.
It was a lot.
And the baseball game. And I'm sitting there going, hey, Gus, what's that? Is that Fever Sky game on?
I can imagine.
Switch around a little bit.
Gus's reaction may have been as similar to Tyler's.
Gus said WNBA.
Yeah, I figured.
I said, yeah, man. It's Reese Caitlin Clark. He didn't fight. He said, I think it's over. So we watched. So we finished up watching. I was hooked on that game. That's a hell of a game.
This will be a tough one tonight, though. It's a big night. Like it's two sports that I have not kept up with, but it's championship games. It's hat T-shirt night for hockey and college baseball. So I'm gonna see which one reels me in. I'm gonna try to watch one of them, see which one reels me in. But no, man, good luck tonight, Tyler, for real. I think that's why I mentally wanted to watch it with you, to have something in it, to have some stank in it.
Come on out to the casa.
Well, like
way up north.
You got Bear over there tearing the house up right now.
Oh, right.
No, Bear's in a kennel.
You think?
Well,
he might be an escape artist
now. No, I double locked it.
Bring Bear.
Got a couple of okay.
Bring Bear out there. Let him tear up them.
I would.
Bitches would love it.
I would. I couldn't. Okay.
Sorry,
Megan. I would. For some reason, I believe she's included. I would, but I can't be the third wheel. I can't be. It just can't be me, you, and Megan. I would need somebody else invited. Told me Sterling was coming, I might do something. I can't. It just can't be. But Sterling can't leave nowhere.
No,
Sterling's done.
Well, Sterling's got about a week. He needs to just.
Sterling don't even have a week.
Sterling needs to take the next 4 days.
I can't believe Sterling went golfing Saturday. I'm gonna be frank with you.
It was like his last
hurrah.
Jack.
That's touch and go, Jack, right there, boy. I'm telling you. All right, one thing that I was clearly, and everybody was able to get into, was them Houston Astros.
Mm-hmm.
We said Friday, if they can find a way to just win the series, especially with Jake Bloss. Guess what, Jake? Stepped into that role, and you're on the IL. But if Jake can get in, if they can win this series with Jake getting one of the starts, that could be a turning the corner type of momentum for this team. Hell, they didn't just win it. They swept their asses. And we talked about it, against this team, this Orioles team, who I don't know what they're up to. I believe they've hit a home run in like 29 or 30 consecutive games, which is ridiculous. Somebody for their team has hit one out. But we were saying they got to score in this series, and they beat the brakes off of them. All off of them. Completely went off offensively in this series against a really, really good team. Here is Joe Espada, Captain Joe Espada, talking about a word that Clint and I have been wanting the Astros to turn to for quite some time to describe their play.
We came out to play from the first game of this series. We knew that we needed to come out and play our best, and we did. Our pitching. Shout out to Brian King, first Major League, debut, and striking out Gunnar Henderson for his first Major League strikeout. Luis Contreras and Valdez. We needed him to go deep in the game, and he did.
Urgency, Clint. They played with urgency. And it was clear that they I don't know if you talk about flipping the switch or what, but they did in this series against the Orioles. And Clint, I would throw this to everybody because Patrick Creighton at the Crosstalk kind of talked about it. Hey, they've had some moments where you thought like, oh, here they go, and then you look up a week later and they're 7 games back, 9 games back, 6-7 games under 500. Do you get the feel from this weekend series that this was the Astros turning the corner, or just a really good weekend?
Well, look, I tweeted it immediately. I think it's a turn the corner because we're not. Well, look, I mean, we're not talking about one guy like it is. Jordan can get hot, and you could win. You could sweep the Orioles in 1-run ball games, 1-run low-score ball games, and really some decent pitching and Jordan getting hot could have done it. But if you look at the way in which the Astros won those ball games, there are several guys that don't appear to be like, man, this guy's playing out of his mind, right? There's guys that are ultimately swinging the bat the way in which we expected them to swing the bat, and they're not expectations that are built off of something they did in Sugar Land or Corpus, right? It's Bregman swinging the bat well based off of what we've seen him do in the past. I mean, he is this slow starting thing must be a reality with him because here he comes, right? Yeah, Jordan swinging it better. Diaz is 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs. I mean, you look up and down. McCormick had a monster game. We've seen him do that before.
Yeah, he went deep twice.
I mean, Altuve goes deep to start. I mean, it's just one of them deals where when we're talking about the Astros and the way in which they swept, I think it's the context that's important is you had dudes that have done it before and were expected to do it, to have been doing it all year long at this point in time. They seem to have caught fire. And so I think it's a little bit more real than just, hey, man, they had some stuff fall their way and they won a couple of ball games and somehow got beyond the Orioles when they didn't play well. This was a 3-game ass kicking by the Astros, and it was done at the hands of some guys that we've seen swing the bat as well as they did. And they just seem to be waking up.
It certainly feels that way.
Yep.
Right. Framber, you got good Framber yesterday, and that was a really good offense that he went through. If that's something that could be more of the norm moving forward, now you got some. Ronel Blanco has been doing his thing all year. And the game they knew they had to put up. Now, it wasn't really Jake here. It was a bullpen. But the game they knew they had to score runs in, they came out popping and kind of calm things down immediately for their young pitcher to help him kind of get through before he got injured. So, it feels that way. And if you're an Astros fan, you damn sure better be thinking this is it. We're 2 games under 500, and Dana Brown talked about we got to cut it in half. Well, that thing was sitting at 9 or 10 not too long ago, and now it's at 6.5. And so you're getting close to doing that. It damn sure better be, but. You got the Rockies and the Mets coming up for 5. You cannot, and I agree with Patrick Creighton from earlier, you cannot give what happened here away. You're on a 5-game winning streak. You took 2 of 3 from the White Sox. You were hoping to sweep that, but hell, you swept this, and that kind of makes up for that. But you cannot give it up these next 5 games, right? They have got to keep rolling on to really, like these next 5 games, Clint, what are they? All right, Tyler, I'm right. They're 2 games under, right? You got to be above.
For the first time since 0-2.
You got to be above 500. I mean, check that. You got to at least be at 500 or flirting with it, 500, above 500 by the time these 5 games end. Right before you getting through the Rockies and the Mets. Like you got to push through that. You got to push to that 500 mark at that point. And now you're like, uh-oh, here we go. Because you get to 500, now you can feel like you can do something at this point.
Yeah, look, that would be absolute. I mean, I hate Creighton for even saying that.
You hate him?
No, he did. That's right. Now don't get me wrong.
Oh,
but just got because he's so right. I mean, it's how much of a buzzkill would it be if they come out and piss down their leg against the Colorado Rockies and don't handle business the rest of the way here, and they're 5 or 6 games below 500 at the break, and once again they're 6 or 8 back the division, and it's just fall back behind the Rangers, who you're half a game ahead of, I think. I mean, it would just be an absolute buzzkill. I'm carrying my white towel right now simply because it's hot outside.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, you ain't moving towards that now.
Hey, got me a
you
little.
You set it down, didn't you?
Got me a little workout in this morning, and then got to moving around a little bit. Hard to quit sweating, you know what I mean? So I grabbed my.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Yeah, I didn't, Bob. I brought my little white towel, and this is not. I'm not even thinking about throwing this thing in. Big weekend. I'm just dapping my forehead, if you know what I mean. But boy, you talk about buzzkill. You come out and you don't handle – hell with the Mets. You don't handle the business against Colorado Rockies in these next 2 games the way you should.
Yeah, you sweep the Colorado Rockies the next 2 games, you're at 500.
Ooh, sitting there. It's sitting up there, just silver platter.
And I found it, and I know we got to go, Tyler, but I found it interesting what Joe said in that clip we played. He insinuated like this was a different approach than some of the other games they've had. Yeah. Like we came to play. All right, well, you gotta bring that same thing for the Rockies and the Mets, especially the Rockies. Mets, I can see you getting. You got to bring the same thing for the Rockies. Whatever that was that y'all came in walking into the doors against Baltimore, y'all got to keep that same energy to try to roll through. 6.5 back, even closer in the wild card. 2 games under 500. Big move weekend for the Astros. All right, coming up. Let's move over to Kirby and the Texans, and I want to get an understanding of something that I think is very, very important, but I don't know if we've really put a lot of numbers or energy to it. We'll discuss that coming up.
$10 each. The Big Orange Wagon with Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The big blue, what did I say? The big blue orange wagon? I call it.
That's what you said Friday, yeah.
I called it the big blue orange wagon. Put all the colors in there.
Boy, y'all got to be hot right now, huh, Bub?
Smoking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Get a little A&M action in there, too.
Choo, 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 choo.
There it is. There it is. Somebody.
What'd you say, Blue Chew?
Choo, choo.
Oh, choo, choo. Oh, I didn't know that's where Ron was going with that blue-orange train. We may be onto something right there. Get you a Blue Chew sponsorship.
That's a hell of a sponsorship.
What drives the big orange chain? The Blue Chew. Same thing that should drive your train, the Blue Chew.
Yeah, but if it was the blue train,
I'll tell you what.
Hey,
sweeping the O's has the same effect on me as Blue Chew would.
Hey, Chew wouldn't do it, Bob.
I think that would probably have to come to me then.
Chew wouldn't do it.
Are you a man struggling with erectile dysfunction? Listen to the Big Orange Wagon.
For the right price, I am.
Hey, to be clear, I've sampled a Blue Chew or two.
Really? How was it?
Fabulous.
Really?
Fabulous. Where I was going with that is there's no struggle needed, right? I mean, I don't believe. I don't believe
in a struggle. You just want some enhancement.
Well, I mean, unless it's just a man with an ego too big to admit it. You get a little Blue Chew in you. It just takes you on to the level.
Yeah, nobody's perfect. You can always get better.
I mean, to each their own. But I mean, there's always one level
up.
One level up you can go, literally and figuratively.
Yes.
And Blue Chew do it for you.
So you have experience.
I actually think Blue Chew. Well, I mean, I tried it all.
Pushing it here. They're not paying us yet. But
I tried it all. I got a great Viagra story.
Somebody pull this. Somebody pull this and send it. So
they
sell it to the Blue Chew people.
I think they're advertising to just your middle-aged Joe that doesn't necessarily have a problem but just wants to take that thing to a whole nother level.
Yeah, why not? If it were given to me, I'd give it a shot, see where it goes.
Well, the thing is,
never had it.
The thing is, you should try it, and then you'll know the difference it can make. I bet there's a lot of kings walking around there thinking that they are just top of their game.
And there's another level.
Well, you get a little blood flow now, a little different level of blood flow. It could,
change the game.
Change the game, if you know what I mean.
Clearly, you know it from experience.
Well, I mean,
why not? Let's look into it, Tyler.
I think you can get them shipped to your front door discreetly.
I think we should same night it. Try it.
I ain't gonna say anything. I got a family member that his daughter picked up a box on the front and said, "Hey, Dad, you got a package in the front." His daughter brought him the old Blue Chew. Didn't even know it.
But that's good. She didn't know it.
They're discreet
packaging.
Oh yeah.
Figured they would be.
I mean, they don't pull up with a Sprinter van wrapped in Blue Chew logos and drop it off.
I wouldn't mind.
I mean,
I want the whole neighborhood.
The whole neighborhood be talking about, boy, them Hughleys, man.
Wow, look at him.
Ron's over there standing up in it, boy. Look out.
Got mine.
Hey. Ron's out there cleaning the garage out the next day, just waving at traffic going by.
Buddy, come over. Hey, how you doing, man? Just wondering, man. I saw a delivery you had over there. Think I could try 1 or 6?
Hey, what's that on your counter? Is that Skittles or that Blue Chew?
Give it a shot. Let me just try. I've never tried it. I saw you had the delivery. All right.
This is great.
All right, Clint, we've got training camp coming up in a few weeks, and everybody, and they should be, is really excited about this offense. And I know that you have specifically talked about this offense is going to run through C.J. Stroud and this passing game first. And I think that is fair when you got these guys on the outside, and that is probably the space where defenses are going to be concerned, nervous, to protect themselves is with those guys in the passing game. My wonder, though, is this. Many people feel like the addition of Diggs, yes, but, hey, CJ's going to actually have a running game now. He's got Joe Mixon now. And I just wonder what will be, especially from your standpoint of, hey, this thing should be led by the passing game. What would make sense upon average of how many times a guy like Joe Mixon and the backs are touching the ball. And I mean in the run game, not in the pass game, but in the run game. I'm wondering, how should this be 2-1 pass game to run game? How many carries should we be seeing from this run game, you think?
Well, look, here's the deal. It's hard to put a number like to me to even guesstimate here because
when you look at the game, you say, boy, we're gonna get about 20 carries a game. That feels like too much.
Well, no, it sounds great, but then you come out in the first game against Indianapolis, you get down 14 early, and you got to throw it 42 times, and all of a sudden that's blown out of the water, right? I mean, so the games so many games throughout a 17-game season are going to dictate, hey man, you don't have the ability to just be patient and run the football, and so. You end up getting away from the run, and so I don't know what that number looks like. I think in a perfect world, I think you'd like to have, I'd say 16 to 18 a game
carries
with Joe Mixon, where you turn around and you hand that thing to him through 4 quarters.
See that's an interesting number because I would think, teams like the Tennessee Titans for years, they were walking into the game plan with. Something's wrong if Derek doesn't get 20 carries.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I bet it's closer to 30 sometimes.
Maybe 20 to 25. And just for comparison, we know the Texans aren't in that space with them. That's why I'm I just see somebody said 12 to 15. Obviously the game will depend on it, but I wonder going into the games what the thought is of, all right, we want to make sure we get these carries. Because I bet you they probably want to be more balanced than maybe –
yeah,
we think that they can be.
Yeah, look, I think they are going to want to be balanced. Even though that's a lot of that is coach speak, and I think if you just read the tea leaves here and you look at how they have built this roster offensively and who they signed back, who they brought in, and kind of how they're doing things. I think they're going to be a 2-to-1 pass run ratio. I think that's where they know at the end of 17 weeks, 18 weeks, 17 games, they know that their numbers, if they're gonna win ball games, are more than likely going to be 2-to-1 CJ to Joe, right? And now I'll say this, I think Joe, this is a true bell cow. We've heard bell cow. We've heard this. We've heard that about Dameon Pierce and whatever. At the end of the day, Joe, I mean, Joe should be on the field 80% of the damn snaps at the end of the day. Damn sure 80+% of the ones that matter.
Yeah.
And he's in a situational back where both Reds, you're down in the goal line, short yardage. Oh, we'll pull him out, put somebody else in there, or hey, this is an obvious passing situation. We got to go 2-minute offense here. We're getting the ball back with 1:15 left. We got to go 80, put somebody else in. No. Joe is the dude in all of this. Whether you're pass protecting or you're running whether you're running a 2-minute offense or a 4-minute offense, Joe Mixon's ass is the one standing next to C.J. Stroud. There's no share in this thing. This is a true bell cow. So his numbers may be bigger than I would expect because I don't think this is going to shouldn't be a rotation.
Yeah. Interesting motor. Devin Singletary last year had 228 total carries, right, as the lead back for the Texans. Joe, in the same offense, similar offense, they run the same kind of an offense, he had 257. So that's really not as great of a distance as maybe you would think. I mean, obviously it's more, but it's not, especially when you talk about Singletary wasn't the dude early.
Couple games.
So it looks like they're in the same kind of ballpark of where they want to be.
Well, I think, Ron, if you, again, over 18 weeks of football, 17 games, I think it's going to work itself out where.
There may be a game he gets 30.
Well, there's going to be games when you get a heavy workload, but there's also going to be 5 or 6 games where, hey, bub, we got to come out in the second half and we got to throw this thing. We're not going to be able to run it as much as we could or as much as we'd like to. So I think it all comes out in the wash. But he's got to be the guy on the field more times than not. I mean, who? It'd be tough for anybody else on this team to be on that field in critical moments of a football game.
All right, Tyler has made a decision with his Texans, and I can't wait to see how the people agree with it. I already know Clint is against it, But I can't wait to see how the people agree with it. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there, we just had a riveting conversation about Blue Chew. But I'm telling you, before you get all that started, I think you should maybe take a look at going to Low T Center, somewhere I've been and been with for the last several years. And
800-858-0815. Again, 800-858-0815.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler's ready to go, baby. I love it, baby. Tyler's ready. He's getting at it with people with the.
Is he on the text line? Is he on the text line amping it up?
It's the Texas guys. Is it? I'm guessing.
Yeah, some Longhorns been texting in since Friday. Go Tennessee, yeah. And I said, it makes sense you'd root for the real UT. That adds up.
Yeah, they had to see that coming.
Meanwhile, the Longhorns just fired their baseball coach. No losers.
Losers.
Idiots. Who you got to hire? Dumbasses.
I couldn't tell you. who's they gonna hire. Who you gonna hire?
Well, they can always hire Jimbo Fisher. He's out there.
Yeah, he's out there.
Well, that'd be tough, wouldn't it?
Go find your baseball coach, Horns. Maybe you'll get to Omaha.
Ah, boy. Yeah, I would imagine there are Longhorn fans. That's when you know it's a rivalry right there. Like, I think there are some Longhorn fans who haven't given a damn about any of the college baseball season at all. But they want so bad for A&M to lose, to not get this feel at all. That's it, man. I'm riding with you.
Burn orange is boo-hooing, baby. I love it.
I'm riding with you, man. It'd be the same thing. It'd be the opposite. Just like I know Tyler. I felt like Tyler was in prayer when Texas was playing Washington in that semifinal
college ball playoff. Yeah.
I was rooting hard against him. No denying it.
Oh, I know you was. I know you was. All right, welcome back into the drive. Speaking of Tyler, I found this really interesting, Clint. So Tyler does this every year, and I'm jealous of it. I think it's a cool thing to do. I know Sean Pendergast does something not quite this, but during the bye week for the Texans, him and his wife they go to the game of the week. Tyler, much like many of you, consistently, he and his wife, his people, they try to hit a road game. As we remember last year, the Milner curse began because they went out to Charlotte and lost to the worst team in football and lost to the Panthers. He was live there for that game, so he has picked games. Tyler, is this official yet?
It is official.
All right, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you the options. Tyler and his wife have picked the road game they're going to go to for the Texans. The options: they can go to Indy, they can go to Boston, New England, they can go to Green Bay, they can go to Minnesota, they can go to New York against the Jets on Halloween night, they can go to Dallas, obviously that big one on Monday night. They can go to Jacksonville, wants to do that. They can go to Kansas City a couple of days before Christmas, or they could go down to old Nash Vegas. Those are the options. Where'd you choose?
We are going to be going to Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Minneapolis. Oh. Minneapolis. He chose Minneapolis out of that.
What in the hell? You got to give me the thought process there.
Well, to be perfectly honest, the first big reason we chose that one is just scheduling, just where it falls on the schedule and with what we got going on the rest of the football season.
Ah, okay.
That makes sense. It's hard to push back
that
on.
one.
My first choice was Boston.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That was your first choice?
I've always wanted to go to Boston. I haven't been there yet. Nerd out on some American history.
Yeah, I mean, that New York trip would have been a fantastic one as well. That would have been a nice one. I know some people are going spots right there. Listen, Minneapolis, you are going to. My mom did it. My mom went to Minneapolis last year. Their stadium is really nice. I've been outside of it. I haven't been in. And that game's in September, correct? Yeah, because I was going to say, man, if you was touching mid-October or later,
it's a little nippy.
Oh yeah, I'd have said, boy, you might want to be out on that one.
No, I believe it's like mid-September.
Yeah, that's good. Like indoors, but Minneapolis is actually will surprise you if you're not in the snow time. Will surprise you as a city. You have a good time.
Okay.
It's more than just the Mall of America.
Like to hear that.
Go check out Prince's Spot.
Oh yeah, got to.
Go do that. Yeah, go check out Prince's Spot. I'll tell you, they got the rivers. They got some good water out there. I'm telling you, yeah, man, it'll be a good shot. That's not the one I would have gone with, but I feel bad, man. I know Kansas City was one you was thinking about.
Yeah, it's just tough so close to Christmas.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I couldn't swing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be tough. But look, you got Jordan Love on this deal. You got Pat Mahomes on this deal.
If you haven't been to Lambeau, that's one I would have gone to.
And I've been to Lambeau. So those that don't know, all of my dad's family is from the Green Bay area up in Wisconsin. So I've been to Lambeau, but not for a game.
What is it?
And I really want to get to a game at Green Bay, obviously with the Texans playing there as well. But I'm really trying to wait on my dad to be available for, if and when that day comes. So we can go together.
You actually got some Packer blood in you.
Yes. Yeah, I was a Packers fan until 2002 when the Texans came along.
That's fair. Wait for the Pops.
Yeah.
That's fair. All right, man. That makes sense.
I would have probably had to go to New England.
That's what you said. You wanted to go to Boston.
Well, I mean, I got one. I know.
Is that early too? Because that's another one.
I can't remember where that one falls.
It's earlier in the season.
It wouldn't matter. I got a connection up there. I'd be sitting in the suite.
Well, damn.
And I've seen Cody Johnson, George Strait at a concert there before from that same suite.
Now I hear they got a really cool setup out there.
Good buddy of mine's up there that I actually played some ball with, so he's got a great setup, and
because they've got like a whole Patriot like mini village, like town.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is on
the property.
Yeah, on the property.
Yeah, it's cool, man. It's and I feel like Texas probably gonna whoop that ass.
Yeah, that's one to feel. Well, I mean, Minnesota should be one they win too.
Yeah, fair.
Should be one they win too. You should enjoy.
I think it'll be really cool to just witness in person that big skull chant at the beginning. Yeah, that'll be pretty neat.
That's not that old. I thought it was something that they did for a long. Have you ever seen that that skull chant they do? I thought it was something they did for a long time. I don't know if it's 10 years old. That's not something they've been doing forever. But no, man. I got a friend that lives out there, does radio out there. Yeah, I hear it's a good shindig. Now you should have a good time, man. Juicy Lucy.
Juicy Lucy.
That's their food of.
Sounds like a girl I dated in college.
Not first off. The discussions we've had about what you like about booty, because that's what I think about juicy.
Oh, that's not what was juicy.
Booty. Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah. No, it's a burger.
Okay, I didn't know this.
It's like their famous food. They got it. They do the burger with the cheese inside of it.
Ooh,
and I'm telling you, you better be ready. You better be ready to roll.
I did some cheese infused burgers for Father's Day.
Ooh, I went to the one that's the most famous one there. I forgot what it's called. But boy, I burnt the hell out of my mouth.
You bit into that thing, that cheese.
Like old Hot
Pocket. Like old Hot Pocket. Got it.
I was aggressive. I went in. Because I thought to myself, all right, like I got to go in. I got to go in for it. Nobody warned me. Brother-in-law sitting there. Everybody just, go ahead. I'm coming in. Pop neck, bam.
That cheese will get you.
I blacked out a little bit, man.
That's a great call, too. Every kid's burned his mouth with the damn Hot Pocket.
Hot Pockets back in the day were awful.
I don't remember that time. I don't remember the rest of it. But I enjoyed the first bite. The rest of it, I burnt all that.
Everything singed up, huh?
Yeah, man. Just eating for protein at that point there, man. It's protein and bread.
He remembers the first half of
that bite. Then the rest of that sucker, told my ass up. Yeah, get that Juicy Lucy, baby.
I will for sure be partaking in that.
Yeah. Most people said they're surprised you didn't go to Dallas.
Oh, we're gonna do that one. We're going to do that one because we can drive to it. This is the one game a year where we got to, plan it out, fly out, all that. We are planning to go to Dallas as well.
That's a cool thing to do, man. Me and my mom used to do that.
Thank you.
to go to a road game every year.
We started it, 2-3 years ago? Been to Denver and Carolina.
That's when those people from Oakland scared me.
Oh, yeah. Weren't they throwing batteries?
Not at that one. My mom said she had to buy a Raiders flag to walk out when she went a previous time. No,
That's ridiculous.
We were there, and it was the first stadium I'd seen outside of Arrowhead in my life. I remember, you know me, I'm going to show off. My mom said, all right, it was a Monday night game. She said, we'll fly out to Oakland, and you can either stay home from school or you can wait or have me pick you up. I said, oh, you can come pick me up.
The showman.
So I could let everybody know in that bad boy where I was going. I was dressed for my.
He's dressed for the game,
yeah,
huh?
I
love it.
I mean, it was only a couple of hours, but I got everybody in there to know. Watch me, I'll be on TV tonight. I'm sure you can't imagine that 9-year-old Ron Hughley was out there. Yeah, I'll be there. I'm going. I'm leaving. And then, people don't believe you, and then I just watch, wait for the clock. And they called me to go to the office to leave. Yeah. Told you. Man, we got there, and the first thing they had was Marcus Allen hung. That was the first thing I saw walking into the stadium.
The hell is wrong with people?
Pulled up. It was a doll of Marcus Allen.
Oh, because he went to the Chiefs,
and he was hung. And I was sitting there like, what the hell? And I
Mom, what'd you bring me to?
Is that a noose?
I'll never forget this family of Chiefs fans. It was a father, a wife. It looked like the daughter was the oldest, around like 7, like my age at that time, like 8 or 9. And then she had a little brother. And the Chiefs was getting their asses kicked. So they bounced early. And this is when I found out Teresa was crazy. When I knew my mom was crazy. They bounced early. They were walking up the steps. We're in like a section kind of Chiefs fan. They walking up the steps, and they're just getting drilled with the little boy got hit with the nacho. Why y'all laugh, man? That was funny, man. And I could tell the dad was pissed, but he could. I mean, he just like, let's go, just go. Like, and the kid, he's trying to lead them out, and they're just throwing like popcorn stuff at him. And then that kid, the youngest, he's about six years old. Bam! He got hit in the side of the face, side of the head with that damn nacho thing. And boy, somebody behind us threw some popcorn towards our way. And that Teresa whipped around and turned around, and I don't know if she pointed at that dude and said, "Don't you dare, don't you dare! I'll come up there and whoop your," something like that. And I said, "Oh my God." She don't just be kicking my ass. She kicks everybody.
You ain't the only one. You ain't taking all of it.
I'm telling you, but I really believe Teresa and Linda have been a hell of a team.
Oh, they wouldn't have survived.
I'm going to come over there and whoop that ass.
She bought us jackets to zip up so it didn't show anything.
Raiders jackets?
No, just regular blue jackets that just zip up so it didn't show nothing. But once she turned around and went off of those people, I said, man, this lady's nuts.
And I'm with her.
And I'm safe. I bet everybody gonna hit me with no nachos. All right, coming up behind us, coming up next, we'll get to a big series, big weekend. Is this the turning point for the Houston Astros and a huge night in sports? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
For the record, nobody's coming up behind me, but it is Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell.
pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, first, the Astros. They had better than the weekend that they needed to have. We knew in this stretch at some point, they were going to have to do more than just win series. They were going to have to run, a good little run together. Well, they swept the Orioles after taking the last two against the White Sox, and they've now won 5 in a row. And I think Tyler said earlier, since 0-2 is the last time they have been this close to 500. Since the first 2 ball games of the year, which they started 0-4, but since 0-2, this is the closest they have been to 500. And they did it in a huge, huge series win this weekend against the Baltimore Orioles. They had come in with the second-best record in the American League and been one of the best teams in baseball, especially offensively. But the Astros were able to sweep them Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Here's Joe Espada talking about the Astros getting back to being themselves.
That's Astros baseball right there, man. That's Astros baseball. That's what we expect from our team. From the energy, attention to details, playing the game on the bases, on the defensive side, pitching, setting the tone. Altuve from pitch number 1, home run, situational hitting. We did so many things so well that that was a series that we needed as a club going into the off day. Just huge series.
There's the captain right there. That was Astros baseball.
Stop it.
What?
Stop calling that man the damn captain.
He's the captain.
God.
That's it, man. Right. Hey.
Must be nuts.
I'm just saying, man, it's his ship. For the most part. You're going with it or going down in it. But that is the captain saying they got back to their brand of baseball. Clint, is that how you felt? Is that what you felt when you saw this weekend? That was Astros baseball that you're used to?
I don't know that I'm ready to call that Astros baseball that they got back to. I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous, out of your mind. You hope there's a few spurts of baseball during a season that you can play to that level, and then you hope that you can somehow catch that lightning in a bottle, and when it comes ALCS or World Series time, you can open up a can the way that they did this weekend. I'm not going to sit here and talk about that's what we expect. I mean, anybody that was expecting that out of the Astros at any point in time is crazy. They were unbelievable at the plate. It was multiple hitters, several different players. I mean, on the bump, top to bottom, they were really, really good. A guy that went out there and had never pitched above Corpus Christi went out there and gave him 4 innings, and word on the street is, he hurt himself in the process. And the bullpen picked him up, and there really wasn't no pressure because the bats were live. So, look, I'm not going to sit here and say, yep, that was Astros baseball. That was unbelievable baseball is what that was. That's what the Astros, if you look at their talent and you look at the roster – and you just take into consideration what we've seen this group do in the past, it shouldn't surprise anybody that they play that caliber ball from time to time. I don't expect them to play that caliber ball moving forward. That was absolutely ridiculous, and it came at a perfect time because, again, you got 3 games versus the White Sox, but you took 2 of 3. You got 2 games coming up against the Colorado Rockies. You had one of the best teams in baseball sandwiched in between, which – I fully expected to go in there and have your hands full and hopefully win one of them. and they go in there and sweep the whole thing. So came at the right time. Just showed you how high the ceiling for this baseball team actually is.
Two things that were really impressive this weekend is they put up, 14, 8, and 5 runs in those 3 particular games, and they did it without Kyle Tucker, who has been their best player this year. He was not in the middle of that lineup, and they did that. You're going to tell me they were going to put up that many runs against this team without Kyle Tucker? I would have never believed that. And so that part is more of what you just said. Hey, this is what they're capable of. Chaz is capable of having a day. Joey is capable of having multiple doubles and driving in runs, right? But they're capable of having their moments. The other part, though, which you would hope is real, is the last 2 games they gave up 2 runs, 1 run apiece. And that's behind Ronel Blanco, and that's behind Framber Valdez and that bullpen. That part is the part that is really impressive. This O's offense, to hold them to 2 runs, 1 run in back-to-back games in that ballpark, and they hit home runs, like literally they have done it 29 or 30 consecutive games, they hit home runs, and you held them down like that, that part is the part that you can, to me, get really excited about, is those 2 guys in particular, because that, 14 runs, 8 runs, that's not always going to happen. That right there, if you could get that type of consistency at all from those type starters, that is real and huge. It can get you back in it.
I mean, look, Ron, if you look at it, and I didn't watch every pitch this weekend, but if you look at it, who would you say messed the bed a bit? Montero and Nick? What was his name? Yeah. Nick Hernandez?
Yeah, Montero in game 1.
Montero and Nick in game 1. Yeah. And late in the game when Tyler texts like, oh, what's going on? I think it was Tyler. Maybe it was my mom. Y'all text a lot alike about the Astros.
That 11 got there quick.
He got there quick, right? And I think Nick gave up 5 earned runs, and I think Montero had a couple. So really, with the exception of those 2 guys, and Jake Bloss getting injured, I think everybody else had a jam up good weekend. So that's the big part for me too, Ron. Is like it wasn't just, hey, we had great pitching and Yordan got hot. You know what I mean? It was Diaz, it was Bregman, it was Altuve, it was White Boy Chaz. It was so many different guys. Loperfido had a good run. Good to see him doing his thing. It was just. It's very believable when it's multiple dudes and not just one guy that happens to be carrying a load.
Yeah. That you did mention that Jake Bloss is. Where are they going? We'll have to see what they do next week. I mean, they're going to be forced to have to make a move, right? Where are they going? Because he was placed on the IL. They're going to have a bullpen start and hope that Verlander is back. Hopefully, we get an update this week at some point to see if Verlander has resumed throwing. Because as we knew on Friday, he hadn't. But they're down to 4 starters at this point with Jake Bloss going down and going on the IL. We'll see what they do. They DFA'd Blair Henley. Damn. So we'll see what they have to do there. But that's what they need to do. They got a day off. That will help with the rotation as well. But huge. We said they needed to go in and win that series, and they swept the Baltimore Orioles 38-40. What did I say? I was going to do the lineups when they got above 500.
Oh, I know. I've been waiting, man.
Mets series, man, it's coming.
Know what you think?
They got to get above 500. They just get to 500.
Get them a game above 500.
Okay,
baby.
So it's going to take 1 game against the Mets at least.
Why not? Go ahead, do your thing, boys. You're doing well. Go ahead.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, this is going to be, I think, everything that is going to be in Tyler's mind tonight. Yesterday, A&M had a chance to end it all and win the championship Saturday night. They weren't able to. I'm sorry, on Sunday. Yesterday, they weren't able to, and they need Game 3. This is for all the marbles, as they would say. Everything. Tennessee, maybe the only sports entity that Clint Stoerner just hates.
Can't get down with it.
And then A&M, obviously, tonight. All right, Tyler, how how nervous, scale of 1 to 10, how nervous are you for this game tonight?
Nervous?
I mean, you got to be at least nervous. I know you ain't scared.
No, yeah, I'm just thinking, probably middle of the road, I'll give it a 5.4.
More than half.
More than half. 5.4. That's good. Nerve, not scared, a little nerve. Yeah, it's a big one. Is it set up well for A&M?
Yeah, Lampkin's pretty damn good. He's starting the game.
Right? I just heard Lopez say that. I'm not going to act like him.
Yeah. It's I mean, like I told you on Friday, Tennessee, the Volunteers, they've been baseball's best in men's college baseball all season long for the most part. But the Aggies got some magic going, man, and they've been pretty damn good this year too. So hopefully it all comes to a head and we get a natty.
I'm excited about it. I ain't got a dog in the fight.
You been into the games?
I have been. Look, like you said, I would love. I'm rooting for the Aggies simply because they're representing the state of Texas as well. So I mean, I'm an Aggie fan this week, regardless. You add to it that they're playing the Vols. I don't like the Vols. I don't like nothing about that orange, even though them black unis are clean.
They got to wear those again, right?
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
But I need the Aggies to do me a solid right here and pull this one out. But all joking aside, there are reasons to be excited about Aggie pitching, just like with the Vols. They've got answers, they've got pieces, they've got dynamic dudes they can put on the bump. So do the Aggies. And then when you talk about a lineup, it seems like now I think the Vols probably are a little bit better and carry a little bit more swag and a little bit more confidence at the plate, especially after the Aggies losing a couple of guys. But don't doubt the Aggies. They got some pop at the plate too. So I think it is an entertaining series, considering I don't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah. Who do you think's gonna win tonight, Clint?
Woo, them Aggies, baby. Come on.
You got them? You feel them?
I got the Aggies.
Woo! What's the bet you said you have on it? Just plus?
I have a bill on +1 for the Ags, and I took the money line. It was they're the underdogs, so it was 100 to win like 130 something as well. So if they win outright, I should win about 230, 240.
Good luck, man. Man, I wish you were down there Friday.
Me too.
No, is that the game you would have gone to? No, you would have gone.
Saturday was game 1, yeah.
Yeah.
We ended up going to College Station. It was fun. Watched it at Megan's, my wife's favorite spot when she was a student there. It was cool to be in that atmosphere. Everybody going nuts when that leadoff homer hit.
Yeah, that's why you need to be with like people. That's why I thought not white.
I said maroon and white.
Oh, I thought,
God.
I didn't hear you say maroon.
God.
That's what the whites used to do.
I just heard with white. I was like,
Jesus.
I was like, damn, Tyler.
No, the maroon and white.
The maroon. That's a very good thing. Sorry. Good thing to hear. The maroon and white, not just watching it with the white. Say, damn. No, man. Good luck tonight, man. I hope they pull it out, man. I hope you get your championship.
Yeah. Bring it on, boys.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
This is another one, Clint. I am like, I hadn't really been following hockey that much, but I do know when a team is up 3-0, and now this thing is tied.
Yes, indeed.
And they're at home. Tonight, I'm just imagining the pressure that is on the Florida Panthers right now. I mean, and it's not just that they're up 3-0. They were up 3-0 in this series. They have gotten just their asses kicked in the last 3 games. It's like 18-5 is the score in the last 3 games. And, I mean, they have to be under so much pressure, because this isn't a deal like, Clint, of, hey, you lose and you lose the Stanley Cup. This is you lose and now you officially become the Florida Panthers. You got Florida Panthers. Nobody's down 3-0 and they lost it. Like that becomes, you become the laughing stock.
It just so rarely happens in all of sports, right? That it's must-watch TV when it does happen. Like, these cats have climbed back from a 3-0 deficit in a best-of-7 series, and they have somehow turned this into winner take all. One game for all the marbles. I mean, that's good gosh, boy, the damn networks are. TV's making their money, ain't they?
Yeah, they are. First Take even put hockey on there today, and they don't even. I saw what they did. They put a TNT analyst on. I'm thinking to myself, y'all cover it. Y'all covering
who
it.
They put on there?
Somebody from TNT.
Oh,
I said, y'all covering it. How come y'all don't have one of your ESPN guys?
If it wasn't PK, I don't care.
No, it wasn't PK. It wasn't PK. The one thing about it that is scary, because I mean, those Miami fans, I mean, I would imagine they're going to be in that arena nervous as all hell. Like, when I asked Tyler, are you scared? They got to be scared to death. Because the scary thing is, as you know, in these games, you feel a lot better when you have the great player. Like, if you're coming in, all right, man, you're down, all right, but we got Jordan, or we got LeBron.
Right.
Florida don't have it. Edmonton does. Connor McDavid is the best player in the world.
Yeah.
And they got to try to figure that out with him. But
you're gonna mess around and have me watching a little hockey tonight.
I'm gonna check it out a little bit.
I don't know if I can get away from the College World Series.
I flipped over there. Listen, I ain't gonna say like I watched a lot of hockey, but that Edmonton crowd and the outside, they were nuts.
Oh, I bet
they were nuts out there. So it ought to be.
What would you say? Weren't you the one that had the stat of it's been
1993?
30 plus years since a team in Canada has won
the Stanley Cup.
I'll be damned.
Montreal Canadiens.
Well, that place will go absolutely berserk, huh?
Yeah, but it's in Florida, so yeah, it's tough. There's this guy who was a huge Panthers fan who has been, ever since they had a chance to clinch, he's been following and got tickets to every one of the games. So he's had to fly from Miami to Edmonton, which he flew from Miami to Charlotte, Toronto to Edmonton. Then he flew from Edmonton to Toronto, and then he had to fly to Atlanta, and then got to Miami. I can't imagine how much he has spent on airfare and tickets.
I mean, my man's flying out of Miami and can't get direct flights. Oh, you got to spend more money.
Not to Edmonton. Hell no.
Oh.
Yeah, he's spending something. All right, coming up next. One thing that we got to say, we love what we saw this weekend from the Astros, but I wonder how people are feeling about this one thing that I think we just have to embrace with this year's Astros team. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Chronic.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I know we're not supposed to comment on the bump back music, but that one sends me to a place every time.
Nasty place.
It wasn't really nasty. Well, yeah, but I mean, just the first time I heard it, I remember. What a time that was. What a great song. Good time to be alive right there, to be in college. And for you in middle school. Great time. What a great time.
Me in Dallas.
Yeah, great time. All the way through.
Really getting after
all the way through. They said from the windows to the walls.
Hey, let that sweat.
Drop on down.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I loved it. So many people didn't know what that skeet meant.
Yeah, well.
But just say it.
Wouldn't hang around the right folks.
Yep. Wasn't hanging around. All right. I don't know what Tyler's doing back there, man. It just completely caught me up. He's
giving a skeet gesture.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, I didn't know what he was doing. I just looked up and I thought he was really. I thought he was about to start freestyling again. I thought he was about to get T-Mill on the mic. That dude right there. All right, man. This thing with the Astros, hey, they're rolling right now, and the hope is they can keep doing this. And I'm just curious, how are y'all feeling? And this must be really hard for Astros fans because for the most part, you knew you could come in and you could damn sure just pencil in the lineup every day. You knew, for the years that they have been rolling through, you knew what you were going to get. Have y'all gotten used to or been okay with now the mystery daily lineups? Are you all right with that? Because every day, like right now, tomorrow when they play the Rockies, you know for sure who's going to be in left field.
I don't.
Center? No, are you confident in center?
No.
How about right field? If Kyle Tucker's injured, right field. First base, you know who's going to start from day to day? And before Vic got hurt, catcher, you weren't sure how that was going to spill out. And because you're not quite sure what's going to be in left field, you're not sure what's going to be in DH. Now, I think there has been a help to it, Clint, a bit because what we did see this weekend, Clint, was, hey, all of these guys were contributing. Everybody at least feels like they're playing or going to play or going to get time in every couple of days, it seems like, for some people. And you're ready and you're into the game. But I'm wondering, have you gotten used to that? Have you gotten used to the mystery lineups, the lack of consistency?
Well, no, I'll never get used to it. But at least this one to me, right now with the Astros, it makes sense.
Yes, I would say that. Yeah,
right?
You understand that.
What they're doing appears to make sense. There's no question about it right now. Dubon simply cannot come off the field and really should be your starting first baseman. And that's not. I'm not knocking Big John. The reality of it is that's a guy you can't afford to pull off to have on the pine with what you have going on. And you move Loperfido up. You didn't bring him up to let him set the pine. You got to let him play, right? And with an injured Tucker, now you've got. Look, let's be honest. Cabbage is swinging the bat well. Now White Boy Chaz is swinging the bat well, right? So
is the Hummel fella still up there?
I think Hummel's still up there.
He's still up there.
But it makes sense now with no Tucker and with Jordan in left who plays sparingly and is really ultimately should be the DH. You've got a lot of holes that are undecided that it should be somewhat of a turnstile really in the entire outfield at this point in time, if we're being honest. But this is the one time for me that it makes sense where it's not just one or two guys all year long. And that one guy can't get in the rhythm. Even if it's the worst one, just pick one and let's ride. This is different for me, man. And I think they've obviously done a good job of managing it of late because those guys are producing.
They're all rolling through. Like you said, I think the situation definitely is calling for it. For the most part, I'm with you. I think there should probably be a spot for Mauricio Dubon every day. Now, it does seem like he has been playing every day. You just got no idea where it is. And I do think this, Clinton, you know it better than I do as an athlete that understands how these guys get themselves ready and how much a routine is a big deal for them. As long as they can handle it. Like, Chaz is the one I worry about the most. I feel like, and I said this last week, I feel like Chaz is somebody who needs at-bats to really show what he can do. And I feel like if he rolls through it and he's not getting the consistent at-bats, I think that's where you see the Chaz struggle. But as long as they can handle it, as long as Joey can handle, hey, man, you may play today, you may not. Cabbage, you may play today, you may not. Chaz, you may play today. As long as they can handle the situation and everybody can roll through. I like it because everybody's ready. Because now even when your pinch hitters come off, like you got to bring guys in to pinch hit. These guys are have been playing.
Well, right, like to me, like at some point, we're going to see enough from all these guys, and it's going to be obvious who the better player.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so.
Now when Tucker comes back, that will obviously slow some of that down.
Oh yeah. Tucker's
in, so
but what Tucker's affording you to do right now is see multiple outfielders to find out who is that who's going to play left field when Jordan isn't out there. Who's going to play left field? Right? Do you need to move Dubon back out there and get Loperfido some run at first? Like you just right now, you have the ability to juggle some pieces and figure out who's going to be the best. When Tucker comes back, you're going to lose some of that flexibility. Obviously, if Diaz continues to not catch as much for whatever reason, he needs to DH, then you lose some flexibility. There's going to come a time when it's going to be difficult. But right now, the beautiful thing is that you should be able to get a good grasp on, hey, this Cabbage guy looks really, really good, and now we can have some conversations about lefties versus righties and all that kind of jive with guys that you actually have a good sample size of Major League Baseball. But like Loperfido, can he handle it or not? Is he ready or not? You can find out.
And that's the thing is, to me, I don't know how y'all feel. To me, with the exception of Dubon, it's not like nobody, like everybody has just forced themselves, right? Hey, man, I'm playing so well that I should be playing every single day. I think Jake was pushing that for a bit, but Jake has
Dubon's the only one.
But Dubon's the only one. Like Cabot, it's like I like what he's done, but it ain't like, no, that dude's got to be in the lineup.
Yep.
Or Joey's, he's got to be in the lineup. Or even Chaz, he's got, like maybe he starts to get hot and maybe they force their hand and do that. But at this point, they've all deserved with the exception of Dubon, they've all deserved the in and out platoon type of situation. And they can see if they continue to play well with this. But you never know. I'll tell you, that lineup come out every day. It is.
Well,
like,
Jake's liable to work his way back into the turnstile if he ain't careful. Jake, I ain't talking about Bloss either.
No, Jake has worked himself, I believe. I think Chad's got a starting center over the weekend, so he may be, but boy, it is after them first 4, it's like, well, who is coming next?
Yeah,
like you don't know who's playing, where they hitting, all of that. All right, the most confusing team in the NFL, and a team that the Texans will definitely have to deal with. I think people have been lying to themselves about a player, at least if not to themselves, to us. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Generator Super Center, y'all. Look, we can't predict.
treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Big sports night tonight, baby. Game 7 tonight, hockey. Might slide in over there, me and Bear. Bear got into some Mucinex pills. Is that?
Uh-oh.
He didn't get them all. I mean,
clear his sinuses up.
I let him out this morning. I'm like, you know what? I can go take a piss real quick in the bathroom.
Nope.
I went to the bathroom. Nothing. I mean, everything seemed fine. And then I probably came out. I checked another time. He wasn't even near it. But I looked on the ground, and it was a package of pills, and it looked like they were just licked all over, kind of crumbled. I said, oh my God! And I read the package. It said Mucinex. It was chest and cough and chest, and I can tell he didn't eat very much of it, if all.
He probably got a taste and was like, ew.
He probably licked it, but I was just like, damn. I guess we're gonna have to play this one by ear, Bear, for the next few minutes. I mean, I'm not taking you in, but I mean,
how's he get Mucinex, man?
I don't know. I am looking, trying to figure out where it was. Because my door was closed. All the doors was closed. Only thing that was open is the office.
I mean, is he getting up on counters and stuff?
This one, it wasn't on a counter. It had to be, and I haven't had the heart to ask Courtney yet because I don't want her to know that I was careless enough to allow him to go onto her desk and get medicine. So
hold on, so
that's out. But that's the only place it could have been. Is he went around in her office in that desk and started hunting.
I think he'll be all right. Little Mucinex ain't hurt nobody.
I do. I got one more quick Bear question. Is there a bed like he just rips his beds up?
We got one like that.
Are there beds that are almost it feels like nothing's impossible for him to do? Because I told Courtney, I don't want to buy another bed.
I think the Kong company makes one that is supposed to be super duper durable.
How much you think you talking?
A lot.
Just ballpark it.
I mean, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 150, 200.
Oh, hell no.
And that Kong brand gets pricey.
Nah. Yeah, because now it makes me feel I just got to put a blanket or something in there. You got some old blankets, and that's what you gonna mess with.
Sugar Bear's like that. Shit, we've tried beds in her kennel for when we're gone during the day over and over, but she might make it a day or two without tearing it up, but then we'll come home and it's just shredded. So now she just lays in that kennel without one.
But he has another.
Have y'all tried like as you're beating their ass, put their nose in the bed they chewed up?
Well, you got to catch them doing it though, and whenever we get home.
No, you don't.
Yes, every dog trainer will tell you that.
I don't care what the dog trainers say.
Well, you are far from a dog expert, my friend.
Then let me ask you this. Have you done it? Let me ask you this.
While you're beating their ass.
How come when I walk in my door and my dog's been up to no good, I can tell the minute I lay my eyes on them. If they have such a short-term memory and they don't realize that they've been doing something they shouldn't do, why when I walk in, she is scared messless of me immediately?
Sometimes they do know.
And she only acts like that when she's done something.
Yeah, Bear.
I can walk in and look at that dog and go, all right, everybody search the house. Something's tore up.
Oh, yeah, Bear.
She's crapped somewhere. She's puked somewhere. Find something.
Yeah, Bear's scared to death of me, too. Doesn't stop him. Doesn't stop him when I'm not around.
I'm telling you, before you go spend $300 on a dog bed, try
I'm
about,
sorry.
Try about 3 or 4 straight consecutive beatings.
First off, I'm not spending that on no dog bed. Like I said, I've got several old blankets.
Well, he's going to tear them up.
Okay, there's several old blankets, and then he's going to be in that crate.
Yeah, I think that's Tyler. I think that's more harm than anything. Instead of giving them a whooping, you let them just completely act bad until you have to.
We're talking.
Sorry, bud. You can spend the rest of your life in this crate.
Yeah. Text line: Clint needs to be a dog. Be on a dog training show. I don't know.
But the thing that makes my mom thinks she is a dog whisperer for real.
But he has a playpen that has a pillow or a bed in it too. He doesn't. That one's not ripped up.
It'd be the only one he gets.
It's that one in the kennel. Now
he don't want you to keep him in the kennel. He's trying to tell you, hey, quit. You keep putting me here, I'm gonna tear stuff up.
Like I'm telling you, Tyler, there's so much cotton.
Yep.
There's so much cotton around that thing. Had some people over moving them in the Trey's room. There's so much cotton all over that thing. I said, I'm not buying no Kong thing. No.
Yeah.
Not a chance. I thought about trying to staple that one that he had together.
Kong thing.
I thought about sewing that thing together. I could go to the $50 range for something real durable.
Sure.
There got to be somebody make it real cheap. There got to be somebody that make it.
Check old Amazon.
I might try to.
I mean, surely we can think of something that's just damn near indestructible. It's harder than hell and throw it in and say, sleep on that, big boy.
Bezos has got to have something out there.
Something, man.
I mean, they can have it at your house, and hell, by the time you get home this evening, get him a Kong, man. Give him a Kong.
No, I'm not.
Just drop you about
I want to look at it. 300. No,
250, whatever he said it was. Get your Kong bed, man.
That man said.
I bet he'll tear it down. I bet
he tried to put his face in it while you're beating his
tear
ass.
his ass up while he with his nose in that cotton you keep talking about. Every time he does it, give him about a week. Or you can put a shot collar on him, and you can act like you leave, and you can watch him through that fence. And the minute he goes to tearing that thing up, pow!
You keep telling. You're dead serious about that collar.
I've never seen.
You're dead serious about that damn collar.
Look, I had a lab, and he wasn't very well trained. Obviously, it's one of them deals where he was a puppy, and it was one of those deals where when he got old enough, we had to take him outside. We didn't have yard. Take him outside and on a leash every time the dog had to use the restroom. I said, "Are you serious?" This is obviously a past relationship. I said, "Are you serious? Like you're gonna get up anytime that dog's gonna dictate every time you get up. You're gonna walk it down the street to a vacant lot and let it use the restroom every time?"
Are you shitting me?
I said, "No, I'm gonna tell you, I ain't doing it. So don't leave the dog here with me. You left the dog there with me. Well, I got a shot collar and put that shot collar on him, and he'd step out that. I'd let that dog out, and he would walk 2 houses down. I'm not joking.
I know you're not.
2 houses down.
I believe your stance on the dog trade.
Ron, he would stay on the sidewalk. The minute he'd start to veer towards that grass, between the grass and the street,
and you're controlling it, ain't you? Or did it automatically?
No, I did it. I had a remote in my hand.
The enjoyment. Can you imagine the enjoyment he had? Tyler,
he was a big dog. It wasn't hurt. It was just enough so he knew, hey, it's coming now. And then he got up there and he'd use the rest. It got to a point, bro, where I could let that dog out that front door. And I'm 10 feet from the street, man. That dog would take an immediate left. Now, if he had to go real bad, he'd hang another left and right there on the side yard and go ahead where I had to clean it up. But he'd go 2 houses down, bro, to an empty lot. Use the restroom, come right back. Guess what? The only time he veered, one time he veered. I found him 2 blocks away. Guess what he did? Guess what happened?
Saw another dog.
Ain't but one thing, T. Ain't but one thing, Ron. Ain't but one thing. He was up there using that restroom, and 2 female dogs came running through that lot, and he said,
"That dog, Nanny.
To hell with this shot collar." I couldn't see him. He's around the corner.
Shocked me.
Hey.
I'm going after these bitches.
I found him up there when I was mad at the Hornet. When I pulled up on him and I realized, I said, "Come on, Luke, get up in here, man. You're good."
This person here, Clint, is absolutely right. Today's society is ridiculous how they treat their pets. Because we don't beat their ass.
No, I'm pro. I have beat my dog's ass. I mean, relatively so. That's kind of a degree. The degree of a beating probably varies per owner.
Yeah,
but I've hit the crap out of my dogs when they deserve it. I'm not opposed to that. I just recently was taught that trainers say you should only do that if you catch them in the act of doing the bad thing. I don't know. I'm no dog whisperer. They might be wrong.
I'd like to see. I think we've all maybe have had our no followed with a little touch. I'd like to see how we vary on our, as Clint would call it, whoop their ass, beat their ass.
I give one strong pop to the back hindquarters.
Well,
and point in their face. Right Nala? No.
Yeah, that ain't gonna
Can you imagine?
It's worked wonderfully.
I'm just telling you.
I'm nervous of what I don't even know that I want to see what Clint's.
Me either.
I don't want you to see.
That Clint goes.
Sounds awful.
I just want you to know it works. I just want you to know whatever your dog's doing, it's going to be broke.
Look out. Give me a second.
Hey, you might want to go in another room.
give me a minute. Like, hold on.
That damn lab that sucker was almost 100 pounds, boy. I could damn near. I mean, I had to give it to him now. Little dogs, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Well, no, I mean, he's just a big. I mean, that sucker. We played so rough. You know what I mean? Like I had to give it to him just to make him. Like, I ain't playing with you, man.
Yeah.
Look at Tyler rolling his eyes.
Yeah,
send that old turd eater my way. I clean him up.
My dogs are all very well trained. They're good.
It sounded like that one that just messed in your bed or on your chest or something the other night.
She peed in the bed because she got so scared of the thunderstorm. She wasn't misbehaving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ronnie doesn't want the blanket in the pen with him. The collar will work, though. Although I don't agree with the shock, the buzz does the same effect.
Well, the buzz is in place and it works because he knows a shock is following it. So you can't like one and not the other. Like the whole point is, hey, I'm gonna beep you, and if you don't stop, I'm gonna shock your ass. Until then the beep starts working. So if you don't ever shock them, the beep don't work. But let's be honest, we're not shocking them to where they go into a damn like they lock up or something. It ain't like hitting somebody with a taser. I mean the dog. Only way I could tell, like Luke, the only way I could tell it was working, he would look at me. Like he would immediately stop and look at me. Like he didn't do all that.
Yeah. He didn't try to rip it off?
No, hell no, he didn't. Good dog, man.
I can't wait till you all come over. I cannot wait.
I'm gonna buy you one.
I can't wait to go ahead, do it.
I'm gonna get that's what a dog named Bear needs one.
He really lives up to it.
It sounds like
he really lives up to it. He's just 10 months old. He really lives.
Oh, it's perfect time, man.
He really lives up to it.
Perfect time.
All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, look, it was an incredible weekend for the Astros, and I got a couple of thoughts, couple of random thoughts there, and then since we were talking about these Aggies at College World Series tonight, and Tyler was for some reason felt the need to bring the Longhorns into it.
Whoa! I didn't do nothing. Text line did that, sir.
But you okay? Got it.
They started it. I just finished that.
I got it. Well, I've got a report, from somebody that I trust that I think is being really serious. It's got a little inside information. Tyler, you ain't gonna like it, bub.
Damn it!
You ain't gonna like it. Incredible weekend for the Stros. We got a couple of thoughts, and then I'm gonna break Tyler's heart because I think this is real. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, look here. There's a lot of y'all out there. You got a hair loss issue that you're dealing with.
play here.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
How about them Astros, boys?
Let's go.
The Astros,
there you go.
Taking 3 from the Orioles. Right now, they're 2 back. They're 2 back to 500 mark, boys. They're 6 back. They're only 6 back. Ron?
Well, I added a half.
Double check that. I checked ESPN. I think they're 6 back Seattle in the division. They're a game up on the Rangers in the division. And they're 4 back the last wild card spot, boys, chasing the Twins, the Red Sox, and them old Kansas City Royals.
That's right.
And they got them old Colorado Rockies for a little 2-gamer here. As I mentioned earlier, 15 of the next 18 ball games for our Houston Astros are against teams with losing records. The only team right now that's got a winning record that's on the schedule in the next 18 games. They got a 3-game stretch against, I believe it's the Twins. Everybody else is below 500. And the Astros, if they're going to make a run, if they're going to make this Orioles series sweep and taking 2 from the Chicago White Sox in the previous series, if they're going to make it count, if they're going to legitimately make a run here, boy, now is the time. It is absolutely set up perfectly.
Yeah, July 19th, they have a huge 3-game series against the Mariners in Seattle. But heading into that, it's the Rangers, the Marlins, the Twins, that one team with the winning record, the Blue Jays, the Mets, and the Rockies.
Yeah, that's after the All-Star break, right? The Seattle matchup's after the All-Star break. The 18 games I was talking about is leading up to the All-Star break, I believe. I didn't realize they got the Mariners coming out of it.
That's the leading up, right up. That's what they have in front of them.
Well, good, man.
They could make that series really mean something.
Come on, man. And we were talking about it a little earlier, even talking about it in the crosstalk with Patrick Creighton. One half of the Big Orange wagon, not the blue one. The big orange one. There's a little blue in that thing, though.
Not the big blue and orange wagon.
Get on the wagon today.
Yeah. Say it with confidence. People will believe you.
Make sure you get on the wagon. Yeah, if you want to, hell, look here, Tyler don't give a damn. Call it the blue-orange wagon if you want to.
Well, they might have
just
a problem
subscribe, you scumbag. Just download. Just look it up and listen. How about that?
Yeah, but it might have a problem finding it if you're looking for the big blue orange.
Good point. The big orange wagon. T. Mill and Patrick Creighton, they do a great job, man. And anyway, Patrick was on within the loop, and he was talking about, look, this is all for none if they don't make this series sweep against the Orioles, if they don't keep on playing good ball and not backslide into at the All-Star break, you're 8 games back, and you're going the wrong direction. So making it all make sense here moving forward, and it starts with the Rockies. This was a big time weekend, and before we get too far away from it, boys, I mean, can we give Jake Bloss a little bit of love?
How about Jake?
I'll be honest with you.
I was excited to see Jakester.
I'll be honest with you. I had speaking of dogs, I had a rough Friday. I had to turn around, come back to the studio. When I was about 15 minutes into my drive home, I had to turn around, come back to the studio. That put me going home late. Then I almost got home, and I got a call from the in-laws, said our dog that was at their house got out. It was on Facebook, pictures on Facebook. That's my dog's downfall. My wife's dog's downfall. She gets out. Luckily for the dog, by the time I got to my mother-in-law's, my mother was already there taking care of things. So I was not the adult in the room at that point in time. So she didn't get the whipping that she would have got.
She didn't get to face you.
She didn't get to face me.
Still probably thinking about it.
So I say all that to say, by the time I got home, Jake Bloss was out of the game. Jake Bloss was out of the game. The Astros were, I believe at that point, rocking and rolling pretty good. But Jake Bloss gives us 3 2/3, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 79 pitches. And this is a guy that had never even stepped, to my knowledge, had never stepped foot in Sugar Land. Had only been down on the coast in Corpus. He must have said, hey, y'all, I don't want none of that inland stuff. Leave me down here on the coast. I like the beach. I want to hang. 1.74 ERA in 62 innings down in Corpus comes up. And, look, it goes 3 2/3 against the Orioles. And I don't know, may have had a little something to do with the Astros turning the corner. And I'll be damned if the most recent report that I saw on Jake Bloss, Tyler, I don't know if you've got any more information on this, but Jake Bloss has gone on a 15-day IL. Is that correct? 15-day IL, little shoulder soreness. I think some folks out there are wondering how comparable this is to what's my man's name? Just went blank. The pitcher that's down there with shoulder soreness that we never heard from again. J.P. France. The old Eiffel Tower. J.P. France.
Yeah.
Wondering if it's anything similar to that. So he's on the IL. Here's my thought on Jake Bloss. And this is, I mean, I would, if I could go back, had I torn my Achilles or something in that Pittsburgh game, that last preseason game against Pittsburgh when Parcells threw me in there after he told me he was going to cut me. He threw me in there anyway. Had I torn my Achilles, I would have got another year. They'd had to pay me a lot more money. My retirement would have got another year on it. And so, I mean, look, Jake went out there, proved he could pitch at the big league level for 3 2/3 inning, and he pushed it and got a little 15-day IL stint.
Got it.
Odds are he'd probably be back in Corpus if not, because they're going to get healthy at some point. But Jake bought him 15 days of that Major League Baseball money.
Hell yeah. Does he get to go on the road?
It don't matter. He get paid, baby. It don't matter.
I'd like him to have the experience of sleeping in hotels. By the way, Jake, hey, I got to give it to him. Because he scared the hell out of me to start. Jake is, I mean, it was 2 runners on, right?
Had a rough first inning.
I mean, right when it started. I said, this looks like Blair. This looks like Henley. With them first 2 reached, and then he was able to Harlem shake himself on out of that thing. I was with no runs. I was proud of him.
Couple things on Jake personally. One, I saw the video of his family when he got his first strikeout. Thank the Lord, we got a guy that half his family shows up to a damn game and it's a happy ending. That poor Henley family, man, they got to be scarred. They have got to be scarred. Having kids now, I can only imagine how my heart would break for my kids.
Did Blair get a strikeout for them?
I don't know if he got a damn out. To be honest with you,
I believe.
I mean, that's give him the ball. Give me one out on that sucker on the show. I got 1 out in the big league game.
I want it now.
Here's the other thing. I just went back and looked at some of the highlights. There's no doubt about it. Hunter Brown has modeled his game after JV, and he looks like him. I told y'all about Bloss's hair, and it is the way his hat fits over all that hair is spot on. It's what I thought it was. That picture was not taken 20 years ago. It is spot on. I'm watching some of them highlights. You know who he's got a real, like the whole get up, the whole stick. It's got a real Zach Greinke vibe to it.
Yeah, I can.
I mean, you don't have to try real hard, do you?
I can see it a little bit.
I mean, you see. I mean, the whole get up. And
Zach is just so odd.
He
man.
is so. It's hard to put him back.
It's hard to put that boy Zach in a playoff game to the hitter. 2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
but no, the hair when Zach had his hair long
yes.
like I got you.
We got a JV lookalike, and
when Donald had his hair long like I get
if
you.
Bloss can stick around, we got a Greinke lookalike. Here's the other deal. Framber Valdez came out there. Was that yesterday?
Yes.
Was that yesterday?
Sunday, big start.
7 innings.
Yep.
What 7 strikeouts?
7 Ks, 2 walks.
1 earned.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah, big time.
I don't know how in the hell we ain't talking about this, boys, but the extensions made a return. The extensions made a return, and he went out there and pitched.
He said
he went out there and pitched his ass off. I'm blaming Tyler Milner. I almost blamed it on Tyler Pierce, my buddy in Little Rock. I'm blaming Tyler Milner.
He needs to get in line too.
I'm blaming Tyler Milner for Framber's struggles. You're the one that was hell bent on them. threw his balance off and all this.
Once he started performing, I didn't tell him he needed to get rid of him or anything. He was throwing together quality starts and such. I admitted I was wrong.
Fromber got his extensions back, and he goes out there and has him a day now.
His fan's hair, dude.
Are you? Oh,
what is he doing?
What are you doing?
I mean, I'm just telling you, he brings the braids back. Y'all want to talk about it?
No,
when he cut them off, we'll lead the show with it. Y'all want to talk about the fact that he got extensions? He got his extensions back.
But what are you doing?
What an odd fella.
I'm blaming it on Tyler. His balance must have really been off.
Without it,
Clint, do you remember the extensions he had in last year during the slide of the second half?
I'm telling you, he finally got his extensions back.
He had extensions at the end of the season when he was struggling against Seattle.
That is true.
Here's walking back and forth on the mound.
He had
them extensions last year against Texas when he was struggling. He had them extensions last year.
What you're telling me is he's done plenty of struggling with the extensions.
He struggled with them or without them.
Here he is.
I want to know what you drank last night. That's what I want to know.
Yes,
that's
indeed.
what it seems like it fluctuates on.
Fromber Valdez threw an interpreter on bringing his braids back.
He's got to be kidding me.
I wanted to feel comfortable.
Okay.
I wanted a little bit more flow. The guys were asking for the hair. I was going to wait until after the All-Star game, but they told me. I just decided to do it now. Goes out, 7 innings, wraps up a sweep of the Baltimore Orioles. Hell of a job, man.
Sometimes the takes just come to you.
Yeah?
In the midst of it.
Mm-hmm. You got one.
Yeah, I do. And we might explore it later. But like I have never really like when the term used, and Tyler's big on it, head case with Fromber. Like yeah. I'm like, I wonder like how is that too much? Like, is it head case or is he just?
Well, I wouldn't use that on anyone actually like struggling with mental health issues.
But now I look at it like clearly this cat's upstairs with issues, man. If you're gonna put your performance.
Your comfort level on the mound.
Your comfort level on the damn mound to dreads, to fake dreads. I can't push back on anybody talking about, hey man, the mental part of the game. I've kind of thought maybe we've gone a little over the top with the mental thing because he walks on the. Like I'm like, yeah, man, they're pretty tense situations. Some people do it, but no, man, my man is.
He's in his own head about his own head.
He's been sitting here. You know, this just did come up yesterday. This has probably been for weeks. I got to get them back.
If I just had my hair back.
He wanted a little bit more flow,
If I got him back, I might not be back.
If I just had my hair back, the ump would have got that call right.
Like this is beyond superstitions or not stepping on the line or wearing your socks up. This man said, I need, you know what? Hey, man, I had some, I had four to 8 really good shows over there around October. You know what? I think it's time to grow this hair back. And I'm going to tell you what, it's not coming fast enough. I got to go get somebody to put me a bob in. Somebody go ahead and get me a bob so I can get it cut up.
Get more flow on air, man.
Man, my God. Brandon Scott texted in. He has got to go.
Well,
I can't trade him fast enough.
You just can't take it serious. You just can't take it serious.
He's dead serious. There wasn't a joke with the interpreter. He's dead ass serious. Yeah, man. You know what? You know what changed it for me? Wasn't that I had more control, or wasn't that I was more aggressive in the zone, or I didn't just leave my cutter up, no. It's when I went and saw Marjorie, and she did my hair.
Who's your extension gal?
Marjorie.
Fromber gets some extension back.
I can't push back on head case.
He's in his own head about his own head.
What are you going to do when he goes 4 innings and 6 runs?
With them dreads. The flow wasn't there.
Bet you the dreads leave quickly.
No, they won't. He can't keep doing that. I guess he could.
No, them dreads ain't for no flow.
Hey,
unless he's chasing that progressive gal, they ain't for flow. Better look out. The other thing that happened this weekend, I think that's new anyway. Joey Loperfido.
Big deal.
Nothing new with Joey Loperfido, really, but he is the new face. 4 of 10 in this 3-game set. Played all 3 games, 2 doubles, 4 Ks.
Joey Superfido.
So he either got a hit or struck out. That's about the extent of Joey right there. He's hitting 347 right now with an 866 OPS, 18 of 49, 3 doubles, 7 RBIs. again, he's 18 of 49, but he struck out 21 times, boys. He struck out.
All right,
18 hits, 21 strikeouts.
Right. Let him get a hold of it, though.
There ain't no doubt. But if he clean that damn striking out of it, he'll be all right.
No, hey, he's going for it all, Jack. There is no two-strike approach. He is not shortening it up, baby. He is going for every bit of. It's all right, Joey.
How you doing?
Might want to clean that up though if you want to stay, but it's all right. Shoot, he's probably telling himself, "I'll watch Yainer Diaz kind of do that all last year to fifth in the Rookie of the Year vote." Hell, I'm going at it like, yeah, all right, yeah, just don't swing over the fences. Meanwhile, I look at our leadoff hitter and I'm like, if he can do
out
it,
of his shoes,
I'll do it. I'll do it. Shout out to him. He hit another leadoff one.
Yep.
There you go. All right, coming up, 15 to 18, 20. Is that too many carries for Joe Mixon? A game. Is that too many carries? 20 carries a game. We'll discuss that coming up.
Whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, if I were to say this to you, 713-572-4610, Clint Tyler is with us. You're involved as well. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, jump in. Yes, EP, am I seeing this YouTube live? Has this always been here? Well, it's been here a little bit. Hey, the show has just started because Tyler has shown his nips. So, still showing.
There it is.
Show has started.
Boy, pasty them
late start today, 4:26, but it has started. All I see is Tyler's nipples right now. Yes, it's been around. Not forever, but it's been around a minute. Welcome. Tell a friend. Jump on. But if I were to say to you, and I'd get your thoughts, I'd say it right now, and you know everything about this Texans team. One of the things that people are really excited about is that, hey, C.J. Stroud not only did all of this stuff he did last year through injury, not only did all this stuff he did last year through being a rookie and with receivers that, many people thought, hell, we thought on this show, had an argument to be at the very, very bottom of the NFL going into last year. But he did it without a real running game. I mean, at times at all. And not just at times, but especially when they played the better opponents like the Ravens, it struggled big time. People are really excited about the move with Joe Mixon because that should get improved. If I were to say to you 20, on average, Joe Mixon gets 20, not even Joe, the running backs, but Joe Mixon leading the thing, the running backs, Dameon Pierce, if he's still here, whoever the backup is, they get 20 carries, the backs, that they are planned handoffs, not passing game, planned handoffs, 20 rushes a game. Is that too much for a team that you said believes should be throwing the football to set up any kind of run? Should be a team that is moved to or surrounded by or at least led by the passing game?
No. That's not too much. I don't think that's too much at all. Look, I think this team. I think it's obvious they're going to. I don't care what they say. Again, I tell you what I always say: don't pay attention to what they say. Pay attention to what they do. They have re-upped and extended a pass receiving tight end first and foremost. They have brought in and paid $22 million to one of the better wide receivers in the league when you already had two wide receivers that you were really confident in, if not three, counting Noah Brown. The plan is to move Titus Howard back to tackle. He's paid. Laramie Tunsil's paid. This team is set up, and the obvious elephant in the room, you saw what C.J. Stroud did last year. This team is set up to be a pass-first football team. This team is set up to win games on the shoulders of C.J. Stroud, much like Joe Burrow and Pat Mahomes and all these teams that are quarterback-centric. They are wired that way. You're going to get 60, I don't know, what's the average snap in a program? I would say 65 maybe?
65, I would say 65, 70.
And I'm guessing to have 20 of those, 20, 22, 20, 24 of those be runs, I think you'd have a hell of a season. Look, I'm going
because we know some games will dictate other things.
Well, that's the thing is like, and this coaching staff, and this is a huge plus, is when they get a poor run defense in here, they're going to run the fire out of it. They're not going to go, oh, we're just going to go as CJ goes. They're going to run the fire. From a game plan perspective, if they find that they do have an advantage, which I don't think they're going to be many.
You're right. I think they won't. I think it is just in their DNA to want to run the football.
Well, I think it's in a defensive-minded coach's DNA. I think it's in a multi faceted offensive coordinator that legitimately has the ability to kind of change their approach week in, week out, which we know Bobby Slowick does. I think there's games where they're going to take advantage. They're going to take a huge advantage of bad run defenses, and Bobby will run the hell out of the football. So I think it all comes out in the wash. I think if you look at Joe Mixon is who I'm looking at. This is a true bell cow back. You went and got a back that can catch it out of the backfield just as well as he can run it out of the backfield. He is a 3-down back. There's no, well, this situation just, means somebody else needs to be in there. No, he's a 3-down back. I think if you get him 16 to 18 carries a game, I think you were in a really, really good spot, and you're playing winning football. If you're in a position where you got to desert the run at half.
Yeah. Someone texted in, give me 18 to 20 carries a game for Mixon and about 8 to 10 for Pierce. Like that seems like a higher volume that I would think that this team's going to run the football. If we're talking, that's at the high end of that. That's 30 carries. I would probably think this team is around the 20 carry mark. I mean, game in, game out average. To me, and maybe CJ runs some of that too. That adds to the carries. I do. I just don't. I don't see this as like the offense that reminds me a lot of is the Cincinnati offense that you will think will be there. Their trio of Chase and Higgins and Tyler Boyd with, oddly enough, that guy in the backfield Mixon. Like, he got the ball some, but it was clear that they were a passing football team trying to get the ball in their hands. So I don't know if they're going to be a 30 carries a game team, but it will be interesting to see how they view it and how much they want to look at it and how much they say, all right, man, are we going to be more San Francisco or are we going to be more what we were last year? And
if he gets more than 17, 18 carries a game, he's going to have 300 carries. He's going to have 300-plus carries.
Probably, yeah, last year he had 257.
Yeah, I think that's a sweet spot. I think that's a good number. You make a great point. This offense – look, and I'm not – again, if you got a terrible run defense, I think Bobby's going to run the hell out of it. He's not going to risk his quarterback. He's going to run the hell out of it. But when the rubber meets the road and we're talking about this is an even matchup, this is a really good team you're playing offensively and defensively, and you've got to be your best version. There's no taking advantage of some extreme weakness of a defense. They're solid because they're a playoff caliber team. I think you're going to see a 65-35 at best.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, that makes
if not 70-30,
probably 70-30 mostly. Somebody with a really good point in the text. I'm not so much worried about Joe Mixon and how many touches he can get. I'm worried about how many touches the offensive line will allow him to get.
I'm right there with you. The interior offensive line. I'm telling you, the interior offensive line and the interior defensive line are the two biggest issues on this football team.
Because if they run into situations like they ran into last year, they will have to abandon the run like they did last year. If you run into just where it's just like it's so much, it's not effective. We just can't do it.
It's so much of the game is about your ability to dictate, the game ultimately, the pace of the game, to dictate to the defense what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and you get into this guessing game, and because you're so dominant one way or the other, you're a step ahead of them consistently. The most difficult thing to deal with in the game of football is inside pressure defensively. And what do you got? You got a guard center issue right now in Houston. And the toughest thing to defend defensively is to have answers for is when your interior defensive line is getting pushed around. And I just got through talking about it. Like if Bobby Slowick comes up against a team and they've got two great pass rushers, and they've shown the ability over a 6, 7, 8 game span of where they're susceptible to the run inside. Guess what Bobby Slowick's going to do?
Run the football.
He's going to run that football downhill inside until the game dictates that he do something else. Like that's my concern for the Texans defense. I could be dead ass wrong. That's my concern for the defense though, because there's no when your defensive tackles can't hold up, there's no covering that up. You can roll a safety over the top of a corner. You can do. There's no covering that up. Now my D-line is in the laps of my linebackers, and now I can't get downhill, and it's impacting other people's play. When your interior offensive line can't hold up their spot, your quarterback can't push up. You got traffic in the quarterback's face. You can't run the football inside. Everything's got to be bounced outside. It is exponentially more difficult to overcome when your interior of your D-line or O-line being suspect. Those two things are difficult to cover up for, damn near impossible to cover up for. So, yeah, there's no doubt about it. I agree with the texter that my concern is that left tackle center situation, does it allow Joe Mixon to be a between the tackle runner, or does everything have to, like we did last year, the best case is you bounce something outside?
Yeah. All right, as we continue here on The Drive, the question of the week. This will be, I think, the number one question in all of Houston sports. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher-end auto-pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tucker and Alvarez. That does not feel good. Kyle Tucker goes down at home plate as he fouls that one off his front foot or front shin. I don't think he can go. No, he just shook his head.
Yeah, he tried to give a little trot.
No, doesn't feel right. Yeah, that's enough.
He was using the bat to walk back to the dugout. That's not good at all.
All right, that's the last time we've seen Kyle Tucker playing. And to me, this is going to be the question of the week. Now, we're not going to get anything today, I believe, because the Astros are not playing and they're off today. But we should get some answers potentially tomorrow, Clint. And I think the question is, do we think Kyle Tucker's going to play this week?
I'm going to go with this week. I'm going to go with this week. I know we've gone on and on about never. I know I have anyway. I'm dead ass serious. Like I've never seen anything like this.
Happened on the 4th. It is June 24th.
I mean, I hit my damn shin on the lawnmower in the garage the other day on the wheel, and my limp lasted about 5 minutes, and I was good to go. Finished the job.
Could be a tad different.
I mean, we're coming up on 3 weeks here. We're coming up on 3 weeks after some negative X-rays. At some point, we've got to either get word that the negative X-ray report, which wouldn't surprise me, was false, coming from the Astros, and there was more damage than we thought, or my man's got to get his ass out there and start playing some baseball.
Yeah, I hope we've gotten to a point that now it's Monday that he's doing baseball activities by now. I would hope we're there. I would
think so. I know I asked y'all this, but I don't remember if I got a straight answer. Have you ever heard of anything like this? Have you ever heard – think about that. Have you ever heard of a running back in football taking a helmet off the shin, running full speed, guy running full speed at him, or receiver? Low, hits the shin, doesn't break anything, negative, 3 weeks out. Have we ever heard of anything like this?
I get the part of not broken. Yeah. No fracture.
That's the part. That's the only thing that concerns me about that. But I'm right now. I'm gonna trust. Don't know why, but I'm gonna trust. And yeah, I think I think Tuck's back in the lineup this week.
I hope so. I don't know, man. That is the question surrounding things. Like I said, it was huge what the Astros did without him in terms of scoring runs the way they did without him in the middle of that lineup. But damn it, they need his ass to get back. And the last 2 times we've gotten updates, and the last one, what was that, Friday, Tyler? He didn't sound close. And we haven't gotten anything, unless something has come out, we haven't gotten anything since. Yeah, I'm with you. If we get through this week, like if we get through what do they got? What are they, day off today? They got the Rockies for 2, and then they got the Mets. If we get through this week, and he's still not doing baseball activities, then I'd be really concerned that this was not some kind of fracture or this has to be like, this would be more than a deep bone bruise, I would think.
Well, this is not good.
I would think if like we go through this week again, and he's not even hitting baseball activities. They say he was on the treadmill. Hopefully him running on the treadmill means quickly that he'll be back, to being able to run in the outfield. But Joe said he was hoping that he would be able to run in the outfield late last week, hoping he would be able to do it over the weekend. So hopefully we get an update. Hell, it'd be nice if it's just, Kyle Tucker's back in the lineup tomorrow. That would be fantastic to see when the lineup comes out, but that's the question right now. That is the question. It's been retroactive since June 4th that he's been on the IL, and he was eligible to come off on the 14th, because I think he went on the 10-day on the 14th, and we're 10 days removed from that.
Tomorrow will be 3 weeks, literally 21 days. Yep. And tomorrow he may be back in the lineup. We'll see.
Hopefully. So that's the big thing right now. We understand and we'll see what happens with Verlander, but he just went on.
I tell you what, it'd be after what we did against Baltimore, it would be absolutely beautiful to plug in one of the best bats in Major League Baseball back into this thing and get and let everybody else stay hot. Let him hopefully catch the momentum and catch the wave and get rolling. That'd be a hell of a time to get the young man back in the lineup. That's for sure.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker. Yeah, 19 home run. It's been tough because I've been watching that home run list. People down and just kind of slipping past him a little bit.
Yeah.
Just because he hadn't played in, now, as you said, coming up in almost 3 weeks. So we'll see. We'll be wondering because that's going to be the question I have tomorrow is when is Kyle Tucker? Is he going to play this week? Do they expect to have him this week? Hopefully.
Where art thou?
He is in the lineup. He's somewhere. He's somewhere. All right. As we continue right here on the drive, we were talking about Joe Mixon's carry. Somebody on the text line. You don't want Stroud throwing like Andre Luck. I'm assuming he meant Andrew. But Andre Luck, you're going to kill it. You have to have some balance. I say 20, 25 carries, 30, 35 passes. I think when you look at Andrew Luck, I think it's more about the difference in how the player allows himself to get hit. At least early, we haven't gotten a sense that CJ puts himself in the type of danger that Andrew Luck puts himself in. And Andrew Luck feel he was trying to make the play every time and would not have no problem running and hitting people. Like Patrick Mahomes throws the ball a ton, right? Josh Allen throws the ball a ton, right? It's not a fear thing. And CJ's a big guy. This isn't Bryce size, so I don't. As long as he doesn't make decisions and try to run and try to extend plays all the time the way that Andrew Luck did. Like I don't get the sense of him having to throw the ball 35, 40 times a game as being something of, oh, God, that's problematic. Because, well, hell, Brady did it. Brady did it all the time. Brady just didn't take hits.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't want to pile on, but like what we've seen C.J. Stroud do, he should never be in the same sentence with Andrew Luck, especially if we're talking about like literally getting injured. Like if Andrew Luck could do what we saw C.J. Stroud do in one season, Andrew Luck would still be playing. Andrew Luck's health would have never been questioned. Now, was that his style? Was it his offense? Was it the situation he was in? I don't know, but like there is the one thing I trust, which this is rare. This is why C.J. Stroud's season is even better than 99.9% of people understand, is the only guy that I've seen play the game consistently, upright, making the right decision, and accurately distributing the football on time. The only guy that I've seen in my time do it better is Brady. The only guy. And the only reason I say better is because Brady just stayed committed to it for 20 years. You know what I mean? We've seen CJ do it once. And so I don't care if Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans said, hey, man, we got to go out there and we got to throw it 80% of the time. I am not worried about C.J. Stroud's health. Now, if C.J. goes out there this year, all of a sudden somebody puts the clamps on Nico and has the ability to figure out what Bobby Slowick is doing. So in turn, C.J. has to hold the ball longer, and now he starts getting hit. I could be made a fool if that were to happen. But what I saw last year is going to be very difficult for defenses to defend. And the one huge plus is you keep yourself upright. There is nobody in the game of football that's played the position of quarterback that was easier on the laundry man after the game than Tom Brady.
Yeah, I mean, and Tom, they would
Tom was never dirty.
Yeah, they would throw it 38, 40, 40. They would throw it a bunch of times. So I don't like. I think it's more of how the player is. Hell, like Isaiah Pacheco last year for the Chiefs, their lead running back, he only had 207 carries all season. Like Patrick Mahomes was dropping back, throwing the ball, but I mean he's not. I mean that's the expectation a bit at times. So.
Well, and Patrick, the thing about Patrick, like Patrick chooses to put his body at risk. Like Pat could play a cleaner brand of quarterback. He chooses to play off script. He chooses to freestyle. He chooses to hold the football and extend plays, and he chooses to play that brand. He could flip the switch and play differently if need be. Wouldn't shock me if he did this year. He's got a little more firepower at the wide receiver position. Maybe he can do that. But what CJ's done is man, I just, and again, I could be caught completely off guard, but what CJ's done is I mean, him getting injured, barring some freak accident or something. Other than that, like, I'm not even, like, it doesn't even.
Yeah. I just think it's certain guys, Clint, and to me, I don't have the concern that if the Texans, all right, man, CJ, you got to throw it 35, 40 times a game.
Yeah.
Like that, to me, I don't get the thought of, man, they're going to Andrew Luck him. Now, I mean, if he's getting his ass kicked every week, sure. Like, you know, and they got no protection at all in front of them, sure. But it's still with that. I just, based off what we saw last year, Clint, I don't even think he would take the hits to get himself.
If you just look at how Houston plays football offensively, like C.J. Stroud is a high-level processor that strives to play the game and is very successful in 1 year at playing the game the same way Brady did. Be right, get the ball out of your hand, let your playmakers make plays, and when the defense adjusts, then you take your shots. You go to flip to the other side, and you look at Bobby Slowick, right? Bobby Slowick is not a hold the football, let's attack vertically, throw the ball, low percentage, high reward type of offensive coordinator either. You look at Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is very C.J. Stroud-like, but they were a vertical passing game. Hold the football, let the guys get off man, move the safety with your eyes, kick everything back, take all this time, and hope you can stay upright and drive the football down the field consistently. Your quarterback's going to get beat up. That's not what they do. It's funny. The further we get removed from the Patriots of the South mindset, you know, and reputation, they actually look like them offensively in terms of the way their quarterback plays. So unless Bobby changes his stripes and unless C.J. Stroud just goes berserk and all of a sudden tries to hold the football all the time, I just don't have a lot of concern in terms of the amount of risk that the quarterback taking with the quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's a different time, and I think Andrew's a different player. All right, coming up next, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll give you the latest news that we have about the Astros pitching staff. Also, big night tonight in college baseball as well as in hockey, and some help. The Astros potentially have some help with opponent they have later on this week. We'll discuss all of that coming up next as we're live on.
800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dill.
The big Dill.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. I will assume, we haven't discussed, Clinton, I will assume that Tyler had a nice weekend money-wise. I mean, the way that the Astros played.
Astros sweep.
I know he got the over on the Stanley Cup game.
Yeah.
In Game 6. That went well over. I'm going to imagine you had yourself a nice little weekend.
I got a green number on the account, bros, and it starts with an 8. And it's triple digits.
I mean, you've done better.
800.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you've done better. No,
that's true.
No, I knew. I thought, boy, these Astros rolling through. I saw Framber had 7 strikeouts. I felt like that might have been something he jumped on. You punked out of that, didn't you?
No. The only bets I really lost semi-big in over the weekend were Jordan's total bases. Yeah. But in the green on the weekend for sure.
Yeah, good for you. By the way, many are wondering, Tyler's focused, guys. He's focused. He's got a big one tonight.
We're within an hour of first pitch, man.
Yeah, he's got a big one. I bet you Tyler's got all the podcasts done. I bet you he's going to have all this thing.
Oh, yeah.
If you're in this parking garage and you see old gray pickup coming down the ramp, get your ass out the way.
Move.
Tyler's got to get
move.
He
get
got
on
to
out
get
the
to
way,
Kingwood.
like Luda said. Yeah, he got to get on. He got to get on out. You still feeling pretty good about that?
Oh yeah, I feel it down in my plums. Aggies are grabbing a national title tonight, boys.
All right, head and T-shirt, man. I really do. I wish you were there.
Me too, but it's all right. If they do a parade or something like we talked about last week,
we'll go to it.
I think me and Megan are going to try to go to it.
Is Megan into this too?
Oh yeah.
Well, God, I would hope you'd go to it.
Oh yeah.
Hell, it's right up the street. National championship.
Exactly.
Know what the day is. Though.
I mean, get you some fold-out chairs at Academy.
Yeah,
put them in the back of that damn Ford and just get you an ice chest at Academy. If you want to drink some of that dirty water, get you some of that drinkware at Academy. And just sit in the back of that truck, man.
Mm-hmm.
Wear your A&M jersey.
It's a great idea.
No, you're ready. Like this, Tyler is prepared and ready to spend about $100 between him and Megan, about $150 on
national title gear.
Oh yeah.
Oh, at minimum. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll overnight them bitches too. Gig 'em, baby. Let's go.
There it is. I do, man. I hope y'all take care of business because the last thing.
Bring it home, T. Bring it home to the great state, bub.
Somehow they'll find a way to get Rocky Top played in there if it goes south for the Yankees.
Boy, it makes me sick.
Man, I can't believe you did that. I don't think I've ever.
I'm just having flashbacks, man.
Yeah, I know it. They play that thing over and over again. But no, man, big one tonight. Big one tonight in college for College Station and A&M as they take on Tennessee. Tyler's all in this thing. The Astros, though. The Astros, again, man, they had a huge weekend, Clint, but we gotta look at this pitching situation, and we'll see what they're able to do with it, especially with Justin Verlander. But first, Jake Bloss, who had to leave the game early, had an MRI, had some shoulder inflammation. They said no structural damage, so good there. But he was placed on the 10-day IL. And they won't let him throw for a few days. So he's probably – well, he's not probably. He won't be able to come back around if the rotation were to get to him again. Right now, where do they sit with? They're sitting with 4 starters. Four starters. I'm not sure.
Hey,
ain't nothing to mix with it.
Jake said, I'll help y'all get one step closer to Verlander, but you're going to throw me on that IR and give me some of that good that IL money. Give me some of that IL money.
Some of that thing, but again, man, this is where we are, man, and I've said this before. Like I think Dana and Joe Espada, they're, as Clint would say, left a lot to be desired. But I can't crush Dana about the pitching this bad, man. I mean, It's June 24th, and they are down to 4 starters. Yeah. And they have run through the gamut right now. What are they? They're down to.
They're gonna call Hughley back up.
They gotta get him back on the roster, I guess. Remember they DFA'd him.
Yeah.
They sent him on. I don't know. I'm guessing they're gonna have to do something. By the way, other news for somebody, one of the many who they thought could help him at this point, J.P. France. Remember we hadn't heard from him a bit. Well, JP's had a slight setback in his recovery from shoulder soreness. Astros general manager Dana Brown said to the flagship before the game this weekend, he said France has started throwing, but hinted he's not going to be doing that anymore. He's going to be shut down from throwing with that slight setback. So if there was a hope that he may come back, that one's it. Oh, but Lance is, I guess, getting close to throwing with batters in the box. So maybe we're getting close there. So
well, that's a good sign.
Their pitching situation, that's going to be something to look at.
I'm worried about one guy at this point.
Who?
JV. And there's JV's first, and then Luis Garcia's second.
Justin Verlander.
Yeah. That's the 2 dudes we need back. Justin, obviously, sooner rather than later. And we need Luis, the old 3 technique. We need his ass to keep trending in the right direction.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to make the start in a couple of days. I wonder who's going.
Well, they between cutting Hughley and injuring Bloss, they may be down to no choice but a bullpen game.
I tell you, man, they might seriously, because I know Hunter and Spencer Urquidy and Hunter Brown got the next 2. I'm not sure what's happening after that. That is going to be
the day off has to be a plus, right?
It's huge, yeah. It's the days off in this month that they've gotten. They've had an unusual high amount of day offs in this month. That has helped them. Like it helped them the last time they got a day off and they were able to push everybody back and to get some extra rest. So we'll see that. The Kyle Tucker thing is something, but this pitching situation they literally got 4 starters right now. And they're going to have to try to figure out something moving forward.
5 o'clock fire.
Real quick, their opponent after this Rocky series is the Mets. And Edwin Diaz, who's been one of the better closers in baseball, he is suspended and will not be available for that series.
That's the guy with the best entrance.
Yes. Dum, 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 dum.
Let's see him right there.
How does he have that ready so fast?
Wait, we talked about it a little bit.
Oh, man. God, he's quicker at the draw than he is with Megan.
Whoa.
That's right.
There you go. Wow.
I mean, he does handle those buttons.
That was quick, man.
Wyatt Earp on
I got the first part out. I just did, and he was already there. But, no, man, he had, you know what he looked like he did? Did you see his hands?
Yeah.
He looked like, because I used to do this when I was bored, he looked like he just took some of that Elmer's glue and he just ran it all on his hands so he could peel it off. To peel it off and just left all kinds of stuff
his old
on
index
there.
finger.
And that man,
why did we do that as kids?
I don't know, man. It's weird.
Well, and for the record, I didn't.
Okay, no, you were busy burning bugs.
Yeah, he was
right.
Cool, man. He was in there. Yeah, he was in there learning.
If glue happened to get on my hand, I may peel it off like that. But I didn't smear it all over my hand.
But see, I was great at it, Tyler. You had to have the patience to let it dry up so you can get a good peel. Yeah. A lot of people made the mistake of peeling it early and you wasn't getting nothing out of it. I could peel that sucker off and have a full hand. By the time, let me work that thing
that'd
over.
Be slick.
It was nice. But no, man. I can't imagine what that umpire came out there and said when he saw. He said,
"Come on, man.
Come on, man. Dog.
What do you want us to do with you here, man?
What the hell are you in here doing, man? What the hell did you just come in? You didn't just come out. You just walked out. I don't even think he had thrown a pitch yet.
He didn't throw a single pitch.
You just walked out, man.
Just introduced. With that right there.
Now, come on, dog. Because I'm telling you, there's no way that Edwin didn't try to work that off before he came out. And so I can only imagine what it looked like 10 minutes prior.
I wish I knew what he said, like in response. Like, how are you going to go and defend
I would
that?
imagine a fella like that just said, what? What?
Oh, there's something on my hand. I don't know what that is.
It's rosin. Son, you haven't even touched the rosin bag yet.
You ain't been out here long enough.
So Vic Carapazza said, I touched his hand and grabbed his hands, and the substance was extremely sticky and discolored. Of course, it was. That man went out there with that Gorilla Glue. The wood kind.
I like when he goes on. The ump goes on and says, "It definitely wasn't rosin and sweat. We've checked thousands of these. I know what the feeling is. This was very sticky."
Idiot. Yes. Ain't never seen it gray either. My man said Diaz claimed he uses only rosin, sweat, and dirt.
Baseball will forever be the dirtiest game.
I mean, they are wild, man.
I mean, what I do? You got Elmer's glue in your hand. What do you mean? What'd you do?
You think Ed thought maybe they won't check me this time? Or maybe Ed just went out there and showed him the tops.
I'll roll the dice.
And showed him the tops. Now, because he don't want to do that. He said, "Damn it, Edwin."
The Mets are a damn dumpster fire this year, man.
Liv went out there a couple days ago. We was running to the grocery store or something. Liv went out there and did both hands on the car like this, dirty ass car. And she turned around and looked at me, and her palms had dirt all the inside of them. That's what his hands look like.
And they would have given her the ball.
Yeah, here you go.
They'd have given her the ball. It's more passable than that. Because man, it could be discolored. But damn, man, I'm touching your hand, and I can't get my hand off of it.
We're stuck together here.
Out of yours.
Oh, man, what happened to baby oil, man? What happened to sandpaper, man? No, man.
KY or something.
He about to have that ball dancing all over the place.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, J.J. Redick was officially announced as the new head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. He had several comments. One, he said him and LeBron James never spoke about him being the head coach until 30 minutes after he was offered the job. Okay, interesting. For any player on the roster, JJ said, I can have a vision for how I want to use them, but there has to be buy-in and collaboration. And he also spoke about how he wants to use AD and LeBron. I'll just throw this to you. I think LeBron's got 2 years, I would say, to me, safely 2 years in him. You think J.J. Redick is the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers when LeBron leaves in maybe 2 years? You think he's still the coach?
Yeah.
Think so?
I mean, if I'm JJ, I would have that'd be a conversation I'd have to have before I take the job.
Well, I mean, yeah, I bet Darvin Ham had that conversation too, and then you know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Now he may still want
you follow him closer than I do. I just look like at this hire right here, like I'm through hiring these guys that are just here to appease LeBron and be here and then LeBron. Like this is a guy that to me is. If LeBron moves on, if and when LeBron moves on, I would think that this guy could help me rebuild this team.
And I know that was the thought with Dan Hurley. You know what I mean? When Dan Hurley was talking about it, was most definitely that was a long play. JJ, hell, I don't know. I mean, I hope so. I hope so. But they've had this is Darvin Ham. They've had Frank Vogel. They've had Luke Walton. This is all in the tenure. Yeah, the tenure of LeBron and has been there. But yeah, that's going to be the one that I wonder about. Is this a hire for down the line, or is this just a LeBron?
Boy, if JJ took that gig and thought at all in any way, shape, or form, this is just tied to like whatever LeBron does the last year or two and he's got left. Boy, that'd be a risky way to start and probably end a coaching career.
No, yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I think he'd be good with it. But his predecessor took a 7 seed to the Western Conference Finals, and then took a 7 seed that played the defending champs as well as you could in a 5-game gentleman's sweep. And he got his ass fired. I mean, in them 2 seasons, Frank Vogel got fired a season after he won the championship with the team. So we'll see. That's one to watch. But J.J. Redick officially the head coach of the L.A. Lakers.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, real quick. This is a fascinating one to watch in the NFL. 49ers disgruntled wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is meeting with the San Francisco 49ers today. He actually informed Ryan Clark of ESPN that he has been taking the negotiations personal and that offers so far have affected him. Ayuk's first choice is to stay with San Francisco, but he is comfortable playing elsewhere if they are willing to trade him. So he informed Ryan Clark that he was meeting with the 49ers. This is weird and wild how this has got, and he's come out and made it. And I mean, you tell Ryan you want him to tell people. He's made it clear that he's affected by this. He feels disrespected.
They ain't trying to get
Kyle Tucker.
They said to hell with Adam Schefter. We're gonna give our boy this one right here. A dude that we like, a former player. To hell with all this stuff.
Yeah.
Look, I as a former player, I appreciate him doing that. But yeah, look, this is an interesting one to me. I've never been as high on Brandon Ayuk as some are. I'm not as high on him as his stats from last year would probably lead me to be. I think he's very replaceable. And clearly the 49ers, or at least to this point, feel the same way. We'll see what they end up doing, but I think the two pieces ultimately on that team offensively that are irreplaceable, Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel. To me, those are the two guys. I'd
actually throw Trent Williams in there, but I mean, you're talking.
You throw Kittle in there too. I agree.
From the skill position.
Yeah,
guys,
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, just different breeds that make San Francisco what they are. I agree. I just doubt Brandon Ayuk and is one of those guys on that particular team. I think he's very replaceable.
Yeah, he's gonna play this year. That's probably what they're betting on. But yeah, I'd be surprised.
I bet you, Kyle. Kyle don't play these kind of things.
You think I'll try to trade him?
I bet it. Yeah, he ain't afraid to make it blatantly obvious. Like, to hell with it, man.
From him.
We don't go ahead.
But I think he knows his best chance to win a Super Bowl, which I think Kyle needs. He needs to go ahead and get that monkey off his back.
Yeah,
I think he knows this is his best chance, is to get him. But I bet you, I'm with you. I don't think they signed him long.
Well, I wonder
they would have done it
with their style of offense. You just don't have room to have a ton. Like, it's not like here where you got three wide receivers. I mean, they spend a lot of time getting the ball to their back to Deebo. I just wonder. Ricky Pearsall, that kid out of Florida they drafted in the first round. I wonder how high they are on him at this point in time.
All right, coming up as we continue live on The Drive, this is the question about the Astros and what they've done. They're in a 5-game winning streak. They beat the White Sox, that's one thing, but when you go and sweep the Baltimore Orioles, that's different. How different? Was this just a really good weekend, or was this a turn-the-corner moment for the Astros? We'll discuss that next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. Wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Ooh, wow. Uh-oh. Hell, whoa.
Something got you choked up over here, man? Get a little emotional?
Something just
J.J. Redick, new Lakers head coach, man, got you excited? Were you emotional?
We're going to have to
you happy? You sad?
We're going to have to get with We're going to have to get to J.J. here in a bit.
Yeah. I mean, what an introductory press conference. I absolutely love it.
I know you did.
Absolutely.
J.J. is something else. When I talk about ultimate comfort, be ready for that coming up in a bit. But before puberty just landed in my doorstep right there about 5 minutes ago.
Don't figure how you were going to land that plane.
Yeah, I was wondering too.
I'm good, baby. It landed on my doorstep right
Well
there,
done,
baby.
well done.
Yeah. What did you think? Nah.
Throat.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't know. I was just
I was
curious.
going to say, what were the options?
I don't know what the options were.
I said, what did you think?
Where are you going to go with this one?
It goes right off the bat. Throat. Esophagus. No, but before that, the question I posed on the other side, I want to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I think there are fair thoughts and reasons on either stance. Do you believe that this weekend sweeping the Baltimore Orioles and getting the Astros to just 2 games under 500? Which this is the closest they have been since they were 0-2 with the Yankees after the first 2 games of the season to 500, and now 6 games back and climbing in the wild card. Do you believe that this weekend sweeping the Orioles was a good weekend, or is this something that turned the corner, a turn-the-corner moment for the Astros, and this is it? This is when we start seeing the team that everyone thought was going to win this division. This is the team that we thought that we were going to see that was more closer to behind the Braves and the Dodgers for best World Series win totals. Like, is this changing and flip the switch to turning the corner, or is this just a nice weekend? Where are you at on that?
It turned the corner for me, Ron. There is. I tweeted it the minute we swept them. Or the minute we took game 2, I can't remember in the series. But anyway, look, had this game or had this series, even if it still ended in a sweep, if it would have just been Jordan just lights out, allowing the Astros with some good pitching to win low-scoring games. Just happened to be the Orioles 3 games in a row, and ultimately the biggest thing to take from it was, hey, we had some starting pitching, and Jordan carried the entire team, which that's very possible with this team, right? That was not what we watched. We watched a very convincing team top to bottom. Really, Tyler said the only place he lost money was total bases on Jordan. So with the exception of Jordan being a big part of it, right? You had Chaz McCormick, white boy Chaz had a big day. Diaz had a big day. Altuve led a game off with a home run. You look at Lo Perfido in left field. He had
2 doubles in that first game.
Yeah, he had a couple of good games, and Dubon started every game at first base, and Bregman is hotter than a firecracker, and so you just look across the 3-game run. And Ron, there's so many guys, including the pitching, there's so many guys that contributed in a big way and appeared to have gotten hot at the right time when we needed it the most against a big-time opponent. It's hard for me to look at it and go, yeah, all those guys just had a good weekend. They just happen to have a good weekend against a good – no, I think this is a turn-the-corner moment for the Astros. Now, I don't think we're going to continue to play the level of baseball that we saw this weekend. That would be absolutely unbelievable, out of their mind good for mid-season, regular season ball. But I do believe this was a turn-the-corner moment for the Astros, playing with a little bit more urgency, some guys coming around, coming out of some funks. I think it was a turn-the-corner moment.
Yeah, from Lloyd, have mercy on the text line. Sorry.
Okay. Was it Lloyd?
Yeah.
Lloyd on the text line?
Yeah,
Lloyd, have mercy.
Have mercy.
I like that.
In the building. Lloyd said
ever heard that.
First time is a fluke. Second time is a coincidence. Third time is a trend. Need to see more.
Come on.
Listen, the real part about it was Saturday and Sunday, Ronel Blanco and Framber Valdez. Clearly Ronel Blanco this year has proven that he is capable of pitching the way he did on Saturday. And we know for years Framber Valdez has been a top 10. He's the last 2 years been a top 10 Cy Young finisher and has flirted with being an ace at times. So we know that's there. That to me was really real. And to be honest, Clint, I was impressed for them to be able to score that many runs without Kyle Tucker in the lineup as well. And so many guys started to do it. And it does come to a point of, hey, you got so many different guys that are getting at bats and are in the lineup. These guys are ready to play. So these guys, you're getting a lot of guys who, when you go to the bench, when you don't, whoever starts, who doesn't, that are ready to play because they've been playing. They've been playing. And so, Clint, for me, I'm kind of in the space where Lloyd is. I can really get the feel of them turning a corner, but they got to keep turning, right, Clint? They got 5 games against the Mets and the Rockies. They can't go under 500 in that. Like they dropped two of 3. They win 1 out of 5. That is like, all right, man, we took all these steps and then we just absolutely ruined it, because it seems like when they get close, they kind of step on their toes.
Well,
right now, Seattle and the wild card, when you're this close to 500, Clint, feels like you can actually seriously get there and touch them.
Well, you've made up some serious ground if you can finish strong. We got 18 games before the All-Star break. 15 of those 18 are against teams with losing records, right? You just beat the most difficult team that was left on your schedule with 24 games to play. You're down to 18, 15 are versus teams with losing record. There's no reason that this baseball team should backslide, right? There's no reason you should backslide and lose ground on the Mariners, lose ground on the wild card before the All-Star break. They should put themselves in position based on the schedule and based on the caliber ball that we just saw them play. They got the Colorado Rockies up next, in the Mets. There is no reason that this team should – now, I'm not going to sit here and say that they're going to close the gap by 3 or 4 more games, but there's no reason that this baseball team, not a football team, this baseball team should and could close the gap, or let me say could and should close the gap 2 to 3 more games on the wild card and the Seattle Mariners. Now, it all obviously depends on what they do, but the Astros are primed and ready to push this thing down the stretch here and not backslide based on what we just saw and the schedule that they have ahead of them.
Listening to Joe talk about this week, and they clearly had a different level of, as he used, urgency or intensity. They got to keep bringing that. And it would be a real kick in Tyler's nuts if they come out here and we look up here and they play the Rockies and they play the Mets and they don't win that.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
They've got to start to do
Bryce.
that. Yeah, that was one of the most interesting things we've ever heard on this show. Framber Valdez says the most ridiculous thing ever, and J.J. Redick is getting himself real good and comfortable. Real good and comfortable. First time coach, first time to the podium. Wait till you hear what he had to say. That's coming up next.
SportsRadio.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Nervous Tyler is here in the building as he is ready for his Aggies to try to get a championship. It's all right, baby. I know it. It's in there. It's in there.
It's time to beat the hell out of these Vols, man.
Would you? I am certain. I don't think this is one. I'm trying to see the different levels for you. You would cry, I think, if A&M won a national championship in football.
100%.
Would you cry if Arkansas did?
No.
Would it touch you?
I cried in 2017 when the Astros first won a World Series.
Okay. No, I don't cry with championships.
It would. Would you? Now, where would it be if A&M's basketball team won a championship?
Oh, I'd be turned up, and
Wouldn't be tears, though.
No.
We're not tears.
No, football's the only one.
Where are we at here tonight?
No tears.
The same thing as basketball?
But turn up and enjoy a national championship for the first time as an Aggie, I mean, that's going to be special.
What does turn up look like for you?
Well, tonight it'll be pretty limited, but I'll turn up at the house. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Little dirty water.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Kansas won that national championship in 2008, the first one. Me and Big Ian's ass just there. We got a little emotional, then got in the car and drove to Lawrence.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Watch One Shining Moment. That's what got me. The One Shining Moment, I'd watched that for years and never saw my team at the end. Oh, that took me out.
I bet.
Took me smooth out.
I got a cigar ready for tonight, too.
Ooh, there you go. Stogieville.
Back patio, Ron, that thing.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That one time those kids were in the back, so I had to go to the front.
You know what the word on the street is right now, T?
Yeah, I've seen it. T-Sip's trying to steal the thunder we got going tonight. That's all right.
Well, I mean, the word on the street is it's whoever the winning manager is.
Mm-hmm. Clint's referring to a report
Texas
that the Longhorns
here,
are going to be going after A&M's head baseball coach.
I heard they were going after A&M's baseball coach, and then I heard that it's actually whichever one wins. They feel like they can have the pick of the litter, whichever one wins the title tonight.
And they feel it like that, huh?
Longhorns typically feel like the world is owed to them, so that makes sense.
So they're prepared to offer up to $4 million for him per.
I promise the Maroon got more money.
If he goes, it's because you all don't want him.
Well, I don't know about that.
I'm just saying you can match it.
For sure.
Yeah, you just don't. If you don't want him enough, you match it.
I think the fools up in Austin are just doing their damnedest to try to get any kind of headline with tonight being a national title game.
I'm with you, man.
It's kind of sad.
I've decided I'm going to support you by getting hammered tonight, just like you are.
Yeah, let's do it.
You're gonna get hammered too.
I'm gonna get hammered.
You don't have any responsibilities. I think you probably should.
None. Yep. Hammered, naked. Let's go.
Wait, naked?
That'll be me too.
Tyler said you can come over to his house.
I'm not coming to his house.
Oh.
Yeah. Just get on. Just walk around in your birthday suit. Just have a good time. Have a good time. All right. J.J. Redick was announced as the new head coach of the L.A. Lakers, and he is really comfortable with himself. Here is J.J. Redick as he's being posed questions about the things people have been saying about him and his inexperience taking over the job.
What misconceptions or concerns about you that you've heard in the last few weeks are you the most looking forward to dispelling when you're the coach?
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. It's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of being part of the engagement farming industry. It's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a honestly. I want to coach the Lakers. I want to coach the team. I don't want to dispel anything. I don't. I want to become a great coach in the NBA, and I want to win championships, and I want my players to maximize their careers. That's all I care about.
I mean, my goodness.
Doubling down with it at the end.
Why? I mean, the first. Listen, I love it on this side. But, man, we are really getting loose with the cuss words here at the press conferences now. In general. And, God, I pray for that person who is the L.A. Lakers radio partner, that producer who I'm sure they played this live. And there was a time where you could just kind of sit back and, somebody, coach or whatever is you can just do all the things you need to do. Not anymore. You got to be right there with them.
Stay dialed in.
You got to. Because tell me, Tyler, there's somebody who was you that had to play that live, and couldn't have been doing all of the other 400 things that you're trying to do, and missed that F-bomb.
Saw their job flash before their eyes.
Yes, happened to me.
You just dump him.
Well, if you get there.
Twice.
Yep. Bill's self almost got me in trouble. I mean, because you got to be quick. But my goodness, he is just rather comfortable with that thing already. I mean, I hear you, man. Good for you, but my goodness, JJ, just F-bombed it twice. Didn't even think about it. Didn't even think about trying to use a different word. That's what I want to say. But I'm going at it. Good for him, I guess. But hopefully those people caught that.
I'm here for it. I feel sorry for the little radio fella.
I'm telling you,
that may have got popped.
He probably slipped and fell trying to get over there. He's probably trying to cut that audio that he's already been given.
Hopefully it's the Lakers. Hopefully they got their best on it. And he's paying attention, and everything's fine. But I like it, man. I mean, hey, man, be you.
Yeah, there you go. Why not, man? Clearly they don't have any thought about it, because I'm telling you that. They're going to do it. Players are going to roll through it, baby. Why not? The coach is doing it. All right, coming up behind us, remember, Texans All Access rookie tight end Cade Stover, one of the more exciting rookies they have. People are really looking forward to seeing when he gets the pads on. Cade Stover will join the fellas tonight. And double duty for Patrick Creighton. You heard him earlier on In the Loop, but he will be in his regular time slot, 8:45, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton coming up at 7 following Texans All Access. So stay tuned for Bijani, Creighton, and Chris Santiago as they'll have it for you from 7 to 11 on Area 45. All right, one thing I wonder, I hope they'll talk about. Framber Valdez, fantastic performance against that Baltimore Orioles offense. 7 innings, 1 earned run, 7 Ks, beautiful. But then he came out afterwards through his interpreter and said, on bringing back his braids, I wanted to feel comfortable. I want a little bit more flow. The guys were asking for the hair, and I was going to wait until the All-Star game, but they told me I just decided to just do it now. Framber Valdez seems to be, to me, saying the braids, they helped. The braids, that's it. I got to feel more comfortable. I got to get into the flow. So he's rolling with these braids. I'm going to tell you, I said it earlier, Clint. I don't like to call my man a head case or say that he is mentally has mental failures when it comes to getting together on the mound and stuff. But Clinton, man, if you need these dreads to make you feel comfortable on the mound, and that's where your head is, like I don't think there was a hairstyle that Roger Clemens had to have to make him feel better, or a shoe. Hell, I don't know that Andy Pettit was like, I got a Roy Oswald. Can we get him? Can we get some of these old? What is this? I needed to feel more comfortable. I've never been to the deal of, oh man, he's the head case, but damn man, I mean, that's crazy.
Well,
I got to get some fake hair to make me feel comfortable.
It's one of two things, right? I mean, either it makes it very difficult to take the guy serious, or it is, to your point, I think is what you're making is like, I mean, where are we at mentally if like we're legitimately talking about how I needed more flow, I needed to be comfortable, so I added these extensions. I mean, if he's being serious, it's like, wow, this guy's out in left field. If he's joking, it's like, where? I mean, I can't even take you serious anymore, man.
If he's joking, I feel much better. I don't think he was joking because he had to get them extensions. It's time.
I hope he was smiling. I didn't see the video. I hope he was at least smiling behind the comments.
It's time. It's time for me to quit messing around. I got to get that. Get that.
Hey, just keep giving us 7 innings, 1 earned. We'll move. We'll keep this party moving.
Unbelievable. I just could not believe when I read that. Now I'm not as far as Brandon Scott, who's ready to trade him. Who is over this?
Skeezy's trying to move on from him.
Yeah, he said he can't wait till he goes. Yeah, he can't wait till he moves on. He's over this guy. He did. I saw him see that. He tweeted out, "I'm done."
Really, dog?
Well, B. Scott who's got real dreads. He probably doesn't appreciate the fake dreads. Like B. Skeezy's worked long and hard to get his.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, we got these pro athletes out here just adding extensions to their hair and calling them dreads. No, we can't do that.
Text line. Show acting like so many of these athletes don't have ridiculous routines, superstitions. First off, it's Ron. Second, this is beyond it.
Yeah, name another player who's done this, dude.
This is beyond it.
Come on.
Hey man, I've got to go and get fake hair to roll out here to keep to make me
Comfort
feel
and
comfortable
flow, man.
and keep the flow.
Comfort and flow.
I won't be right till I get my weave.
Like this ain't step